Hi, good morning to Sewing Street TV. I'm Wendy Gardiner, and for this hour I'm joined by Clare Donnelly from Native Lighting. And my God, have we got some lovely lights to show you. I love them. I just absolutely love daylight lights. But first of all, we're going to start with the early bird as usual. And this is a really nice little set of fat quarters. Not your normal set of fat quarters. This is £5.99 for, how many are there? 4 different fat quarters, but they're really different. They're not sort of standard cottons. We've got a mixture. I'm seeing if I can get this knot undone so we can get into here. I'm struggling to get this knot undone. I might have to squish it out the sides instead. So what we've got is we have 2 cotton fat quarters. Let me open this one up to show you. A jute and a linen. So this is like a calico one. So these are really good sort of craft ones for different things. And if you've done things like hand embroidery, you can use these like an aider. So you can use these to do your embroideries. That's a nice linen. And then the jute. What about some rag rugging? If you've tried rag rugging, this is perfect for that. And you could do a really nice cushion front with some rag rugging. So get your scraps of fabric, cut them up into little strips, and use a progging tool to do some rag rugging. So really, really lovely set of 4 fabrics. And as you know, or as I know, there's a lot you can make out of 2 fat quarters because, of course, later on we've got 2 of my books on which are called Take 2 Fat Quarters. So there's lots you can do, but these are just completely different to normal. They're not just a normal packet of 4 or 5 fat quarters in cotton fabrics. These are for more crafting ideas and can give you some scope to do something a little different. So really lovely set of quarters. So you've got the jute and 2 cottons and a linen. And we're saving £3 on the normal price for this. So this is the early bird offer. It's only available whilst stocks last and for today. And we are limited on how much we've got today. So do get it into your basket. And don't forget that once you've paid your P&P, it's for the whole day. So you can put it into your basket, you can check out, and then you can come back in another few minutes and buy one of these delicious lamps, and you don't pay any more P&P. So it just keeps rolling over for the whole, everything you buy today is on that same P&P. Now, everything for today's show is on pre-order, and we have got a limited amount of a lot of these lamps. I mean, a seriously limited amount of a lot of these lamps. So do look at that on the pre-order now, and if there's one you definitely want, you must grab it. And then later on today, we have got Jayne from Elna joining us for a fabulous 2-hour show. And we are going to be looking at a brand new Overlocker, which is in a ridiculously low price, which is fantastic. We've never had an Overlocker before and you're thinking about one, don't forget to watch that. So that would be really good to see. Let's look at the menu so I can actually go through this properly. So as I say, we've got Clare Donnelly with Native Lighting now, in this first hour, and she's going to tell us all about that. But I'm also going to find out a little bit about her background, etc. And she is a lady who knows her lights. We then have Alison Glass Art Theory Fabrics. Now, when I first saw that we were going to have these on, I was absolutely gobsmacked. Because they are gorgeous. I mean, they are so me. These fabrics are so me. They're made by Macau, a very famous fabric manufacturer. They are beautiful, beautiful fabrics with lovely colours, really lovely. So we've got those, and then we've got fat quarters with me. So we've got lots of fat quarter packs for you to choose from, and we've also got my 2 books, Take 2 Fat Quarters Gifts, Take 2 Fat Quarters Homes, and I've got some of the samples here of the projects in the books. All very easy to make, so there's something you can do there. And then, as I say, we have 11 o'clock, we're going to be with Jayne Brogan, who is going to show us the new Elna Overlocker, and then some more of the Elna machines for the last hour of the day. So, I mean, really, what more could I want to do on a Thursday? This is really good. So, back now to Clare. So, Clare,
Good morning.
Good morning. So we've actually been here since 6, and we've been chatting and chatting and chatting, as you do. But so let's introduce your company and just give us a little bit of a background, and then we can really dive into the actual lights.
Okay, so I worked in the lighting industry for the last 10 years in similar type of lighting to this, and also in the commercial lighting industry. Didn't really enjoy the commercial side and decided I'd like to go back to this. So Native Lighting came to life, and we've been in business for 18 months. And it's just gone from strength to strength. I think what we've done that's slightly differently is that we have spent a lot of time at exhibitions talking to the users of these lights. And a big thing that people used to tell me was we can never get the light where we need it to go. So we've designed lights with extremely long goosenecks to be able to bend them. Yeah, to be able to sort of bend them and position them where you need the light. And that's one of the key things that we've taken into consideration here. We've also got quite a lot of lamps in black, which is something that there isn't that much of available at the moment in craft lamps. So that's been really, really popular. And we've had a great time launching lots of new lights on Sewing Street, and they've been phenomenal.
I'm not surprised. I said to you that I've used daylight bulbs.
Yes.
And lamps all my sewing career, and sadly I need them more now than I used to. As we get older, our eyes seem to deteriorate, particularly at night, if you want to continue sewing at night.
Definitely.
And it's really good to have that light. And also, of course, the daylight bulbs are great for colour matching.
Yeah, so all of our lights are LED, so we don't use bulbs at all in any of our lighting. But that's also very good because they don't generate any heat, and also they are much more cost effective as well, so lower in energy. And when we've got a lot of lights that have all different colour settings, so we have warm light, cool white, and light and daylight light. Some of the lights have just daylight, but all of our lamps have got the daylight setting, which is so imperative if you work with colours to make sure that your colours are matched.
And we're going to show that, aren't we?
We are.
But let's start with the floor lamp first.
Okay, right.
So this is the one that we've got most limited stock. That makes sense. We've got the least stock.
Yeah, we're very. We didn't think we were going to have it on today because last time we were low, but we did a stock check and we found a few more. So
okay, so we've got this in black and in white, but they're matte, aren't they? They're not shiny.
No, they're
very tactile actually.
They
really are very tactile.
Yeah. So we do it in black and white, and we do it in a floor lamp, and we also do it in a desk version as well. So I will go and now demonstrate the floor lamp. Yeah, okay, so this is the floor lamp we've got here. So it's got, as we were talking about this gooseneck before, you can see here that you can twist it really, really, really well wherever you need it to go. Particularly if you're sitting in a chair or a sofa, how you can bend it so that it's literally over your lap like that. So if you assume your project or your work is here, then it's just underneath you there. So you've got a power button on the side here, and then you've got your colour settings here. So if you can just see it's changing there.
I don't know if we can actually sort of see that. We're just going to see if we can actually, because we want to, I can see it, obviously. But
I think if you look on the desk, you can see.
Yes, and now you can see the desk.
As it changes. So it's got 5 different settings on this one. So you've got cool light, warm light, daylight, and then there's a couple sort of in between. So each one also has 5 brightness levels. So there's 25 different colours on this lamp. So you're always going to,
as you do that now, you can see it changing. Yeah.
So you are always going to find a colour that suits your eyes.
So if you're just using it as a light to add some mood for a room, you can use the warm colour.
Yes.
If you're using it to sew with, I would then go to the daylight
setting,
so that you can really see the colours you're working with. There's nothing worse than trying to sew on dark colours at night if you haven't got that good lighting.
No, definitely, and it just makes such a difference. And no more going up to the window and checking if you're matching the right colours and things like that. You just put your daylight setting on.
The amount of times I've used navy blue thread on black.
Yeah.
And then realise the next day when I see it in the
It also comes with a remote control as well. So you've got a little remote control here, and what you've got on that remote control is lots of different settings. So you've got your on button, And then you've got a 60-second and a 30-minute timer. So say you want to maybe go to bed and read your lamp and I'm only going to have that for 30 minutes, then you can set the timer and it will turn off, so you know when it's time to go to sleep. We've got different brightness levels here. You've got your plus and your minus of colour settings as well.
So everything you've got on the stem
is on here,
on the
but there's also
instead.
Yeah, there's extra things on the remote control. Then you've got a little moon in the middle, which is your night setting. So if you just wanted to have like a glow around the outside of the lamp. Then you've got your 20% brightness, 50% and 100%. And then if you just wanted to pick one of the colours, you've got your warm, your cool and your mix there, so you can just select them as well. So lots of choices there. So
if you turn the control around to face you,
yep,
because the camera's right ahead, and then it'll see it better. That's it. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it's now the right way up.
Ah, okay.
I know it feels odd. You feel you should show it to the front,
you do.
don't you?
Yeah, so then you can obviously see all of those.
So that's really handy. Now I have to say, I have to admit something here. So I had something similar like this with the remote control, which my sons thought was amusing, and then one day the remote control disappeared, and I thought that they'd hidden it, and I got really angry with them. I said, "This is ridiculous! For goodness' sake, give me back my remote control." Anyway, I found it. They hadn't hidden it. But yeah, with this you don't need it anyway. So if you do lose your remote, you can actually use the controls.
And what we find with working with our lamps is that you can craft for much longer in more comfort. If you've got a light that's then making your eyes much more comfortable, then you can carry on. As we know, crafters can carry on till early hours of the morning, not realising what the time is. And sometimes it's their eyes that say, maybe it's quite late. But you find if you're using a light that suits your eyes, you can carry on for much longer.
Definitely, absolutely agree. And you're absolutely right, because I actually use, I was saying to you, I've got good sewing machines, and a lot of sewing machines have very good lights under them, but I still have one of these with the daylight LEDs in it. I still have that aiming at my sewing area, even though my machine has a good light, because it gives you that extra light and a wider area. Definitely, which is really useful. It is lovely. And so the floor lamp is great.
Yes.
So that can be for your living room, it can be by your sewing machine, it can be by your computer if you work on your computer.
Yeah, so
very sleek. You said this is this one from Scandinavia?
So what we use sort of like Scandinavian sort of like design ideas. So to have them sort of like very minimalist and sort of sleek, slender lines. So that's where our sort of inspiration comes from. Yeah,
I think it shows in the designs. I really do. It's lovely. It can blend. It can blend. It's not going to take over.
No.
It's going to sit there quietly doing its job.
Yes.
Without making a big show of it.
Yeah.
Now, we have got some videos to show more clearly the difference in lights, because obviously here in the studio, as well as these lovely lamps, we've got studio lighting, so you can't really see the benefits of them. So if you look at these video clips, you can see the difference. So if you put a card in there, you can see how. Now that fabric, you said we've got that fabric here. Where's that fabric?
It's a lilac piece of fabric that we use.
It's actually lilac. So in fact, the daylight one is the actual right one. Oh, got little happy hands coming here. So this is the actual fabric we've got. So if we can show this as well. Oh, do I need to show it up? So you can see that and then compare it to that daylight one, and you can see like this is the actual fabric and this is what you get, but your warm living room light gives it a different colour.
So it's more pink.
Yes, it looks pink, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what happens when you take photographs as well, when you're indoors with the lights on. They often have that cast to them, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Because they haven't got the daylight. So this is really, really useful if you're crafting or sewing or embroidery or anything like that. Kat's just saying in my ear, even if you're doing puzzles. Particularly if you get these really complicated ones that are all the same colour.
Exactly, yeah. So then obviously if you've got your daylight setting on there, then that's going to help you find that exact match.
Yes. So these ones are plugged into the mains?
These are mains operated, yes, these ones are. Yeah.
And do we know what the price is? Yes, £116.99. And obviously they come direct from you, don't they?
Yes, the floor lamps do come directly from us, yeah.
But it's the same P&P. So don't worry about the P&P. It's the same P&P, and they're very easy to assemble because they don't come in a great big long thin box.
No, it's actually really quite compact, the box that they come in. Yeah, all you need to do is screw the base on and put 2 poles together, and then it's ready to go.
Yeah, so it's really good. And the bulbs, not bulbs, the LED lights, they just last and last.
Yeah, so you don't ever need to change an LED. So they last up to 40,000 hours. So if you use your lights sort of 8 hours a day, I think it averages out about 20 years worth of use. Probably going to want to change to a newer style, I think, before people
before the actual lamp stops working.
Yeah. But they are all guaranteed for 2 years. So obviously, if anything ever did happen and the light wasn't working, then it would just be a complete straight replacement.
Straight replacement, brilliant. Yeah. That's so good. We've got a message from Pauline. Thank you, Claire, for the extra support you have given me after I received my Eclipse ring lamp. The after-sales care is great, which is so important to know. So I'm pleased we're reading that out.
Oh, thank you, Pauline. That was really nice.
I read it out before we know, because you're kind of like, you're reading it and thinking, that's going to be a positive message, isn't it? So, yes.
I'm looking forward to receiving your pictures of you using it, Pauline.
Yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see these in use on social media. We want to see you with your light doing your crafting. And if you have any questions about any of these, or about Claire herself, please do ask, except for her age, because she's young. You're not getting that. But yes, do send in any questions, because we'd love to answer them. And you briefly said about you've been in lighting for years, but you also told me that you kind of got headhunted 2 or 3 times from one company to another.
Yes.
And, that just goes to show the quality of this lady. She's headhunted, which basically means that somebody comes along and says, do you want to come and work for us for more money? And then she decided, no, I'll set up my own company just before we all go into lockdown.
Yeah, it's been a very turbulent year, but an exciting, 18 months now, gosh, yeah, but exciting. And coming to Sewing Street's just been a dream. It's meant that I can actually help people that love sewing and for them to actually be able to. I just
think if anybody is into sewing or any kind of crafting, to be perfectly honest, whether it's knitting, anything like that, these lamps are so amazing. Yes, beading, because shall we go on to one of the other lamps, because that leads us into the magnifier, talking about working with little. Now, I don't know if we can do this. Let me move that. I can do it this. Oh, look at that. So I'm being told to move it to my right, and I didn't say I don't know my right from my left. I mustn't put my head in the way, though. So you can see. So this is exclusive to us, isn't it?
This is exclusive to Sewing Street. This is called the Chameleon Mini USB. This also comes in black and white, and it's got 1.75 times magnification. It's also got the 3 different colours, so daylight, warm light and cool light. And it's a USB one, but it comes with a plug as well. So you've got the option to plug it into the mains, or plug it into your sewing machine, or plug it into a battery pack, or plug it into a computer. So you've got those options there as well.
And so once it's not plugged in, I don't know if this one is.
That's not rechargeable.
It's not rechargeable,
no.
So you do have to have it plugged in.
Do have to have that one plugged in, yeah.
But through a USB.
Yeah, so where you've actually got the controls are actually on the side here.
I've got mine here.
So what you've got is you've got your on and off button there on that one. And then you've got your 3 different colours, so your daylight, cool light and your warm light. And then you've got 3 brightness levels on each one as well.
That's brilliant. So you've got a light, and you've also got the magnifying element. And again, it's nicely versatile, and it can be moved.
Yeah.
And it's not a gooseneck, but it's, what do you call
this one? This is an angle poised arm.
Angle poised, yeah.
But it's also very compact. So if you're not using it, then you can just pop it right down like that.
Yeah.
And then you've sort of like got it out of the way. But then when you are using it, you've got a really nice long reach as well. The head tilts as well. So depending on where you want to angle the light, then you can tilt the head there on that as well. I think we've got coming up in a minute as well, showing again the differences of the colours with that lilac material by using this lamp as well.
Look, there it is. So again, this is the lilac material that I have here. and you can see that the daylight is a very good representation of the actual fabric. It is really, really important, because when you're trying to colour match or do nice contrast, if you know that you've got the light, you know, you haven't got to keep taking it to the window, you haven't got to wait until you've got a good sunny day. You can actually sew at any time. And you know, you're saying that people sew into the night. So many times I've had my lamp on and I've been busy sewing away, and then I suddenly look round and realise it's dark
actually
in
dark
the rest
outside,
of the room.
yeah.
I hadn't noticed that it got dark. They don't. I mean, I'm just sort of stopped to listen to what Kat. I've got to keep talking, not stop and listen. But Kat was just saying they don't intrude on any other lighting in the room. They don't sort of like. They just light. They are spotlights. They light what you're working on.
That was another thing that we took from our feedback, really. A lot of ladies used to say that their husbands used to complain because the light was affecting their television.
Yes.
So that's another thing that we've sort of made it very sort of ergonomic, that you can position it on just your project, and so it doesn't affect anybody else that's around you.
So you can still sit in the same room as him.
If you want to.
If you want to. do a bit of crafting while you're there. Yeah. And you could, yes, I mean, also, of course, you know, if you want to read the paper.
Yeah, they're brilliant for reading as well.
People do still buy newspapers, and of course magazines and books, anything like that. It's not just for crafting.
No.
It's basically if you want good light.
Yeah.
So, use it in the garage.
Everybody needs a good light, really,
yes,
in every day.
Really,
working from home, children schooling from home now, was particularly how dull and dark it is at the moment. So they can be used for lots of different things, and then obviously have it as a craft light as well. So instead of just thinking, oh, I need a craft light, buy one of our lights, because they're versatile and you can use them for so many
absolutely,
things.
yeah, not just see it as a craft light, as you say, but the other one, I'm going to keep jumping because I'm really excited about all these lights. I like the tubey one.
The reverse light.
Yes.
Yes, okay, this one here.
I love that one.
Right, so the reverse light, you just pop it on at the top, and then you've got a warm light when it's standing like that. Then when you switch it round, the light changes to warm. To daylight, sorry. So you've got two different settings on here. You've got a daylight setting and a warm setting. You've also got a button along the top where you just dim it up and down. So you've just run your finger along there, it dims right down and up again. And then if you turn it over.
Okay, we're going to dim the studio lights so we can do that again.
Okay.
Because again, you can't really see it because of all the studio lights. So we're going dark. I'll just stay still.
Okay, so we've got it on the warm setting at the moment, and then if we turn it round, it goes up to the daylight setting. I'm still not sure that it's actually coming across that well.
Mine's on the warm light, but I'm not sure that you can tell the difference because we still have got studio lights on. But I promise you, so mine is on the warm light, and it does have, yes, I think, can you see that? This does have this kind of yellowy, softer.
Yes.
So it's enough softer colour, then you just pop it over.
Ah, yeah, you can see it there, it's changed there. Let's try again. We've got it now.
So I know this is, why would you do this? But I like the fact when you put it on its side, you have half and half. But it rolls, so you can't really do that. It's not very sensible. But this is great. I mean, this is, how's this charged? Because this you can have just like this.
Yeah, this is a rechargeable one. So you get a cable like this with it just to recharge. So just a normal mini USB rechargeable cable. And when it's fully charged, it lasts on the full power for 4 hours. But if you've got it dimmed down, it'll last for 8 hours.
So you could have this as a night light in a children's bedroom.
You could. So you could have it on the daylight setting to read their story.
Yeah.
And then turn it over on the night light to let them know the lights changed, time to go to sleep now.
Yes.
People use them for bedside lights. People use them for desk lights.
So I like the idea this is a bedside light.
Yeah, even when we're able to go outside again, people use them on their patio tables, dining tables, things like that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And because it's got the little handle.
Yeah, so you can lift it on the handle there, and then you've got on the other side. That's where you've got your charging cable just there.
Oh yes.
That's where you just charging.
I love this. I think it's so good. And it's actually got sort of around, it's got like a rubbery ring around it so that it'll stay sturdy.
Yeah.
It won't sort of
Doesn't
skip around if you knock it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously don't bang it, but you can,
Yeah.
but you can, if you know, in the night, you know, you can actually sort of feel for
it's
it.
a very tactile thing. People just said it's like quite
I know
therapeutic
and
to
again,
keep
it's
turning
it's
it.
got sort of like a matte, it is very tactile.
Yeah.
And we've had this before, but it has always sold out, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
So this is $63.99. So this is just such a fun lamp. It really is. I love it. It would go. I mean, the thing is, it's sort of discreet but stylish.
It is.
So it would go anywhere.
It's one
any
of my
decor.
favourite ones.
Yes, I'm not surprised at all. Look at this. It's now perfectly daylight. I love that. That's really good. So yeah, so this is one that is again for all sorts of different needs. And even if if you've got a cupboard, as we all have cupboards under the stairs and things like that, and there's no light in it, you can take this with you and let there be light in your cupboard whilst you're using it, but you don't have to leave it in there because then you can take it out and use it elsewhere.
Good for power, power cuts as well.
Yes,
so
good,
if you keep it charged up and you have a power cut as well. Somebody else last time I was on came up with a really good idea about instead of having candles round flower arrangements to arrange flowers around it as well, which I thought was quite a nice idea.
Yeah, that's quite a nice idea. Less dangerous with the naked flame.
Yeah, exactly. So then just use your native light instead.
Yes. I do. I think and I love the idea of taking it outside and using it for barbecues and on the patio.
When we get to be able to go outside again.
When we want to go outside again because it's so cold.
-4 this morning when I came in.
Then we had to scrape the cars off, didn't we? So. Now they don't get hot either, do they?
No, so
again,
LEDs,
this is why they're lovely and safe. They're safe to use.
Yeah. LEDs don't generate, they generate a tiny little bit of heat, but not like a halogen or a fluorescent light would generate at all. So.
And again, just to reiterate, they don't have to replace this bulb?
No, LEDs are non-replaceable. So if there ever was an issue with an LED, then what we'd do is we would replace the whole lamp, but that's very rare that LEDs are so sort of advanced now, and it's the LEDs that have actually made us been able to make these much more sleek designs because you haven't have this great big bulb encompassed inside the light now. So that's really what's helped things move on for the new design of all the lights.
So I think I love it. I think this is really lovely. It's different. Great gift. Mother's Day's coming up.
Yeah.
It's a great gift for crafters. Anywhere. Kids, teenagers. And if you have to get up in the night to go to the loo,
just take your little lantern with you.
You could either take it with you, or you could just actually leave it in the bathroom on a low setting, just so there's a little bit of a light, so like a little bit of a night light in the bathroom, because there's no electrical leads around it.
No.
So you haven't got to worry about having electricity in the bathroom or anything like that, and there's no cables to trip up over. And so I could see a lot of uses for this. Definitely love it. I love that one. Okay, let's go to the I'm going to struggle with that one.
Lumina. so the floor lamp and the table lamp are with the long goosenecks. Their name is Lumina.
Lumina.
Yeah. So just before we start talking about this one, we're actually running a competition to win one of these.
Win one.
So what we need you to do is just to follow us on Instagram and or Facebook, so Native Lighting UK, and then you might be in with a chance to win one of these.
But don't not buy one, because you can win one and have two, or you could win one and give it as a gift. So that would be really good. But that's really, I mean, just all you have to do, follow them on Instagram.
Yeah. Follow and like our pages, yeah.
Follow and like the pages on Instagram. Very easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah, and then we will pick a winner next Thursday, I think.
You're going to pick the winner next Thursday?
Yeah.
That's my birthday.
Ah.
I think it's Thursday. And so, come on, talk us through this one. This is the one which is the clamp.
Yes, so all the features are exactly the same as the floor version. So you get a remote control with it, and obviously you've got all the controls on the side panel as well. But what's really good about this one, if you particularly work with a sewing machine, is how you can actually wrap it around the sewing machine. So I just wanted to be able to show how it works with a sewing machine. So some people like to have it at the front, and some people like to have it from behind. So just depending on, again, showing how flexible this is and where you want to work with it. Some have it above, so have the light coming all the way over that area. So it's just so flexible what you can do with it.
You can change, you can move it wherever you need it at the time, can't you?
Exactly.
And it fits on by a clamp.
Yes, so it's a clamp, and the clamp fits onto any depth of table, so anything up to like 1 centimetre to 7 centimetres deep. So quite versatile there as well with that.
And the clamp's got cushion pads, hasn't it? So it's not going to mark the table.
So you've got cushions underneath them both. So if you've got like a dining table or anything like that you're worried about, then it's not going to obviously make any damage on there.
This one you plug into a mains.
Mains again, and it comes in black and white.
So again, it's that matte feel. It's so lovely. I love this feel. And you can twist it. Now, I've got to ask, because I'm a devil's advocate here, if you keep on twisting this, is there a limit to the amount of times you can twist and move it?
No, because of the obviously the type of metal that's in here and the style of the gooseneck, then no, you can just keep on positioning it as much as you like.
And it's good that you can, because of that flexibility, you can just kind of like fold it out of the way when you don't want to use it.
Yes.
I think you get to the point where you'd always use it. You know, in my kitchen, I've got this sort of been nicely designed kitchen, but somebody obviously didn't need light when they did it, because my preparation area has got no decent light.
Ah, right.
So something like this would be absolutely perfect. And then I can use it for when I'm preparing my gourmet meals, beans on toast, love beans on toast. Or I can then take it into the craft room. Or of course you have two. That's the thing, isn't it? That's the trick.
A lot of people have a floor version and a table version.
Yes.
What we do find with our lights is that somebody will buy one and they love it so much, they're like, I want another one, then I want another one. And then you end up with people with about 3 or 4 of the lights.
That's exactly me. That is definitely want the floor one for my living room for when I'm sewing in the evening.
Yeah.
And then, as you say, the table one for when I'm sewing in the thing. Oh, we have to be quick if you want the floor lamp, by the way. Because the floor lamp is less than 5 of them available. So we just have a quick look at this one. This is £116.99. Same post and packing, but it will be posted out by you.
Yes.
The base is very slim, and it's just a long, slim sort of swan neck, isn't it, really? You say gooseneck.
Gooseneck,
gooseneck.
Yeah, is what we call it.
Yes, yeah. And it can be moved and changed, and you've got a remote control if you don't want to lean up and touch the controls on the lamp.
Yeah.
It's still lightweight, so it's quite flexible.
It is
but
lightweight.
The base is heavy enough to keep it stable.
That's the thing. It's a very thin base, so it's probably only a couple of centimetres deep. But there's a lot of weight in that to obviously steady the lamp in case they don't know.
And how long is the power lead?
The power lead is...
I've just asked you one that you haven't been asked before.
I measured everything else, Wendy, but not that.
See, I was just thinking, I'm just positioning mine.
It's 1.5 metres.
1.5 metres. I'm just positioning it, my plug's at one side of the sofa and I sit the other. Will it run along the back? And yes, it will.
Yes.
Thank you. That will be nicely. So again, you could have it by the bed, you could have it in the bedroom. If you've got a mirror in your bedroom but the lighting is not particularly good, you could have it by the mirror.
Yeah.
I mean, it's endless reasons and places to use it, isn't there? Definitely. Yeah. But obviously we're thinking, because we're Sewing Street, we're thinking crafting, but don't limit yourself. I think, yes, crafting definitely, but if him or her indoors needs some loving attention because you've bought quite a few fat quarters and fabrics and you feel you need to buy something for them, this is perfect present for them too. So.
Yeah, a lot of ladies do say that actually, that have had a lamp for themselves and then their husband's been pinching it for the garage or the workshop, and so they end up getting theirs. So the men can have the black ones.
Yes.
In their garages.
I like the black as well, actually, because I think the white is very dramatic and would suit my craft room, because my craft room is very white and pink and blue. But my living room, the black would go better.
That's because a lot of people have sort of grey these days, and
Yes.
so the black does sort of blend in better with the grey.
Definitely. And the black's the most limited. So if that's the one that you're interested in, don't forget to go for it. Now we've got another one here. What's this one?
So that's the little LED desk light. So this is our sort of entry level, if you like. So if somebody wants to try out daylight light and isn't too sure if they want to maybe invest in one of the larger ones, this is a good way to just actually see what a difference that daylight quality makes. It's also really good for people that say ladies still like to carry on crafting when they travel or when they go and visit friends, so they can still take a light with them to enable them to still do it. Lots of ladies say hotels they go and stay, they want to still craft and they can't.
Don't get me on. Hotel rooms are designed by men because the lighting is usually atrocious. So even if you're not intending to craft but you want to put makeup on, you need to take one of these with you so you can light up that mirror properly.
So it's just got the basic settings. So it's like a big bright daylight spotlight, that one is, and it's just on and off, and so no dimmers or anything, and it's a USB powered, so you can take a battery pack with you or plug it into the plug that you charge your phone with, or again a laptop or a computer. But it's really nice. Like some ladies say to me that they use it in the car when they go on long journeys, and so it means that they just have a little battery pack and plug it in so they can carry on working. So it's a gooseneck as well, but it's a smaller gooseneck, but still you've got that flexibility to be able to bend
and it
turns
as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, twists and turns.
So again, you can get that light just where you need it. But it's just daylight. This hasn't got the
That
cool
one's
light.
just daylight.
So what is this one? This is 20. Oh, right. Okay, that's why. Because it's $23.99. So this is a as you say, an entry level one. Gives you an idea of what daylight is. And once you've tried this, and you realise just how beneficial it is to have a daylight LED lighting when you're trying to work, you'll be coming back for the others. Definitely.
That's what we find. A lot of people do.
And I do like the fact. So this one. It doesn't need to be plugged in, does it?
It does, that one.
It does. Okay,
yeah.
so you always have to have it plugged in.
You always have to have that one plugged in, or with a battery pack. So,
So
so you don't have
with a battery pack, or do you buy that separately?
No, you'd have like your own battery pack that you just a power bank really that you could just.
Oh, I know what you mean. The ones that you can charge your phone with.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Oh, where mine is actually. Yeah, this is still good. It's going to relieve strain on your eyes.
Definitely.
In the same way as all of the others are.
Yeah.
It's just it's more limited in its size and in the fact it's only got the one on and off, and that's it.
That's just on and off, and
So,
but it still is a daylight setting, so it's
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if actually what you're doing is you're getting these for the daylight lighting on them, this is perfect. There's no, I mean, these ones which have the cool light and everything as well, they have a lot of multiple other uses.
Yes, they do.
This is definitely much more for crafting, for knitting, for the workbench, in his garage.
Yeah.
Or her garage, of course. But it's small and it's flexible and it moves. So this is you can get it really sort of low down on what you're actually doing. And again, it's directional. So if you're sitting next to your partner, you're not going to disturb them if they're watching the TV. You can have this on your lap or right next to you on the side of the sofa.
So it's a good one for, I mean, a lot of people, when we're allowed to go back out again, go to craft classes.
Yes,
and also a lot of them are in church halls, and there's never very many plugs in a hall to be able to get to the plugs. So again, it's a good one to be able to take with you to your classes, so that you've got a little bit of extra light.
I think again, you're absolutely right, because it doesn't matter where you teach, you always find that the lighting is never as good as you'd probably like it to be.
Exactly, yeah.
So actually, to have your own little daylight lamp right next to you would be really handy.
Yeah,
absolutely. And as you say, so it needs to be plugged in, but it can be plugged into just one of those little power packs.
Yes,
which are quite cheap to get, aren't they? You can get them all over the place.
Yeah,
and they hold a good charge for quite a long time.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So that's another one that's really good. Now, the one I've been waiting to get to, because I absolutely love this, is your ring light.
The Eclipse ring light.
Yes, that is an amazing light.
It's a lovely light. So this is used for lots of different things. So people that do Facebook Lives.
I think, can we move it?
Do I need to move? Do I need to?
Oh, you're okay. No, we've got you. That's it. Lovely.
So so Facebook Lives, Instagram Lives, what you actually get with it is you get 3 of these little holders to put your mobile phone in. So if you're doing an Instagram live and a Facebook live, apparently it has to run off of 2 separate devices. So at least you can do it all at once with 2 phones, so that you don't have to then do it twice. So we've got an on and off button here, and you've got your 3 your 3 different colour modes. So at the moment we've got it on warm light, then cool light, then we've got the daylight setting there. So we just go through those.
We're going to dim the studio lights again, just so we can see that more easily.
So you've got the...
Look at that.
That's the different setting, different colours. And then we've got brightness levels on each one. So that's it right up at the top. And then if we dim that down, you can see how that's dimmed down there. And then dim that back up to its brightest there as well. And that's the different.
And I think the thing is with these, I mean, you know, you're saying like if you're doing Instagram live, Facebook live, or anything like that, which implies it might be for people that are in business, but actually this is really handy if you do family Zooms and things, because you know, you want to look your best even if it's with the family, don't you? And you can get, if you use the warmer light, it gives you a lovely glow.
It's really funny if you take a photo on every setting, the different colour your skin looks on every setting. So like you've got the glow, you've got a tan, you've got what you actually look like, which is the daylight setting as well, which is really interesting. A lot of people also use it for if they do tutorials, if they're videoing things, because what you can actually do with the head as well is you can bring it down like this, and then you would have your mobile phone obviously in there, and then obviously you'd press record, and then so if you were doing, I don't know, you know, a sewing tutorial or something like that, teaching people, then you can obviously show people with that by doing the recording while you're actually doing it as well. Also, it gives you a really good light on the table. So if you decide that you want to purchase one of these for lots of other reasons, but you can use it as your crafting light as well, because having it down at this angle, it just completely lights up that table. So it gives you brilliant light there as well.
And the other thing we were saying earlier, if you were having, you know, when we can get back, we keep saying this, when we can get back together, if you want to have a family photo, because you can do that on remote control, can't you?
So the other thing that you actually get with it is you get a little shutter. And what you do with this is you pair it to your phone, and it's Bluetooth, and then this is what then operates your phone. So obviously if you're recording or taking pictures, you just use this to obviously activate the phone, so there's no more sort of touching like this when you're
leaning forward and suddenly just looming large in the camera.
And so it all comes with instructions, what app to download, and the app's also got editing features in there as well, so you can obviously edit what you've taken as well. So it's a handy little app to have with this one.
I think this is amazing. So this is $95.99, and I think, I mean, I have to say I've got one of these at home. Absolutely amazing. Comes in a nice carry case. So if you don't want to leave it out all the time.
So you get the case that you hold it in as well.
And the
legs don't go in there because obviously you've got to be careful that you wouldn't scratch the actual light itself. So just the ring light goes in there, and then the tripod comes in a separate box with that as well. And all the instructions are in there telling you how you sort of put it all together, how it works, and how you download the app.
It's not difficult to put together, though. Again,
no,
it's just putting it all together. And I know other brands of these, which you can get. Often you have to change the head to get the different types of lights, don't you?
There is lots of other ones on the market at sort of like varying prices. But there is lots of different levels and qualities of LEDs, so that's something to obviously take into account. It might look the same size, and it might look like it's got similar features, but obviously there is the quality of the LEDs, and there is lots on the market where you actually have to take the whole case off of the front, and then if you want the warm or the cool or the daylight, you have to put separate LEDs in there. So you have panels that you actually attach. Rather than on ours, it's just a
press
touch
a
of a button.
And I love the fact you've got that remote.
Yeah.
Because you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, whether it be a group family photo, somebody hasn't got to click the button and then rush back into position.
Yeah.
Or whether you're actually recording anything, or whether you're just sitting having a Zoom. Because, you know, when you do a Zoom, a Facebook Live, a WhatsApp or Messenger with cameras now, you know, you should have the camera above you. So you're kind of slightly looking up. It's better for your chin. So So this is actually, it's just good for that as well, isn't it?
What I use it for is, so I've been kicked out of my office by my partner because he's working from home, and he's got a really large Mac, so he's got the office, and I'm in one of the spare rooms, but it's not anywhere near as light in there. It's a tiny window, so I just have this attached on the wall and on the daylight setting, and it just feels like so much brighter, such a nicer environment to work in, instead of going in and thinking, oh, it's a bit dark and dingy in here. So you feel like you're outside, and that's another thing with daylight, is it gives you the same feeling as if you're outside at noon on a sunny day, and it gives you that same feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we can't say medically that it's beneficial, but it does make you feel a little bit better when you're sitting inside.
Exactly.
Because you've got the light that you need.
And that's what a lot of people do say to us, are your lights for sad? And we say no, they're not, because there is a medical thing that they obviously have inside them. But who doesn't feel better on a sunny day? And that's what these lights do actually give you, that same feeling as if you're outside at noon on a sunny day. So.
No, I absolutely love that, and I would definitely recommend that one. You know, even if you're not thinking about doing, you know, Facebook Live tutorials and things, it's not just for business. It is actually for anybody.
A lot of crafters do use this actually.
And as you say, and I like the fact that you can angle it as well, so you could actually use that. Just think a year ago.
Yeah.
Who would have needed this?
Exactly.
Who needed a ring light?
Yeah.
So now we're all getting so tech savvy, aren't we? With
so
these?
I don't know if a lot of you probably watched Kerry from Living in Loveliness. She's actually Native Lighting's ambassador. So when she does her lives, then she's always got her ring light on.
Yes.
So she always looks lovely and brightly lit up.
Oh, Paul's just telling me we've used this to take promo shots as well for the website.
Right.
Because of the lighting, and it's a nice soft lighting, and it'll prevent shadows and things
Yeah,
because of the way it's round.
Yeah, it's used a lot for photography as well. People do use them a lot for photography because it's shadowless lighting, as Paul said. So
we're very limited on this one. So it's $95.99. And how up and down can it go?
Yeah, so you've got a couple of wing nuts here. So at the minute it's on its highest level.
Okay.
And it can go down quite low. So it's down as low as it goes. But then you can also lower the feet a little bit more. So you could actually put it on a desk, to be fair, and then angle the head if you wanted it on a desk. So and then that's as high as it goes.
So it can adjust from 128 to 220 centimetres.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, again, that's great, because there might be different reasons for having it on a different height.
Heights,
so it's always useful to know that. And so you say you can put 3?
Yeah, so you get 3 of these little holders here that the phone's in. So it's really easy to get the phones in. I'll just show you there. So you've got, you just open up that there, and you can also have it so you can have it portrait or you can have it landscape, whichever way you want the phone to be in there as well. So yeah, 3 of those come, and then they just screw into the little holes on each side there. So depending on how many phones you need and how many devices,
phones you happen to have.
Yeah, then you can put them all in at the same time.
Well, again, that's good for the family if everybody wants the photo on their camera.
Exactly,
you can put 3 up at once.
Instead of can I have one on my phone? Can I have one on my phone? No, you can
just
have
take the one at the same time. I think they're really, really great. Thank you for those. So we've got limited stock of those available. And the most popular today has been the black
Lumina floor.
Lumina floor lamp, which is not surprising actually, because it's a really beautiful piece in itself.
It is. And it's
very versatile. And
yeah.
I mean, you can use that. You could use that next to your sewing machine. You can use it next to your sofa.
Yeah.
So again, it's got multiple uses.
Yes, definitely. I think that's another thing, is like you can move that one around. So maybe you work from home, so maybe you sew at a table, maybe you knit in a chair. So you could use it for all 3 of those things.
That's really handy. So if you have got one of these at home, do let us know. Let us know what you think of it and how you enjoy using it. We have got, obviously the website is the email is studio@sewingstreet.com. So do message us about this. Claire will always answer any queries and any questions, of course. We can pass them on, even if it's after the hour. Just the 1 p.m. So even though this is going to be delivered direct from Clare, it's still that same 1 p.m. if you bought the early bird earlier, etc. So we don't know what you're going to bring next time you're here, do we?
Well, I think next time it will probably won't be anything new, but March and April we've got at least 4 new lights coming up. So
oh, that sounds exciting.
So yes, we've got another rechargeable one, another one if you work on a very large desk. It's going to be covering quite a large area. So particularly if you have cutting tables or working on big quilts, things like that. So it's a light with a really large head that's going to cover quite a big area. And we will be having the slim lamp flex back we had before, which always sold out. We're going to be having that in black and white, and that will be probably the March show.
That's the one that Kat's got in her gallery.
She has,
said.
yes.
So, but all of these are lovely. I mean, I would go for 2 of these for bedside table lamps.
Yeah.
I just love these, but I like the fact that it's portable as well. I think that's really great. We've had a question, so let's just check. Would you position the light by the window or opposite the window to balance out the daylight?
It depends what you're doing and where you're sitting. So I'd say it's probably better to have the window in front of you rather than behind you, so that you haven't got the light coming in from behind you. So be opposite the window and then have the lights over the work that you're working on.
Yeah, definitely. So if you can, face the window.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're blocking a lot of the light, aren't you?
Yes, so face the window and then obviously position your light there as well.
But what this is giving you is, even if you haven't got a window in your room, or as you said, in your workspace, you've got a little window.
Yes.
You can actually create that daylight by using one of these lamps.
Just in, I mean, even if you've got a very small desk and you don't want it on the desk, sometimes people don't want, or they've got a desk that maybe is not clampable.
Yes.
So, as I said, I hang the ring light up on a hook, a picture hook in that bedroom, or the floor lamp. But you don't necessarily have to have it right on top of you. You could just uplight the room with using the lights as well, just to give the room just that better look of light in there.
So that's really handy. It's a good question. Thank you for that. So it's been great meeting you, and I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more in future, because we're talking about the exhibitions, won't we, and how we can do something together at those, because that's where you've been a lot. That's where you've got a lot of your feedback from. So that's where you know how to develop the products that people actually want.
That's where we've got a lot of our knowledge from, and we do really miss going to the shows and actually talking to the end users. I'm sure all of you really miss going to the shows.
Definitely.
And you know, there's been lots of, they've made a really good effort and been doing lots of things online, which we've been getting involved with as well. So, but I'm sure hopefully things are looking better and we'll all be going to our shows again later in the year, I think.
Definitely. Oh, we've got another question from Marjorie. Are we ever going to get light boxes?
I do have light boxes.
Ooh.
That's maybe something I need to chat to Sewing Street about bringing our light boxes onto here.
But do have a talk. But of course, do look on Native Lighting's website as well, because you'll see the whole range there, won't you?
Yeah, there's lots of other lights. We don't sell directly, but there is obviously all our whole range is on the website there for you to have a
and
look
then
at.
if there's any information you want, you can go there. And if there's any lamps on there, because Clare doesn't sell direct to customer, if there's anything on there, you can just say, can you put this on Sewing Street, please? So that we can buy it.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Clare. That's really wonderful. Do you know what day you're back?
I think I'm back on the 26th of February, and the 15th of March is the next time. So just before we go, can I just also say about, don't forget to...
That's what we were just going to say. Yeah. Don't forget the competition.
Don't forget the competition to win one of the Lumina desk lamps. So all you need to do is follow Sewing Street and follow Native Lighting UK on Instagram and Facebook, and then we'll be picking a winner next Thursday.
Which we will share with you. Oh, got another quick message from Julie. Going to put it on the screen. So, just turned on my computer and what did I see but the ring light? Immediately bought as I missed it last time. Thank you. Oh, well done. Well done that you've got one because it is limited, very, very limited stock. And I swear by mine. I swear by all of my lamps that I have these LED daylights in them because I just couldn't work without them. You know, I have good lighting in my sewing room. I have a good sewing machine with a great light on it, but I still need these as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I do, Kat, actually. Kat just told me that after chatting with Clare, I do want them. Yeah, I do. I do want these. I think these are great. I love these. I think these are my favourite from the point of view as they're just so tactile and lovely. But I do like the idea of the standard lamp, the floor one.
The Lumina.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and say that again.
Get that name.
I love the idea. I love the idea of that in the living room,
yes.
just to add that lighting so I can continue to sew on or read.
Yeah.
You know, that's definitely the other thing. I mean, you know, I like to read quite a lot. I read a lot of novels, and it's just the lighting. It's not what it used to be. I feel nothing to do with my eyes deteriorating at all. It's just that it's not as good as it used to be.
Another thing a lot of ladies had said to me is that they thought they'd had to give up the crafting that they love, and they say that since they've been able to get a light, that they've been able to carry on. So they just said they wish they'd got it sooner.
Yes, definitely. So don't miss out. They are available on the website once the show finishes. But there is actually a limited amount of some of these, so just bear that in mind if there's one that you really, really lovely. So thank you ever so much, Clare. We're going to be back after the break with some amazing fabrics. So see you in a little bit.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street Fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, welcome back. So now we have an hour of tactile, beautiful, gorgeous fabrics. This is so good. So we're going to start right in with this first bundle. This is our Darks bundle. And this includes, so if you buy this as a bundle, no, you can buy these all separately, but this bundle includes all of these pieces here. So we have the panel, which I'm going to open and show you, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces that are ½ metre long each. In other words, that's 4 metres and the panel. 4 metres and the panel at $59.99, so that's a really good price. If you work that out as sort of how much it is per metre, that's a really good price fabric. It's really good quality fabric, Macawa fabrics, and these have been designed by Alison. This is Art Theory, so I'm going to put this one aside because that's gorgeous, but I'm going to go through each of these lovely ones here. Now you've got these can be used, they're tended to be used for patchwork and quilting, but actually I use a lot of Macawa fabrics for dressmaking because it's a really good quality and it's got some body to it. I'm going to start with this one here. So this is quite a nice little print. I won't open it all the way the whole way. That's just sort of, that's a fat quarter, but if I open it up properly, now you've got the ½ metre. As you can see on this, it's got a sort of nice little print on it. So it's not just plain, it's got a little bit of print. This is a really good one to team up with things. So this is a really lovely one. Nice sort of soft grey colour. So that's number 1. And remember, we're doing this as a bundle at the moment, but you can buy these individually. This is the next. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is so cute. And look how these colours just pop when you open it up. Just little butterflies all over it. Look at that. But it's also got, I don't know if you can see in there, it's also kind of got this lacy pattern as well. So it's not just plain, and it's a sort of dark grey with black and then these lovely pops of colour. This would look lovely. This would look lovely as a dress. You could also fussy cut this if you wanted to do something and make it really lovely. You could fussy cut that and use it as a plique. So that's really nice. These are really lovely. So, and it's the fabric feels. Now look. Oh my God, look at this one. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Paul's just said it's like a stained glass window. I think that's absolutely amazing. Paul would wear a shirt, I would wear a dress. This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful colours. That takes you actually all year round. You could wear this in the summer. This would look so beautiful as a summer dress. I absolutely love that. So remember, if this is all part of this this pack, so you get a ½ metre of all of these pieces I'm showing you. But if you did, like me, think, you know what, I'd make that in a dress, and I would think of like a full skirted dress, then I would be looking for 3 metres. So you just buy multiples. That's what you do. That's that one. Lovely. And now we're back to a softer grey. So the idea of these, of course, is that they go together. So if you are thinking more craft projects, you can actually combine these together because they have sort of similar colours going through them so that they all work together. So on this one here, you've got a darker base, but it still has that sort of grey tones to it. So it goes together nicely. This one has got all sorts of little things on it. It's got little, I think they're flowers, but it's all sorts of little shapes and things. And I don't know, is that a little monkey? I'm not sure, but they're so cute, little butterflies. They've got leaves. So that's kind of like a multi design on there. But again, it's this soft grey and then a darker grey back. It gives it kind of like depth to it, but it's such a lovely feel as well. It really is beautiful. So that's a really lovely one. Now the next one, I think Paul's got similar taste to me. He looks at the colours. Oh, look at the colours. Yes, I agree. Look at oh my goodness, look at this. I was so excited when I heard we had these on the show because these are so beautiful. Look at that. Yes, unbelievable. Well done. Isn't that gorgeous? How the colours just, again, isn't it? Just, can you imagine wearing that? Wouldn't that look lovely? Would you wear a shirt in this, Paul? He's not so sure about a shirt in this one. I can see John in this though. He likes his like bright shirts, doesn't he? That is really lovely, look. And again, it's got sort of birds and bees and all sorts going on there. So this is really, really lovely. And I like the way the colours go through. So you've got all these colours. If I bring this down, it goes into the greens and then the blues. So that's really lovely. That is a really enjoyable piece as well. So these are all on the website, by the way. So if you're thinking, oh, I would like to buy these individually, you can actually see them. There'll be a picture and then you can actually order them individually. That's another one, right? Oh, there's so many in here. And then look at this one, another really colourful one. Oh, and the one underneath there. One by one, one by one. Look at this. That's, again, it's like a kaleidoscope. It's really, really pretty. It's more regimented. It's almost like having a stripe, but it's not a stripe. So you've got that sort of regimented lines on it, but that's really lovely too. And these would make amazing projects. They really would. You could make all sorts of things with these as well. Obviously, I think clothes all the time, but you can also make lots of other things with these as well. Lots of projects, bags, and it could be gifts for people, basket liners. It could be anything at all. So it's a good quality cotton. It had sort of body to it, which is nice. And then, I'm hiding the next one because the next one's gorgeous. Look at this. This is another one. So these are just gorgeous. Look at that. Look at the colours on that. This one actually definitely has a kind of more of an African feel to it. It has that sort of all over design. That is gorgeous. Again, it would make a lovely garment. Paul wants a shirt in it. But again, it's a lovely one for craft. This would make a lovely bag as well. But even if you were using it for patchwork and you could make cushion covers out of something like this, and you wouldn't have to do anything too grand because the fabric says it all, so you could make very simple ones because you've got this amazing fabric. And of course, 1/2 metre piece like that is plenty to make a cushion cover, and lots of other projects as well. So you could use them, I mean, because as I say, they kind of go together, that's the point of them. You could use them all in one project, in one quilt, or of course, as I say, you can use them individually. This is the last one. So again, it's sort of, so you've got a mixture of, they're not plain by any means, but you've got a mixture of ones that are sort of more monotone colours, and they mix well, and they will actually make the colours then really pop if you put them together with the colour. So they'll actually kind of really make those pop out if you wanted to do that. If you had that in the centre of a cushion and then you had a border with something like this one, it would make this really stick out. So already this bundle has been very, very popular, which I'm not surprised about. You get 4 metres and a panel. Now, I've kept the panel till last because I absolutely love it. So this panel we had on the other day, and it was on its own and it's sold out. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? So you've got two, and it's got the same kind of colourway that's going through this other, the other pack. And the back has got the similar print, but it's bigger. It's the same as this one. So this is the same version with all the different little things on there. It's got birds and kind of what some of these are, flowers. And it's got that same thing here. So again, you know, you could really mix these together. And this, I'm just thinking, you know, if you want to make a circular, even a square, but a big cushion cover, what more do you need to do? You could, if you put wadding behind it, you could do some free motion around some of the shapes to kind of like give it definition. But it's so beautiful. And then you could actually use one of your other pieces to do piping around the edges. So everything in this bundle here, including this panel, which has got the two, so you can either have two amazing cushions with this on the front, or you can have one with it front and back. So it really, absolutely fabulous bundle, and it's got so many beautiful colours in it. So all of this for $59.99. So that's, how many pieces did I say it was? I think it was 8.5 meters and the panel for that. So that's a really, really good bundle. Now we can do the whole lot again. I'm just going to go through the whole lot again, because you can buy these individually if you don't want this whole pack. You can buy each one individually, so you can buy the one you like, or you might think, well, actually, like Wendy, I can see this in a dress. I'm going to buy, how many would I need to buy? If I wanted 3 meters, I'd have to buy 6. So I would buy 6 of these to get my dress length. So how much are these individually? What's the price individually? Oh, okay, so £6.49 for a half metre. So there it is, that's that one. Look at that. Let me just, I'm not going to open them all out completely because we've got so much more to see. But look at that. Look at the colours, look at those beautiful colours. If you buy a metre, well, which way does the pattern go? You have to decide that yourself. So do you want vertical? Because again, it's kind of like stripes, but it's not as boring as just stripes. So do you want them vertically, or would you prefer to have them horizontally? And that's up to you entirely. That really is. I think, personally, I would put them vertically, I think. So yeah, this is how it, yes, exactly. This is the lengthwise direction of the fabric, because the selvage is at the sides. So this is, if you were cutting out a dress, this is the normal way you would cut it out. You would cut it out this way. And I think that's really, I love it. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous, gorgeous colours. So let's have a look at one of the other amazing prints. Look at this. Oh no, that's the panel. I'm going to come back to the black ones, but because I want to go through the colours again. Because this is me. This is all these colours. I was so excited when I looked at all these online. Look at this. I just love that as well. It's just this pop of colours that are there on a soft. So again, £6.49 per half metre, and there's so much, all these beautiful bright colours, and it's not a black. It's like a slate grey background, so it's softer than a black, but it does make the colours really pop out, and you just see that lovely colour. So even though it's got a dark background, this would actually look really great in the summer as well. So I really like that one. Isn't that gorgeous? So don't forget, if you want a metre, if you're thinking of something bigger than half metre would make, then you can just add 2 into your bag. This one again, look at this lovely one. So again, this is another beautiful print, and it's got sort of the same colours. These colours are running through all of the ones with the colour here. Yeah, bag making, this would be good for all sorts of projects like this. I mean, even if you were making something for little girls, actually, if you're making something for little children, I would go with the white bundle, but we'll have a look at that in just a minute. So that is one of the colours. And then let's look at this one again. This is the one that I love it. I like the fact that the colours graduate. So we've got sort of blues and greens, and then as I pull it down, you can see how the colours just graduate all the way down. And again, the background is not a sort of solid dark black, it's more of a dark slate grey, so it's softer than a black. But it's got this lovely sort of funky print on it, which is really sweet. And I like the fact that are these bees? I'm not sure what little creatures they are, but just a little bit of detail in here. So these have got little red spots on them, and then when they're on other colours, they've got little green spots on. It's just it's the detail, sort of goes right into these detail. I think it's beautiful. Something to look at, so it really is great. I love that. So that would make all sorts of lovely things. And as I say, the quality of the fabric is amazing. It's really good. It just feels soft, but it is also, it's quite, it's not, I would say it's probably medium weight cotton. You know, it's got body to it. So you can certainly make all sorts of lovely things, including clothes, including dresses. So I'm going to just go for the last colourful one, because this is not as colourful, but somehow it works really well because it's just got the little pop of butterflies. So that's really cute, isn't it? So they're really sweet. And they're kind of like randomly placed. There's not sort of any, so you haven't got to worry too much about matching, because you just got these random butterflies. And of course, if you wanted to, you could actually cut out round one to do some fussy cutting to position it just where you want it. So that is really good too. And again, you know, the background here, it's got like a lacy finish to the background. So it's not just a solid, and again, it will work really well with the other prints. So that's really nice. You could embroider, yes, you could hoop it, and then you could actually embroider some detail around that. You could do some shadow embroidery around the outside as well. There's all sorts you can do with it, of course there is. So that's really lovely as well. So then this is all part of this pack or individually, remember. So if you want to buy them individually, that we're looking at them now. But then we have, I'm just going to come back to that panel in a minute. We have the 3, which are more of the mixer pieces. So they're sort of soft greys, and they vary, and they've got different prints. We're going to look at this one first. I got rings on both fingers. So I now realise I don't know my left from my right. I used to be able to tell my left because it had my wedding ring on it, and now it doesn't. So no, but it's not true. I've just been told if you look at your hand, you've got L for left, but if you do it that way round, and I'm that awkward. So this first one we've got here, this has got this little print which is similar to the panel, but it's enlarged on the panel, so it's just an all-over little print. And all-over little prints are really useful if you want to use them for borders and piping and little pieces, because you haven't got to worry about cutting the design because it's kind of all over. So that's a really lovely one. Notice I like to fold them up neatly. And then this one, I'm going to go for this grey one as well, actually, because this is another sort of soft grey. And again, if you look at this one here, it's just got this very little self-design on it. So in a darker grey, so you've got the sort of the soft grey, and then you've got a darker grey. And again, it's sort of stripes, but it's stripes with a difference. So you've got some lines, and you know, it's up to you whether you have them horizontally or vertically. If you go vertically, actually, a lot of the lines are diagonal. So you can use that in your piece. You've got a sort of, it's just got a mixture here. So it's really nice. Anything like this, yeah, you could make a shirt out of it. You could make a bag out of it. You could make something, you know, if you wanted to make something for a friend, drawstring bags, ordinary bags, coffee cozies. I mean, there's all sorts of projects that you can make using smaller pieces of fabric like this. And you've got so many here in this pack, or as individual pieces, don't forget. And then finally in this bundle, we have this one, has sort of big crosses. So again, I don't think it matters too much, but that's the lengthwise that way. So that's how they would be. But actually, I don't think there's really much difference. You can have it whichever way round you like. So if I turn it around the other way. So these are really nice. But yeah, you could, if you think of anything that you want to craft, but lampshades. Kat's just said lampshades. That would make a nice lampshade cover. So you can see I'm stroking them every time because it is really lovely. They're so soft and lovely. And then just one quick look at that panel again, because this is so gorgeous. So again, you can buy this individually. How much is the panel? So the panel is £9.99. Oh, it's sold out. Put that away then. So if you want the panel, sorry, but you have to get the whole mega bundle. Oh, what a hardship. I'm sure nobody will mind. So that is that medal bundle. That's the panel. 8.5 metres, 8 different prints, and then the panel, which is about half a metre, all for £59.99. And if you sort of think of that as how much it costs per metre, that's a really good price for this good quality cotton. But we've run out of this one. You can have it if you buy it as a bundle, although we are into single figures on that. But we have got a similar bundle. So let's look at this one. So we've got night and day. This is Kat's choice of night and day. So I'm going to put that again, that's the panel. So we'll start with the bundle. And again, we get 4 metres. So 8 fabrics, half a metre per fabric, and that panel. So let's start with this one. So this is one of the sort of joining pieces, the pieces that you use. And it's the same as the other grey. I'm not sure if you can see the design on it, but it's a sort of cream, and then it's got a very light brown, light beige, the stripe. So it's got the diagonal, which is on the lengthwise, and then it's got the parallel lines. And it's also got like little circles and things. So it's like a little self print. It's very pretty, great for adding detail. You know, if you want to have borders on things, this is what would frame one of the colourful ones beautifully. So that's the first one. We have the butterflies again. Look at those, the butterflies on this. This time they're greens, and the background has still got this lacy finish to the background. And again, you see that goes so well with that. So you can combine these two if you're making it into a quilt or anything like a quilt or a cushion cover. You can start combining these things. These beautiful colours on here, again, you could actually use those as appliques if you wished. Sort of randomly dotted around this base fabric. So that's the butterfly, and now we're going on to, oh, which one do I prefer, this one or the other one? Look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? I can definitely see this. Yeah, you could make a top out of this and then wear it with black trousers, and it would really sing out, wouldn't it? It's beautiful. Or of course, again, I mean, I love the idea. I like bright colours. You might have realised that by now. I like bright colours. So I would see this as a cushion cover as well, or a bag, a nice summer bag. You could make a nice big tote or a slouchy backpack or something. It'd be plenty to make either of those out of this, half metre. So it's really gorgeous colours. I love that. So that's that one. So again, it's sort of a stripe, but it's a stripe with a difference. It's sort of taking stripes to a new level. It's just so many colours, so many colours. Let's go to one of the matching combination pieces. So again, this is like the other one that we had before, which has got the sort of all over print all over it. So it's very pretty, very good for smaller things because you don't have to worry about cutting into a design because it's all over. So that's a really nice all over print, good one to combine and have. It's great to have this sort of thing in your stash because you never know when you suddenly think, oh, I could just do with a sort of plain but not totally plain. And that kind of colourway is always useful because it'll make all the other colours pop out. This is the graduated one. This is our Umbra one again, isn't it? Look at this. So this one, it's going, we're not seeing the full colour here, but it goes from sort of pink to purple to lilac, through to the blues, the greens, yellow, and then orange. So again, it's got lovely colours on this. So this is more summery colours because this is our day. This is our day one. And again, it's got these lovely little things. And again, the little bees have got their colours printed out. If we look at these, the little bees have got colours. Oh, I'm not sure. Looking at them now, I'm not sure which I prefer, because the day is beautiful because it's sort of like a fresher summer look. But I like the colours that pop out of the dark one. I think although having said that, I've seen a glimpse of the one underneath that I'm going to show you in just a second. So that's gorgeous too. So yeah, this is really lovely. Lovely feel to it. So again, this is all part of the bundle. So you can see this one that I saw just now underneath, look. This is why this has come as a pleasant surprise. This isn't in the nighttime bundle, this one. This is only in the day bundle. But isn't that gorgeous? I just open that right up. And it just goes across the panels, so it sort of starts and then comes in. It's really lovely. And it's funky. It's like a really funky design. So we've got moths, butterflies, flowers, leaves. I think that's so pretty. I'm not sure if there's an up or a down. I think there is. Let me turn it round. I don't know. I think the flowers kind of point in one direction, but the butterflies are all over the place, so that's fine. So it doesn't really matter which way you use that. I just love all these colours. I've got just the shoes as well. So this is really, really nice. So again, we're doing this as a bundle. So the bundle is $59.99 and you get all of these. There's 8 times half meters and the panel. But don't forget, if you actually just want one and you want more of that one, you just buy multiple half meter pieces. And it will come as one piece then. So that is a really lovely one. So that I definitely like. Oh, is that my favourite now? Oh, difficult. And then this one. So this is a lovely one too. Look at this. So again, this is this lovely little thing. So this would be lovely. I've got them all thinking about clothes now. I'm trying to think crafts as well. So yes, definitely, it would make a lovely little girl's dress, a pair of shorts or anything like that. It would be really gorgeous. It would also make, I just imagine this in a halter dress or something like that. It would be lovely. Or a shirt, or a kimono. You know how we had kimonos on one of the shows I did recently. So these would look beautiful in a kimono. You'd have to buy more than the half meter, of course, if you're going to do something like that. But also great as projects. These would make a lovely bag. These would make a lovely gift set. There's all sorts of things you can do with this. And when we go into the next show and we look at my books, I've got they're fat quarters. But of course, if you remember, half a meter is effectively 2 fat quarters. So you can do all sorts of things with this amount of fabric. So beautiful, isn't it? As you see, I'm stroking it again because it's such a lovely feel to it. And then we have this one. This is that one that in the night is sort of very glorious colours, and this it's softer, it's gentler. This is more seaside. This is beautiful. That's the point, isn't it? You could actually get both bundles. That would be the answer, wouldn't it? So you got both bundles and you'd end up with 8 meters of fabric. So they would be lovely together. But I love that. I love the colours of this one. Nice soft colours. Isn't that gorgeous? Lovely, lovely, lovely. And now let's look at the panel. Because again, we have this glorious panel, which I think is just stunning. I'm thinking cushions, but you know, a big beach bag would look lovely in this. And because you've got the 2 on the panel, you can have a front and a back, or you could combine this with one of the planes. In fact, if we combine it with the one that's got the same background, like that, you could have the backs in the plane, so then you've got 2. You've either got 2 bags, 2 cushions or whatever. This is just so beautiful. You know, you could even use this as a wall panel. you could actually, if you put wadding behind it and do some either free motion or hand embroidery around some of the pieces, you could actually make a nice panel for the wall. There's lots you can do with this. It's gorgeous. So this is part of the bundle. Is it available on its own? Okay, so this one is available on its own. The black version, the night version isn't, but this one is available on its own. I'm just going to put the graphics up so you can see. So this is £9.99. So again, it's a half metre panel, but it's got these two really gorgeous designs on it, printed on both. So it's the same design twice. So that is lovely. So, you know, that means that you can use them, as I say, back to back if you want to, or you could use them as two individual pieces to add to something. So that would be really lovely. Have matching cushions. And of course, all of this bundle is also available by the half metre. Okay, so on the bundle itself, we're limited now, we're limited figures, but for the individual pieces, we are okay because these will be cut to order. So I'm going to start with the colourful. So let's start, I'm going to start butterflies, because this is just cute. It's not as colourful as the others. So this is like a halfway house. But if you remember, these all go together. Kat's put these together so that they all work together nicely. And the colours pick up all the way through. You'll find sort of the similar colours. So you've got the green, the orange, the yellow. So these all sort of come together really, really nicely. These two work particularly well, I think, if you wanted to put something together here. These would be really nice. So you could have this in the centre, you could have that as a border. As I say, you could actually fussy cut these and applique them on. So you could actually applique them on to one of the plainer backgrounds, and you could have them in little groups if you wanted to. So you can do what you like with that one. So that's really beautiful. And then let me take that one away so I can go through the next one again. I'm being very careful here. We have to fold it all up afterwards, you see. So I'm actually trying to be neat and tidy as we go through. So that's that one. And then we have this one here, look. This is beautiful. I like this because it's kind of a stripe with a difference. It's sort of all over. And again, because it's sort of all over, you could use small pieces, just sort of small bit of it, like that. And it would just have that pop of colour. You could use it as a pocket. That would be really good. So again, if you combine that with one of the other ones, you could use that as your main, so your top, and then you can have your trims, your button placket, your pocket, your collar in the splash of colour, or the other way around. So it's up. This is why we've got the plain ones amongst these colours, so that you can use things and combine them together to create things with contrast and colour. So again, that's that one there, beautiful colours. And then I'm going to go for another one of the colours, this one. This is the one that's not in the other pack. So this one is glorious colours. And look at this. So you can buy it as the half metre, or you can buy multiples of the half metre. So if you wanted 2 or 3 metres, you just times the price per unit, and then you'll get them, and you'll get it as one piece. They are cut, especially for each customer. This is beautiful. It's very, very popular. It's absolutely gorgeous, this is. And there's all sorts of things you can do with this. I mean, you can actually sort of almost cut the strips if you wanted to then combine them in like a jelly roll quilt or that sort of thing. It wouldn't be a jelly roll, of course, because it's a main piece, but it could be done into strips if you wanted. I just love the way the colours go together. And any colour shoes would work because you've got all these colours in here. Yes, you've got to think about what your accessories are going to go like. But these make just fun bags as well. So this one here, so this is our umbrella one, that the colours change as it goes through. So this is the length. So the colours are going horizontally. So it will repeat. It will go back. I don't know if there's another, I think there's like a coral one that we're missing here, but there'll be a coral one. So what you get on yours, you might not be exactly these colours. You might have another colour that's on the bottom here. So it depends on where it's cut. But it will be a mixture of these, all these beautiful colours. So really lovely again. So we've got both of our put my teeth back in again. The mega bundles are limited. So if you are interested in buying this as a bundle, which is a really great way of buying it because it saves all this decision making for you, then it's $59.99 and they are limited. So both of them are limited. And don't forget, you do get that panel as well, which I think is amazing. And then this is this one. So again, so it's a stripe, and actually, I'll put it that way so that you can see it's actually a vertical stripe, although if you want to cut it on the cross, you can. And it's just lovely the way the colours go all the way across. You get this sort of multicoloured design. A stripe with a difference. This is really, really lovely. I love this one. Beautiful colours. I mean, I'm not surprised. They're all very popular this hour. I'm not in the slightest bit surprised because they are amazing colours. Now the last colour one on this selection here is this one. This is that sort of it's funny because on the dark it has that African look, but it doesn't have an African look when it's in these pastel shades, the more ice creamy shades. It does look so different. This is very delicate. This is a floaty one. This is a nice dress on the beach with a glass of white wine. That's what this is. You could put this into a quilt, obviously. I know a lot of people quilt, and I do a little bit. And you could have this as a quilt. You could have this as quite big panels in a quilt. Excuse me, I'm going to need to drink some water. So this one is lovely. You have to excuse the little quietness just then. I had to cough. Trouble is, when you're dealing with fabrics all the time, there is sort of like fabric dust that you get, and I keep on getting it. So that's all it is, I promise you. So yes, this is a really lovely one. This is lovely soft colours, and you could use it, as I say, because the print is kind of like swirling and all over it. You could definitely use this as big panels. If you wanted a really nice and quick, easy quilt, you could do quite big squares, say 8-inch squares or something, and you can combine these with some plain. You could combine it with some of the more poppy colours as well. So you could have a whole mixture there. It would look absolutely gorgeous, really colourful and lovely. So that's beautiful. So I've just got a couple more of the plains that we haven't looked at. We'll start with this one. So this one is a very sort of discreet little pattern. So this is a sort of a soft cream colour, and then it's got a very, very light brown or beige stripe on it. So the lengthwise is a diagonal. It's got a diagonal stripe. Can you just see that? See that diagonal stripe? And then across it's got horizontal, and then it's also got like little circles as well. So it's just like an all over print again. Can we see the trying to see this? It's a very discreet pattern. It's very, very light. And of course, because of the lighting that we have to have in a studio, you'll find you can't, excuse me. Sorry, I keep having to stop. I'm just coughed, so I'm just sanitising my hands. So yes, this is a very sort of discreet pattern, so it's really good for adding the borders or to make the other colours pop. You use something like this. And then finally in this bundle, if you buy it to the bundle, but again, you can actually buy all of these individually. The final one is this one with this all over print. So it's got a really cute little all over print. It's very pretty. So this time it's sort of almost the other way round. So rather than have the cream background with the beige motifs, it's got the other way round. It's got the beige background with the cream motifs. And what's really nice about this one, if you are thinking bundle, or indeed if you just wanted to buy this one and the panel, you could do that too. And the panel, which has the two beautifully colourful designs on it, has the same background as this smaller piece, but it's smaller. So this is a big version on here. So it's the same idea with all the different flowers, the circles, the birds, which is the same on the panel, the half-metre piece below, but it's amplified. So they go really well together. Now this one, in the white or the day, we do have the panel on its own. So if you want the panel on its own, which is absolute, I mean, I think this is such an amazing price for this panel. This will create really quickly, really easily, two beautiful cushions, or one cushion if you back it the same, or buy one of these for, what was this one? Just one, $6.49 if you buy one of the coordinating colours, and you've got two cushions for 15, 16 quid. Two really beautiful cushions. How wide are the circles? Hold on, let me look for you. Mind you, I'm doing this without glasses on, you realise. Inches or centimetres? Shall I do it in both? So the actual circle itself is, I'm struggling to see, it's 49 centimetres, just 19.25 inches. Let's see, is it circle? Yes. Okay, so that's it's a little bit wider that way. That is 51 centimetres, just under 20 inches. Because it's not a solid line, you see, so you go, yes. So again, if I go sort of from outer to outer, so say 50 by 50 or 20, just under 20 by 20 inches. So it's nice and big. It might mean, I'm not sure how easy it is to get a cushion pad to fit that size, but it might mean that you'd have to use some wadding and toy filler to make your own pad. You know, another really good way of doing this is if you go and buy cheap pillows from a supermarket, and you can use those as your stuffing and just cut them to size. Beautiful, beautiful panels. So if you want this on its own, you can buy this on its own, or you can buy it with one or two of the other pieces, or if you want the complete bundle, which is a very good price, $59.99, and you're getting all 8 pieces plus the panel. So these come pre-cut if you buy it as a bundle. So you'll get the half-metre pieces of each of those ones we've been through. So they're already in the warehouse and they're ready to go, so you'll get them a little bit sooner possibly than if we have to cut. Okay. So, oh, Jill she sent some pictures. Oh my goodness, look at those. Look at those. So these are from Jill. Morning, Wendy and the team. I thought you might like to see the various items I've made with my art theory fabric. Definitely like to see. Look at that. No, so those were you said to me we sold this sort of panel but with smaller circles on it. So that's been used, a panel from before. But look how effective that is. That just looks incredible. As I'm saying about that, the panel we've got this time, you can make a lovely big beach tote bag with that. That would be really lovely. Now, oh yes, don't let me forget these, because these are so handy. And they go, so this is a bundle again. And again, you can buy them separately. So this bundle is a bundle of sort of brights of the solid colours. They're not solid colour actually, there is like a little self-mottling on it, so you can see it better on the dark. So it's still 100% cotton. It's Rose and Hubble, so it's a quality cotton. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's 3 metres for $23.49. So it's not even £10 a metre. So it's really good quality. Let me just open the lilac here. This is the one I think we were showing earlier to show how the daylight lamp really works so well. So of course you don't have to buy the whole bundle, you can buy them individually, and which time they are $3.99 for half metre. So that's a really lovely one again. It's got, again, it's that lovely soft quality cotton. But these will work as well with the 2 bundles or the other fabrics that we've got in the other pack. Look, if I bring that back in, so this is the panel, that could be the backing. So these are really gorgeous. And you know, I think I've said this before, but having a selection of plain fabrics in your bundle, and when I say plain, I like the fact it's actually got a self-design on here. I think this is really useful because there's always an occasion when you suddenly think, I've got beautiful pattern fabric, but I need to team it with something. So this is lovely. This is fuchsia. This is a beautiful bright fuchsia. This is lovely. And again, it's got that same sort of self-mottled on it. So it's not solidly plain, it's just got a little bit of design on it. So that's really lovely too. So these are all half-metre pieces. This is $3.99 if it's on its own. Or of course you can buy it as a bundle. Oh, so no, you can't buy it as a bundle, sorry. Bundles have sold out. But you can get these by half-metre. Sorry, because we do it on pre-order as well. So that's why they often sell out in advance. So these are, it's an amazing bundle, but this is like bright, this is like candy floss pink, it's beautiful. And you can see the sort of mottling on that more clearly, but they've all got that same mottling. So again, they work well together. They definitely work well together. I'm just going to just put that one back in there with that. You see how they go well together. So these have been very carefully put together so that you can team these up. Makes all that decision making so much easier, doesn't it? Okay, so I can't show you that one. I can't show you that one because they've been sold out already. But this one, this is orange. This is gorgeous. This is such a lovely colour. Look at that. It's a really beautiful orange, sort of like a sunset orange, that is. It's gorgeous. This is just a crease, so don't worry about that. Yes, don't worry about the crease about that. Yes. So this is really beautiful. I love the colours of this. And again, you can see that sort of motley design in it really beautifully. This is really lovely. So this one is still available. So this is, again, $3.99. If you did get the other two, congratulations, because you can't get it anymore. I'm going to hide them. You mustn't see those. But this is something else. When I saw these, I just thought, oh, fabulous. I absolutely love these. So Overfill thread is very well known to quilters. It's a superb thread for quilting. And Sarah Ashford, I know well. She's a very experienced tutor. So these are curated by her, so the colour works in here. And in fact, there's quite a few names. There's quite a few names that I know well, actually, looking at all these names. So these people, Jo Avery, Lucy Brennan, Caroline Foster, etc., these people actually often teach at the Festival of Quilts, which is why I know them. So they know their business. They are people that they are crafters themselves. They are tutors. They know good quality threads. And look at all these lovely colours. And what I like is the fact that, firstly, they go so well with the prints that we've got here. Let me bring these in. If I bring these prints in, you can see how these work, these threads. And what is so amazing, if I put those in like that, you can see. What's so amazing with these is you've got all these beautiful colours that go well, which means you've always got the right colour for the job. But look at this one. This one is gorgeous. This one is a variegated one. Can you see that? So if you want to use some decorative stitches, that's the time to use them. It's beautiful. You can use, if you use things like satin stitches, does that show it better if I do that? Can you see the variegates? It's just soft pinks. But use some satin stitches, shell stitch and things like that, and it just looks amazing. That's really beautiful. So that's in the pack there. So we have always useful, $88.99, and you get 4, 8, 12 reels. And each reel has got 1,300 metres. It's 50 weight, and it is 100% cotton. But it's a very good brand of cotton. So you've got a lot on a reel. That will go a long way. effectively you're paying £7.41 a reel, but remember how much it's got on the reel. So 57 pence per 100 metres. So then that kind of brings the price into a realistic understanding of what you're getting there. And of course it comes in this nice handy box as well. I just love the selection of colours. I think they're very useful. You've got black, white, slate grey and soft grey. So you've got those nice standard colours that are always useful. Pop them in the bobbin, put these on the top. Grey's a great one to use when you're doing multi-coloured quilting because it kind of blends with everything. So these are really lovely. And then of course you've got these colours. If you want to bring out some top stitch detail, you can do that very easily. So it's a really, really good pack of threads, good quality threads, and they will last ages because they're such nice big reels. So really, really good. I can't go from this show yet without showing you another thing that I love. Oh, I've got to reach over and pull them. Look at these. We've got the next hour is a whole show on fat quarters, but we've just popped a couple of these bundles in. Look at this bundle. Look at that. This has got an amazing amount in here. I've just been given permission to open it. I've got to watch the time though, because I don't want to run out of time and not get to the second bundle. Look, I'm just going to spread these out. How many have we got? 1, 2, 16. And what's the price of this? $69.99. And these are fat quarters, remember. Look at them. If I put those there. And again, they are very carefully put together so that they all go with each other. So you haven't got to make decisions about what goes together. That's done for you. Look at those. They're really beautiful. Let me open this one up. So it's got the same idea. So are these all art theory as well, or are they done something? Oh right, this is completely different designers. I've obviously got similar sort of ideas, but look at that. So again, you've got that ombre of feel to it. The colours changing as it goes through this little hexagon design. This is really sweet and very pretty. So this you're getting, it's a bundle, and you're getting all 16 pieces. Very limited. Look at this one, I like this one. Look at that spot. See, it's a spot, but it's a spot with a difference. Blue and green, isn't it gorgeous? So that's a really lovely spot there, and then that's teamed with a stripe that goes with it. Also in the same bundle, you've got a stripe. Let's open that one up. The colours are gorgeous, and you can of course combine spot with stripe, or we could actually put one of the other ones. So they work well together. They've all been carefully selected to work together. So again, this makes a lot of projects, and of course brilliant for quilting and piecing. So those colours there, and then you have the same sort of selection there, but in lilac and green, and then the purples. And look at this one with the little birds on it. That's so sweet. It's got like these little, are they doves? Little birds all over it in different colours. And again, you've got all these colours coming along. It's really sweet. All of these little spots here, they're not just spots, they're like little flowers and stars. So it's really sweet. Lots of little detail going on there. So that's really, really pretty. So that's the bundle. Now this is what we've called peacock colourway. But we've got another colourway. I'll put that back in there. And then we're going to, it's Free Spirit. Ah, well, I should have guessed. Tula Pink's Free Spirit. I should have guessed. So this is this one. Oh, I've only got a couple of minutes left. It's the same prints, but it's in this, what would you call this colourway again? Goldfish, okay. Goldfish colourway. So it's the same thing, but it's got, sorry, I'm just having that song being sung to me in my ear. I'm running out of room this time. I'll put them here. But again, they all sort of go together beautifully. And in fact, both bundles go together as well. So, you know, if you're really tempted, you could actually get both bundles because they're beautiful. I could bring this one from that bundle down here and it matches and it just pops with colour when you bring it into these ones as well. So it can actually go together. But this is a bundle, so you've got 16 fat quarters, which makes it, if there's 4 fat quarters in, it's 4 metres, isn't it? So it's 4 metres of fabric in this bundle, but it's so good to have a selection of fat quarters. There's so many different things you can do with them, so many projects. And the prints are gorgeous, and the fact that they combine with each other and go well together makes them really good and really special. So these are really lovely. So this is our rainbow hour. I mean, what glorious fabrics. If you got the panels that have sold out, brilliant, well done, because you're very lucky. If you haven't yet got them, there are still a few available. So do have a look on the website and you can find them there. There are limited numbers of the mega bundles now. So if you're interested in those, now's the time to grab them. After the break, I'm back with more fat quarters and my 2 books, my 2 recent books. So join me in just a few minutes and we will have a look at more fabric and some books with what to do with them.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the 2 together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, welcome back. Thank you for joining me, Wendy Gardiner. So what have I got now? So we've just had 2 amazing hours with lighting, with colourful fabrics. Hey, now I'm surrounded by fabric again. What's not to love? But this time what we have got is a fat quarter hour. So all of these fabrics are available as fat quarters. And the reason we've Kat's put this bundle together is because we're also selling my 2 latest books. So take 2 fat quarters. I'm going to go more to the fabrics than the books. But if I just quickly look at the books. So these books are aimed at sort of beginners and intermediate. They are very easy projects in here. They're all using 2 fat quarters. Now, some of them don't use 2 complete fat quarters, so you can get a lot more out of them. But for instance, this little dress is this little dress here for a tot. So that's really sweet. So this is made out of 2 fat quarters. Now you could, if you wanted to, you could have one on the front and one on the back, but I sort of mixed it up and did it like that. And I did a similar thing with these little pair of shorts as well. So a little tiny pair of shorts with a little patch pocket on it. So very simple things that you can make. It's something to do with fat quarters. The publishers, I did a book called Fun with Fat Quarters, and it went so well, the publishers came back and said, could you do some more? Because we all know, we buy these bundles of fat quarters because they're so gorgeous, and then think, now what do I do with them? So that was the idea, to come up with things you can do. And a lot of the samples that are in here are sort of scattered around the studio today. You'll see them throughout the day. But as well as the actual projects, at the front of the book, you have got some steps on how to do things. So it's something you can sort of learn. So you can learn how to add zips, add trimmings, use a twin. I love twin needles and decorative stitching. We're going to have 2 hours on sewing machines and overlockers later. I love decorative stitches. People often say to me, but what would you do with them all? What you do is you do something like this here. This is another project from, I can't remember which book it's from, but one of the 2 books here. And this is just using decorative stitches on your sewing machine with colourful threads like we've just had. So combine all these together. And it's an easy project to do. And it gives you a chance to play with your sewing machine. So as I say, lots of different techniques in here as well. And these techniques are in both books, suitable for beginners. I'm about to excuse me. So sorry, it's all these fabrics. It's just kind of like all the dust from the fabric. It's not that they're dusty, but it's like the little fibres that you get. So sorry about that. So just sanitising my hands again. So this is take 2 fat quarters gifts, and then the other one is take 2 fat quarters home. And again, it's got lots of lovely projects, and it has got the pattern, full-size pattern piece in the back there in this little slip cover, so you don't have to trace off or anything like that or increase anything in size. So any pattern, any of the projects that needs a pattern, the pattern is in the back. A lot of them are done simply with squares, rectangles, etc. I like this 2 bottle bag. We've got that somewhere here. I can't think where it is now, but there's lots here to have a look at. And oh yes, it is. It is behind me. I'll tell you. Oh yes, it is. I'll tell you something else, and I'll have to check which book it's in. Now this is something which I obviously made for the book. It's the 2. So this is actually a laptop stand. So if I bring that in, I think the book's going to be too heavy for it, but you just sort of put your book in, or your laptop in, and it's perfect to. I use it for my Kindle when I read my Kindle, or your iPad, or if I have a Zoom call with friends, I'll often prop my phone or my iPad in it. It's just such a simple project. It's really easy to do. And all these are made out of 2 fat quarters. And as I said, some of the projects in the books don't need 2 complete fat quarters, so you also have a lot of bits left that you could make small projects with as well. I'll pop that back up there. So these are some of the projects I've made, but let's look at some of the fabrics, because we've got a load. I mean, I'm just surrounded by fabric on here at the moment. I'm just leaning over here to get this. So this is an opened up bundle. So this is, what's it called? Moda back ports. So there's 30 fat quarters, 30 fat quarters for $99.99. And these are lightweight cottons. You can see they've been out before because they're not folded. They're not folded beautifully. They've been folded randomly. They're not folded the Wendy way. So lovely prints. So these are really sort of lovely, very British looking prints, aren't they? Don't you think, with these red, white and blue? So really lovely prints there. Same thing. So what we seem to have, this is the first time I've seen them, by the way, so I'm going to kind of flick through them. What we have here is that same design. So we've got it in the blue. Oh, let me show this, because this is how you would get it. Not in a disarrayed bundle, but you'll get it nice and neat like this. Look at that. 30 pieces. That is amazing. So that's what you get. But look at them. This is the same as that blue spot, but we've also got it in red. So that's a red spot. And then we have it in a sky blue. So that's really pretty. And again, don't forget, when you look at these, this is another blue. So yes, look at that. And just back and forward, look at this. So this is a teddy that's in the book. And this teddy is made out, again, he's made out of 2 fat quarters. So again, you could, if you wanted to, you could actually, he's got a smiley face. You could, if you wanted to, make the front in one and the back in another, but I just decided I like the sort of stripy look. I have used safety eyes in these. So that's quite a cute, and it's very easy to make. It's a very easy pattern. It's basically 2 pieces, and then you do the shaping with darts. So that's very easy. So yes, you can make that, and you could do that. So you can do a combination of your spots here. That would be really nice. So you've got 4 of these spots, unless I find another one in a minute. So 4 of the spots in this pack, because remember we've got 30 pieces in this pack. And then we have, oh, now this is, so this, have we got more of this one? Oh, let's see if I can find them. I might find them. Let me see if I can find these. Oh, yes, there's a blue here. These are going to go back a lot more tidily than they've come out. So this is the blue. So I like this. This reminds me of old-fashioned pyjamas. It's got that feel to it, isn't it? Do you remember that, something to the galaxy? The meaning of life is 42. I can't remember. What's it to? It's the film, and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and he wears pyjamas all the time, doesn't he? That's what that reminds me of. So you've got, neither here nor there. That's a really lovely check there, and it's blue and red on a sort of soft white background, and then we've got the same sort of check here, which is blue and light blue on blue. I don't know whether it's got another colourway, but if it has, I'll come to it. We'll come to it if we have, but let's look at this next one that's in line. So this is a sweet. Oh, this is the spot again. This is the same spot, but it looks so different, doesn't it? When it's in this bright blue. Bright red. So that's a really nice spot too. So again, that's the same spot. It's the same. But I like that. So we can only get these as a bundle, can't we? Okay. So this is another one. And then look at this. Now this does come in different colourways here, I can see. Looks like they've been, oh, that's a different one. So we have 3 colourways of this one. I like them all actually. I love this one. I love this big flower on here. I love it in the blue, and I like the fact you can combine them if you wanted to in something. They do go really, really well together. But again, what's so lovely about these is they actually go with each other as well. So if you wanted the flower in the blue and the little spot in the red, you could do that. So you put those together like that. So I've got the blue spot with the red, or you can of course do it that way round. So how you combine these together, of course, is entirely up to you. You could make a really nice picnic set. You could do napkins and things like that. You could make a really lovely quilted picnic blanket. So that's that one. Then it's in, this is a softer blue here, so it's the same design, but this time it's blue on, it's a creamy background with blue flowers with blue detail. And then, God, I've got to say it's probably my favourite, is the bright red. So that, look at the colours on that, isn't that beautiful? It's a nice, fresh, bold colour, and what I like about it is I've got underneath here, I've got something, let me just pull that out so you can see that. So it goes really well together, and then I've got a little print, which again goes well with the big print. So that, it's the combinations that you can do with these is really good. But let me put this one away so I can get those out properly. So don't forget, you have 30 fat quarters in the bundle, and all of them, it's $99.99. It's Moda, so it's really good quality fabric. Let's look at this. So this one here, it's like a line, it's like a dash, and look, I've got, how many colourways have I got? 4, yes, 4 colourways of that. So you can use this for bindings, you can use this for piping, you could use it for borders. So it's a nice sort of mix of one. It's to put between the big splashes of colour. So you've got a big splash of colour, and then you can team it with this. That's really lovely. So these are beautiful. So we have this sort of multicoloured one, which has got the blues and the reds, and on the white background. As I say, these are terribly British, these are lovely, lovely colours for summer. Then we have the blue. Can you imagine making bunting out of some of these? You could string up, when we can get out again, yay! We can get outside and we can have bunting up, and we can have a nice barbecue, and we can have nice napkins and table mats, and back to being social. So that's a really nice one as well. And then we have the same thing again, but this time in a vibrant red. So that's a really lovely colour there. And then we go back, so this one is red and white. So it's just red and white, as that one was just blue and white. But then this one is blue and white, but it's multiple blues. So you've got 3 different sort of blue shades on the white background. So again, these are all in this mega bundle. Now, look at this floral. Oh, which one did you want me to go for? Oh, look. No, oh, I found some more of those flowery ones. I'm trying to sort of put them together in the colours, but look at that. Yeah. So this is a really nice, look at that nice big flower. Again, it's a nice big flower, and I have that in 2 other colours again. This would look so cute as a little dress. I mean, I think that would look so cute as a big dress, but you couldn't make a big dress out of it because these are fat quarters. So they are, the size of them is basically, it's a quarter of a metre. It's just cut fat rather than in a long strip. So that's a fat quarter. You can do quite a lot, and as I say in my books, either in my Fun with Fat Quarters or these two we've got today, which are take 2 fat quarters. Each project, and there's 15 projects in each book, I believe, each of these projects takes or uses 2 fat quarters. It doesn't take up 2 fat quarters. They don't all take up all of the fabric, so you will have remnants, and some of the projects actually you could make from the remnants. So you can get a lot out of it. You could make all of the projects in one of these books with these fabrics easily. Because, as I say, I think there's 15 projects, 30 fat quarters, 2 per project. You could make a lot. So that's that one. And then the third colourway of this one. So again, we've got these beautiful colours, the reds, the blues and the white, to make this lovely panel. And they all go well together. Then, now not what you'd call these ones. They're sort of, yes, they're like big bubbles. They're like bubbles, really. They're bubbles with bubbles inside them. So we've got one that's just red. So it's red on the sort of white background. And then we've got a darker blue with white spots and red spots in between. Can you see the red spots there? And then we have a lighter blue with the darker blue spots in between. So again, they work well together, but equally they work if you want to mix and match with the colours. So they all work well together. They've been particularly chosen to make a really good pack. How many prints left? I think there's 2 or 3 more prints. More fabrics, of course, because, as I say, we've got 30 pieces in the bundle. So that is a mega bundle, and it does come beautifully packaged. And this is this one here. Look at the blue on the blue. So this is, I mean, they're all lovely. It's been very hard to say which one was my favourite on these. I mean, I tend to go for the colour. Red's, one of my favourites. But I do like the blues as well. Okay, look at this one. These are ladybirds. Oh, I've got more flowers there. So 3 colourways of the ladybirds. So this is a cream background. Or sort of off-white, and it's got these tiny little ladybirds. So you've got the proper little ladybirds in red and green, and then it's got little blue spots all around each one. So very sweet. So that's one colourway. And don't forget, you get all of these in your bundle. The detail, look at this one there. So these ones have got like a little background around each bug. So this one you haven't got the background around it. But this one has. Isn't that lovely? So they're sort of the same pattern, but very slightly different each time. So yes, you could make these are good for small projects because they've got a small design on them. So they make a small project beautifully. So it could be anything from glasses cases, eye masks, anything like that you could make. I mean, you can make bigger things, but I'm just saying with a small print you can make smaller things as well. So this is one, it's the same little ladybugs there, but this time they've got a little white sort of splash around them so that they stand out on the colour. So we've got another 2. I think these are the same as ones we've had before. Are they? Yes, I think so. So it's that one, isn't it? It's that big daisy one. So we have this in 2 more colours. So this is the one we showed earlier. And we've got it. Let's get all of those. So we've got quite a few colours on this one. Look. So this is the red background, and this is the same flower, but with a white background and red flower. So I like that too. That's a really nice summery one, isn't it? That would make lots of lovely things. You can use these sort of things for so many different projects. I just love them. And I love the colour. Now this one is interesting. So this one is, again, it's blue, but some of the flowers have got red in them and some of the flowers have just got blue centres. So it's like combining these colours. They're all kind of combining the 3 or 4 colours. So we're keeping red, blue and white, but sometimes 1 or 2 colours, sometimes they have all of the colours. Now this is another one, so this is another print. This is like a little ditzy flower. So this is lovely. So we've got it in red, and the flowers are white flowers with little blue centres. We've got it in white, which has got red flowers and little white centres but blue stems. So you bring in all the colours. And then here again, he's got little green stems. They probably are dark blue actually. I just think they're green because they should be green because they're flowers. But I think it's keeping, yeah, it's difficult to see because it's blue on blue probably. But yes, they are, just again, this is really, really good for small details, for piping, for borders, a little pocket on something. Little prints are great for little projects or for little detail. And then the other colourway is the lighter blue, and again it just the background there just makes those little flowers, those little sort of daisy flowers pop out. They look really sweet. So we have got, so that's 4 of those ones, and then the last one is this one. This is the last one. I think it is the check from the first one, but it's yes, Paul, we'll check it out. Full of puns. It is, but it's interesting, yet again, on the red one, it's often just the 2 colours, not the 3. So these 2 have got white, blue on a pale blue, and this one has got red, blue on the cream. But the red version is just the 1 colour, the red on the red. So all similar. So all 30 of these pieces are in this mega bundle for £99.99. So it's getting limited, but it's a really lovely bundle. It's a lovely big bundle. As I say, you could actually make everything in one of those 2 books out of these because there's enough. That's how much there is. Yes, I've got 3 piles going on for this pile at the moment. And how you get it, of course, is in this beautiful coordinated bundle. And you can see all the colours going through there, so all the mixtures. So it really looks lovely. That's how you'll get it. We've now going to go to some solid fat quarters. I'm just folding these last 2 up because I'm OCD like that. I need to have it nice and neat. And then we'll go to some solids. We've got 2 sets of solids here. We're going to start with the rainbow set. Let's pop that to one side. So if you get 8 fat quarters, this is an amazing price. 8 fat quarters in these beautiful rainbow colours. Don't ask me to name the rainbow colours. But you are getting fur green, lime green, marine blue, imperial purple, magenta purple, red, paprika and sunshine. Oh, okay, that's your okay, so I'm going to go the other way. So I'm going to say yellow, coral, red. What would you say? So this is like, it's violet but dark, purple, blue, sort of limey green and a nice emerald green. Beautiful fabric. They are plain, so they're just plain, and of course they are all fat quarters. So they are really lovely. So these are really good. These are good to make if you've got a patterned fabric. These make the pattern pop. These add the trim, the detail, and let your pattern fabric sing out and make the statement. And the colourway is absolutely beautiful. Look at all those colours. Always useful to have. Even if you're not sure what you would do with these at the moment, I'd pop them in your basket because you will find use for them at some point. because they are gorgeous. Even if it's something as simple as you want to have self-covered buttons on a project like that there. So I actually used the fat quarter to make a self-covered button on this little project here. So there's a good reason to have these in your basket. There's always a time when you're going to need a bit of plain fabric to line something, to add a pocket to something on the inside. And this is such a beautiful collection. Even something simple like a rainbow wall hanging, or you could, if you have something, a bright print on the middle, you could then actually go round and you could do these in squares or stripes, and you could have them all the way round, and you could have a really lovely colourful stripy border to something. Obviously bunting, again, anything like that you can use them for. So these are really, really handy. Crafty cottons here in beautiful rainbow colours. I mean, just look at those. But not everybody likes bright colours. Some people like pastels. And again, these are actually really useful to have. And it's great to have both, because then you would have, I mean, this is $13.99 each for each of those bundles. Look at that. You'd have all of these. How many are in each bundle, did you say? 8. So there's 8 in each bundle. So we have these beautiful ones here. So we've got lilac, peach, light pink, vanilla, ivory, this cat's naming them in my ear, tan, okay, mint and blue, sky blue, yes. But these are kind of more Neapolitan colours, aren't they? They're more sort of ice creamy colours, summery colours. And again, they work really, really well together. But they also would work very well with some of the more patterned fabrics, the ones we were looking at earlier, and some of the other ones we've got on here as well. So again, a fabulous pack to have in your stash. Which ones? The colourful ones or the pastel? So loads of these have just been jumping into baskets. But don't forget, because we do sell these quite quickly, they're not yours until you check out. So you do need to check out. But yes, that's a beautiful bundle. And I think that is great. You've got something for everything then. Don't forget the 2 different bundles there, 8 pieces in each bundle, and they're fat quarters. Is this one here? So is this a bundle again? Oh, so this is a bundle of 4. So from Daisy May Country Life. There are 4 fat quarters this time. So we've got a lovely print here. And again, they all work together, whichever way you put them. And of course, this is when you could team them with the pastel bundle. So any of those work together. But if this is, so let's start with, we've got a nice plain one. So a nice plain cream to start with in this bundle. Always useful to have because it teams so well with anything. Then we have got this really lovely little spot. So this is a delicate little spot. So good for small projects, good for linings, good for bindings, good for anything like that because it's got a small spot all over. And this is sort of a soft, I don't know, sort of a very soft green, but with a little beige spot on it. So nice and delicate little print. And then look at this lovely floral one. This colour has a vintagey look to it, I feel. It's really pretty, sort of proper flowers. Don't ask me to name them, but there's some really nice sort of flowers in little rows. One of them is a thistle, I'm sure, but I don't know what some of them are. But they are beautiful, beautiful flowers, and it's quite sort of a ditzy print. So it's a nice little print. It's got a vintagey feel to it because of the way the flowers are so beautiful. You could be anything, dolls' clothes, little dresses. It could be anything like that. It could be part of a panel on a cushion or something. And then this one, this is like a little rose garden look. Look at this. Farm fresh, simple times, country life is what it's written on here. Cotton fabrics, aren't these beautiful? So you've got just a really pretty little rose all the way running all over. So there's a nice little all over print there. So this is another bundle. So this bundle is it seriously? $10.49 for the bundle of 4 fat quarters. So that's a really nice bundle. Okay, look, we've also got some amazing pre-printed panels. So I want to grab some of these. Now these are exclusive to us, and we've got quite a lot. So if I can't show them all at the moment, don't worry, you can see them on the website. So the idea of these is you get 4 fat quarters on one panel. So when you open it out, it's basically a metre. Now this is going to be difficult to show because I'm surrounded by stuff, but let me see if I can. So on this one here, we've got this lovely sort of modern looking flower here, but it's lovely soft colours. Look at the blue, it's beautiful, isn't it? And then next to that we've got a blue spot. Now these are big fat quarters. Just to remind those of you who perhaps don't know, a fat quarter is basically a quarter of a metre, but it's cut fat. So in other words, you have a metre of a fabric and you cut it vertically and horizontally, so you get 4 fat quarters as opposed to 4 strips. So that's why they're called fat quarters. And the width of a fat quarter will depend on the total width of the fabric in the first place, because it'll be half of that. So if you've got a very wide fabric, which this one is, your width of your fat quarter is wider. That's why it's a wider fat quarter. So it's really lovely. Now let me just bring the other half in of this. So on the other half of this, we had this sort of yellow flower and fern. And then teaming that, we have this really lovely print. So all of these will go together. So that all 4 are on the one panel. So the blue picks up the blue in that. And these colours. Now these are all printed especially for us. These are exclusive to us. So we've got quite a few. And these are, so it's £19.99. So it's basically just under £5 per fat quarter effectively. But do remember, as I say, these are big fat quarters. If I get out one of these fat quarters and I lay it on top, I don't know if you'll be able to see the whole thing, but that's a fat quarter. Look how much extra I've got. Can you see that? I don't know if you can. If I just move that back a little bit. So that's the fat quarter. And then I've got all of this extra width here. So it's interesting, isn't it? Just how the different fabrics make a fat quarter a different size. So they're nice big fat quarters. That's the first print. So that's really nice. And it's on quite a nice weight cotton actually. It's sort of, definitely a sort of craft weight. You can feel, and it's sort of quite robust. So you could definitely make bags and things out of that. And then here we have, I don't know if there's, I don't want to say grey yet until I've opened it all up. I think it does. I think it's greys. Trying to find a code on it. Let me have a look. It's NDUU65. Oh, Staffordshire mantelpiece. Fancy name. It is. It's definitely the colour of Staffordshire pottery. So got little bunches of flowers here, little flower arrangements on a grey background. And then looking at that, just let that zoom in, look, it's really pretty. So the grey is, it's not solid grey. There are little lines in between as well. So it's got sort of like detail and background to it. And all these soft colours here in the little floral arrangements. And then if I just flick that over, you've got a sort of grey spot. But it's not a flat spot, it's not round spots. It's sort of irregular. It's like somebody sprayed with paintbrush or something. That's really nice. And then you've got teacups. Teacups and teapots. Actually, that's upside down, isn't it? So let me turn it up the right way. So it's lovely little teapots on there. And then on the last panel on this one, look at those. They're dogs and cats. Little dogs and cats. Aren't they sweet? So it's kind of like quite a modern feel to a traditional pattern. It's got a nice feel to this. So you get four fat quarters on that panel. And as I say, they're wide fat quarters. So that, you know, a nice big fat quarter to do something quite large with that. And you can, because they're little prints, you can actually sort of, you can cut them up into smaller pieces if you want to as well. Let's look at another one of these. There's another blue one here. Let's look at this one. So this one, oh, it's got colour in it as well. Look at, oh my goodness, look at that. This is called Fruit Punch. We know that's called Fruit Punch because it says Fruit Punch on it. It says Sewing Street on it because these are just for us. And the panels are 70 centimetres by 50. That's how big they are. So nice big panels. So this lovely one here. Teams, I love this one actually, look at this. Teams with this. So this is a nice soft colourway here. So this is a small print to go with the big print. Look at this lovely big print here. Again, I think, have I got those upside down? Yes, they're flowers. They're funky flowers. So if you look it up the right way, you can see they're funky flowers. They're really nice, aren't they? And don't they go nicely with that yellow? And they also go nicely with that one. So this is the great thing about this. It's one panel, a metre panel, with 4 coordinating fat quarters, and they're lovely big fat quarters. And because they're printed on one panel, look, all of the colours go really beautifully together. Take that crease out of there. So this is really, really good. Lots of things you can do with this. I absolutely love this. You know, you could almost just do it, one big quilt piece, and then that would be fine. It would be a really good, easy project. So let's move on to the next one. So that's another one. So we've got quite a few of these, and we've also got other facts. So do take a look on the website as well, because we've also got some other fat quarter bundles. Look at this one here. So is this one going to have a nice name on the outside? That's what I'm just looking. It's XLUU34. Ooh. So it's like a sweetie shop. This is for me. I keep. Ooh. Look at this. So this is sort of nice, more muted colours here. It's a little flower all over that background. It's called Autumn Days. This one called Autumn Days. And then we've got a sort of grey background here. See, they work together. Even though they're completely different prints, they work together because the same colours are repeated in each. They do complement one another beautifully. Oh, this one's limited. So if you're interested in this one, it is limited. And then I'm going to so it's all on one panel, but it's rather than me try and open it all up, I'm flicking that over. That's the 4th. So that's the 4th piece on this one. So again, that goes beautifully with any of the others. So I'll just bring that one back in, and you can see how the colours all go together. So this is a really limited quantity on this one. This is a lovely one. It's kind of got a vintagey feel, I think, because of the colourways of this. They're sort of more muted. Very, very popular, this one. And then that's that one. Okay. Oh, I'm going to see if I can reach over, because this one's got a new colourway, which I like the look of. To reach across and get these. I'm just surrounded by fabrics here. It's lovely. So this one here, so this is an interesting one, look. So this has got this sort of heather look to it. It's a little check. This is XTUU86, and it's called Misty Kitchen. Misty Kitchen. This is $14.99. It's Misty Kitchen. $14.99 for this 4 panels. It's 4 pieces on one panel. So this is, they're having a little conversation in my ear, which is why I'm starting to laugh. So this is like this heather colour. It's really beautiful. It's got like a little flower design on it. And then you can team that with the check, or you can turn over, look, and on the other side we have a lovely grey spot, or grey fabric with a white spot, and then a white fabric with little grey flowers. So these little grey flowers are the same as the little flowers here. If I turn that over like that, you can see. So they all go together. This is the beautiful thing. They all go really beautiful together. Oh, right. So we do. I just said the price of this. You weren't listening to me because I just said the price of this is $14.99 for 4 fat quarters on this panel. And don't forget, these are big fat quarters. They are 50 by 70 centimetres. So half the stock of this is in baskets. So if you are interested in this, do bear that in mind. So that's the two prints on that colourway, but they do combine beautifully with the others. So if I bring that up there, can you see? So we've got the grey, with the heather, with the heather. But they all work together, so I can bring that down. They complement each other. So that's really lovely. So that's that one. Look at all these, beautiful, aren't they? And it's a nice weight. It's got a medium weight to this. It's a nice weight fabric. What's this one? Is this? Looks like, are these little sheep? So EWUU69. Ooh, ooh. EWUU69. So look at this one. So this is similar to the one we showed earlier, which has that lovely big flower there on the grey. So again, it has that vintage look. What's our fancy name for this one? Have we got a fancy name for this one? Oh, Staffordshire mantelpiece. I thought that's what we had before. Yeah, so this is Staffordshire mantelpiece. So it's similar to the one we had earlier, but they were smaller cats and dogs, but these are bigger ones. So they're cats and dogs going along there. Then you've got the little all over print, little sort of ditzy print in the grey. The nice floral print. So it has definitely got that Staffordshire look. So that's that one there. So it's all on the same panel, remember? And then flicking it over, we've now got this little print, and they all go so beautifully together. I love the smell of these as well. I can smell the printing on the fabric. It's really nice. So that's another really nice design. Now don't forget, these are all fat quarters, but on one panel here. So it's 4 fat quarters on one panel for, this one is $19.99. You have to squint at the camera there. So that's that one there. Have I got time to do another one? So this one, oh, look at the colours on this one. Look at the colours on this one. This one is $14.99. Don't know why it's cheaper than that other one, but it is, so take advantage. So this has got this lovely pink panel. Don't forget, look how big that fat quarter is. That fat quarter, 70 by 50. And then, I see, look at that. So these are almost like plains, if you know what I mean, because they've all got prints, but it's all over print. This is a really good time to have a go with these to see that you like them. This is $14.99. So if you think there's 4 fat quarters for £15, that's what, $3.50 each or something like that. My maths isn't that good. But this is, I love this one because this is a little bit like buying a pack of plains. They've all got self prints on them. So I've got blue, yellow, pink and soft blue. So again, you know, this is such a lovely sort of combination of colours, and it's nice big fat quarters. You can do a lot with these, and they come as one big panel. And of course, you know, you've got white borders around these. Don't just throw those away. You can use those as well. You can use those for crazy patch, for adding on bindings, for making other sort of small bits of project, maybe the top of a pocket, etc. This is one more pre-printed panel, which is called Autumn Days. Pop that one there. This is our final one of these pre-printed panels. Oh my goodness. Autumn colours. So this is one to get and put into your box for later in the year. But this is $19.99. So we've sort of got a gold, soft gold here, or mustardy colour with a little print on it. Then we've got I think there's like little tiny flowers, little ditzy flowers on here, little ditzy flowers. And then sort of bigger flowers on a sort of, these are little tiny flowers on here, and this one is like fern leaves on this one. And then on the other side, we've got a mixture. This is really nice. This has got a mixture of flowers and leaves. It has that sort of country cottage feel, doesn't it? It's really, really lovely. So there's all 4 of those up there. It's difficult to show all 4 in one piece. So this has been one of the most popular in the packs here, this. So you've got all of these 4 different ones, and they all coordinate with each other. And of course, some of these will coordinate with each other as well. So some of the different panels will look well together. So looking at that's those. So don't forget, all of these are on the website, and they are exclusive to us, and they're ranging in price from $14.99 to $19.99, depending on which one they are. You won't find them anywhere else. They are extra wide fat quarters, so nice big pieces to have a play with. So that is that one. Let me bring another pack. So is this another pack of fat quarters? See my eyes drawn to this. Look at this. Now, I'm not going to have time to go through each and every piece. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fan them out again for you, so you can see these. I don't know if you can see on here, this has got peacock feathers. Oh, we haven't got this one. Oh, it must have sold out of this before the show. So sorry, that has to go away. Okay, I've got this one here. I like this one. Don't tell me this isn't a pack. Is this one pack with this panel as well? So let's have a quick look at the panel first. So you get the panel, which, look at these cute animals on this panel. So this is Moda fabric, so I can feel it's soft, it's lovely soft fabric. So you've got lines, you can actually cut round each of these, and then you can create a quilt with these as main panels. And you could do some hand embroidery over it, some free motion stitching over it to make those little creatures pop out. That's really cute. Look at this llama. Isn't that lovely? So this is all part of this pack. So this pack is $79.99. This is the panel that comes with it. And then all of these fat quarters that complement each other. They're different, there's different prints, and it's the same print in different colours. So you've got, I'm going to mix these up just so you can see. So you've got the spot, but you've got the spot in the different colours. Can we see those? They're pastel, but they got some punch to them. So these are the colours that you've got. So each print is in the different colourways. Oh, and there's that one. So they're really, really pretty. That's the spot. And then we have a dash. So this is really lovely. So we've got the dash. I'm going to have to put these all back together again, aren't I? So there's the dash in that. Oh, and in the grey as well. I've got to go through these quickly because we're running out of time. But as you know, looking at all of these, you can see, oh, here's the dash again. I just love the fact that you've got them all in those colours. There's so many pieces here. How many pieces did you say there are? Oh, okay. We think they're 25, but we'll have a quick count up in a second. But you can see how they all colour coordinate with each other. And of course, with the panel, I've got another spot there. Got a tree bark, another spot. So that is 25 fat quarters, and can I get those on there? And the panel. So look at all of those. So the spot, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the spot in all of the different colourways. I mean, that is a massive amount of fabric there, isn't it? And really the designs are not sweet and little and quite sort of modern, really, because they're dashes and dots and things, but they're not neat little round, perfect round dots. They're splodges, so it's much more sort of funky. and all of these different colourways, and they all work with each other as well. So beautiful, beautiful pack there. Have I got time to show another pack? Okay. I will put those together properly in a bit, but look at these. I'm going to bring them all in because we're running out of time. So we're going to do tartan last. Purples, because I love this. Look at this. So $7.99 and you get 4 fat quarters. I'm going to open one of them. I'll just pull that out and I'll shove it back in a minute, because look at this one. So you get a mixture. You get a mixture of prints. So if you have that one and then you're thinking about getting the plains, look at that. Bring that purple in. Bring the greens in. So that's a really good way of putting these things together. As I said earlier, you know, having these plains is such a good idea because you can always team them with something else. And look, we have here a really pretty little print. So there's a big print, there's a little ditzy lilac print. Oh, and look at this, that's so lovely as well. Can you see that? Yes, it's kind of like horseshoe of leaves. And then a bigger ditzy print as well. But again, they all go together. They all look really good together. This is just $7.99 and you get 4 fat quarters for $7.99. And then we have a red fat quarter pack. You just pop that back in its place. This is the red one here. So this is craft quality cotton and you get 5 plain and a sort of ticking stripe. Can you see that? That's what you get for that one. This is $14.99. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fat quarters of they're kind of like a craft weight. They're quite a good weight of fabric there. Not thin, quite a good weight, medium weight fabric. All craft cottons. They look really lovely. If you want to, you know, look at something bright or a bit different, tartan. Look at that. So you've got 4 tartans. 4 or 3? 4. It is 4, isn't it? There's 4. Yes, 4 in there. 4 tartans, all reds. This is just £5.49 for 4 tartans. They're 100% polyester, so these aren't cottons. But this one is like a brushed cotton, although it's polyester. It's really lovely. But these make funky little presents, don't they? So if you want to give fat quarters a go and you haven't done so before, these are really quite good and you can do some really good little projects with those. And talking about little projects that you can do, let me talk about the books again. So gifts, this is the gifts book. And both of the books have the same sort of introductory paragraph with all of the tips and techniques so you can build on your skill set. Who wrote them? I wrote them. I think it was my 20th and 21st book. So I wrote both of them. And it came about because the publishers, I did one called Fun with Fat Quarters, which went really well, and they said, would you write a couple more? Because we all know, and I do it too, I buy bundles of fat quarters, and as I'm suggesting that you do, you buy a bundle of fat quarters because you just love the colourways, but then you think, now what am I going to do with them? So that was the idea. And all of these projects are great for beginners. You don't have to be an amazing sewer to do any of these. This bag here is hanging up on the desk there, so you can see that bag there. And it's just sort of combining a few little things very easily. It's 2 fat quarters, and you can add little details. So you see I've used one fat quarter for the base, but then I've also then picked it out and made little flowers with it. So nice and simple. As I mentioned earlier, there's some of these you can do more than one project. So this bag, which is in here, it's a cosmetic pouch. Now, I first designed this actually for a charity called Look Good, Feel Better, but and it's a very good charity for cancer. And the idea was to create a little cosmetic bag that when it's on your dressing table, you open it up. Don't look inside because I've just got fabric stuffed in there. But you can open it up and get to all of your cosmetics easily. But of course you could use it to store your threads or anything else. But you can make this, and you can make the brush roll, which again you could use for some of your craft tools, from the same fabric. So you can do both lots from this. So this could be fun, and we've used it obviously because of what it was made for makeup brushes, but you could put some of your sewing tools in here. You can decide how wide you make the little pockets there. So it's all of these different things that you can do for, so lots and lots of projects in that one. And then we have the home. But actually, although one's called gifts and one's called home, of course you could make things from the home bag, book to give as gifts as well. And like, for instance, this is the 2-bottle bag, which I've got up on the shelf behind me. So you make a bag and you can carry 2 bottles when we go barbecuing again and we go to parties and friends. You can pop your bottles in there, you can pop your gin and tonic in there, you can pop 2 bottles of wine in there, or 2 bottles of Coke, whatever it is you drink. So these are good. This is a little apron, which is on a model over there. And this one, this is something, so my niece had this cable tidy that she'd bought, because you know how your cables for all of your different appliances all get tangled up into a mess. So I created this. I've seen something similar and I created this one for this. So it's a very, very simple roll, which has got pockets so that you can pop the ends of your cables in there, and they're all nicely kept in place by elastic. And then it has a detachable zipped pocket, and the idea of that is that you can then, so that zip pocket has got the same lining as the outside of that bag, and you can use that zip pocket if you're going on a plane and you want to carry on the plane your power bank and your one lead or something. You can take that on the plane and put the rest in your suitcase. So it's a case of kind of like keeping it separate, and I've just attached it with little poppers. So these are easy things to make, and they're all in the book, and they're suitable for beginners. You just need fat quarters, obviously, and then you can go through the book and you learn skills as you go. Gillian, you're right. Hello, Wendy. Jill from Kent here. I received a copy of your book for my birthday in September last year. I love it. I enjoyed making bears for Christmas presents. Hope you like them. Look at them, they're amazing. I included lavender in the stuffing. Good idea. Thank you to Sewing Street for continue to provide inspiration. Thank you very much, Jill. And I love your bears. Did you give them as gifts, did you say? They look really gorgeous. They are. I mean, they're not necessarily toys, actually. You know, and in fact, if you put sort of something heavier like lentils or something in the bottom, you could even make them a doorstop. Or would that be cruel? Would that be cruel? Making your teddy sit in the door. But they're fun. Fun with fat quarters. Buy your packs of fat quarters, all on the website, all those that are still available on the website. So don't miss the chance to get them. Some of those prices are ridiculously low. The panels, the Sewing Street exclusive panels. So we're now going to go into a very quick break and a massive turnover yet again, because we have got Jayne, the expert from Elna, with a brand new to Sewing Street Overlocker. So we'll be looking at that. It's the 664. So you've seen the 664 Plus, but this is a new version for us, and it is a great price. If you've got any questions for Jayne or me, then please get them in. Do ask us. You've got the expert here. She knows her stuff. So join us and ask away. See you in a bit.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Welcome back. It's really good to be here. Guess what I've got to play with? Sewing machines and overlockers. Well, I haven't got to play with them, but I just love them. Anybody that knows me knows that I am passionate about sewing machines and overlockers and making sure you get the best out of them and using all the feet that come with them and getting extra feet. We've got some extra feet on the show here today. But it's not just me talking for 2 hours. Phew! It's actually a very, very expert guest here, Jayne Brogan. Brogan. Yes. Jayne, I don't know, it's Jayne, but I'm not very good at the surnames. So we're going to start the 2 hours with a brand new machine to Sewing Street, which is the Elna 664. Now you would have seen the 664 Plus,
the Pro,
which is the Pro, but this is the 664. Now the reason we're bringing this to you is because this is a fabulous machine, which is only £289. And I know that's a lot of money, of course it's a lot of money, but when in terms of overlockers, that's an amazing price. And if you've never had an overlocker before and you're not sure about it because you're thinking, I can't afford £600-700, this is the one for you. I'm going to go straight over to Jayne because she is going to explain how the machine works and what it's all about and how much you will have fun with it. And once you've got one, you'll never go back.
No, you won't with the overlockers. They're very, very versatile. A lot of people think that they're just for making clothes and bits and pieces, but I'm a quilter primarily. I'm not a dressmaker. I've put quilt fronts together on my overlocker before now. You know, just things like that. You can do so much more with them than just overlock raw edges.
Well, absolutely. You can do quite decorative things as well, can't you?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. There's
indeed.
all kinds of things you can do with them. So the 664, it's a lovely, obviously the Elna machine, really good quality. You've got your standard 2-year warranty with it. You can go down to 3 threads as well, so you can take one out if you want to. And later on we'll have a look and I'll probably do a rolled hem and some bits and pieces.
Oh, rolled hem on an overlocker is the best.
I've got a little Liberty scarf with me here, which I'll get out later, which literally was a remnant. And I just rolled hem both sides. Didn't even bother with the selvage. And I've got a fabulous scarf.
Which you would have paid quite a lot of money for if you bought it.
A lot of money.
I mean, I love a rolled hem on an overlocker because it is such a neat finish. Yeah. Beautiful for lightweight fabrics.
They are.
And I like it on stretchy fabrics too. Yes. When you stretch it and you make a lettuce edge.
Like the lettuce edge on them, yes.
Yeah, I really like that.
There's all kinds of things with the overlockers. It's not.
I made this on an overlocker, by the way.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd say.
Yes, very nice.
Except for the neckline, which I did machine stitch.
On the machine, yeah. You can do, there's lots of things you can do with them. So we've got the 4 threads. What I'd always suggest that you do, when you get your overlocker, if you can see, I've got the 4 different coloured threads. So I usually have a green, a yellow, red and a blue. So when you first start using it, it gives you an idea of what thread forms what part of the stitch.
Absolutely agree.
So then if you need to adjust anything, you've got a little bit more of an idea of what thread it is.
So it doesn't matter what colours, you don't have to colour
You don't have to, I just
But having 4 different colours really
just
helps
so
you decide what's the lower looper, what's the upper looper, what's the right needle, what's the left needle.
So with these, I do this because I will forget. If I put a pink on there, I'll forget. I'll be looking for a green. So just do for ease for me. As always, we've got a fabulous manual here, which will take you through everything.
Can you just flip your manual round to face you
That
because
way?
the camera's above you?
Yeah,
that's
Make sure
lovely.
I'm in the right place there. So we'll have a look. I'll have a flick through that later just to show you, because it describes, in fact, no, we'll do it now.
I think it's really important to know that the manual is really good.
They are excellent. I love the Elna manuals because they're so clear. They're really
Yeah.
well written and everything's in there. So you've got your different languages in here as well. But it literally takes you through everything from the word go. How to set your machine up when you first get it. Absolutely everything in here. You've got on here how to raise and lower the presser foot, how to change the feet. You've got top foot pressure on these as well, which is here.
Oh, that's good. Even
is
on this
neutral.
machine.
Yes.
Yeah,
you've got
that's
a top
very
foot
good
pressure,
then.
which is great. So if you're doing heavy fabrics or light fabrics, you can adjust
You can
top
adjust
foot
that to
pressure. Yeah.
suit.
Again, always have a little sample on the fabrics that you're using because
Yes.
we all know they all behave slightly differently. It will take you through absolutely everything. Your safety 4 threads, stretch knits, gathering, wide thread, because you can do 3 threads, you can do them wide or narrow depending which needle you take out. So everything is in here. Adjusting the stitch length. The differential feed is one that most people, they know they've got one but they're not quite sure what it does.
Exactly.
It explains in here. The purpose of your differential feed is if you've got a really stretchy fabric, it can start arcing, can't it? Or equally it'll pull in. So underneath where you've got a normal machine feed, there's 2 feeds on an overlocker. So you can adjust them independently so they will move independently of each other, so it will stop all that. So
And is that a dial on the side?
this is on the side here. This is
Yes.
your differential feed. 1 is the standard. So you'll have it set
And when
on.
it comes, I always like to ask devil's questions, you know.
Go
When
for
it
it.
comes in the box, will it come set?
It should do, but it's always worth checking. It should be 1. Stitch length is the same as your sewing machine. I tend to leave it on 3 most of the time, but you can do different widths of it. I've got some
So
little,
as you say, it's a really good idea to
Yeah.
practice, isn't it? On
I've got those
fabric,
there.
it's the same
Yeah.
as the one you're using.
This is just some really lightweight calico. So that is just altering the stitch length. So you can see how it's altered the stitch on there.
So the smaller the stitch length,
Yep.
the closer it gets
Yeah,
together.
same as your sewing machine.
Yeah.
And it can be quite nice if you want quite a heavy edge. So these are my little pieces that I was looking for last night and actually found for a change. I'm tidying up my sewing room at the moment, which is,
Well, that can
interesting.
take forever.
It will.
Because I then start going through all my fabrics.
I know, and then you get
And then I
sidetracked.
have to look at each one again.
Yep.
Yes.
And then the bookcase comes into play as well, so it's even worse. So I'll get there eventually, about summer.
I just want to reiterate, though, that you said that people often think of an overlocker for dressmaking, but it isn't just for
It isn't.
dressmaking.
It's for all kinds of things. I
Yes.
put quilts together with it.
I tell you, one of my friends, she's made a lovely patchwork cushion cover, which she used overlocker for, but she did the seams on the right side.
Yeah, I've
So
got a
the
little bag
actual
here I
overlock
made, which
seams-
is not massively. It's just some real odd jelly roll strips I had left over, and you could use it. You could make different sizes, but the whole bag, even the lining, everything, is all put together on the overlocker. The only little bit of hand sewing will be the button and to close the gap in the lining where you've turned it through. The whole thing is put together on the overlocker, and again that's the same. So I've just done it and pressed it.
Yeah, so you've got the seams themselves. If you're using these beautiful coloured threads you can get, the seams themselves become part of
a
the feature.
This has got fluffy. You probably can't pick it up on it, but this has got the fluffy nylon thread.
Oh,
in,
lovely.
So it bulks up. We'd normally use that on swimwear and things like that, just to cover it.
Because
But
it's softer as well,
yeah.
isn't it? Softer on your skin.
yeah, so I just pop some of that on for a change. But you can, and it's just so easy just to make little projects up. Say cushion covers would be fabulous with it.
Yes.
And again, you can stitch it, so you can stitch them going one way, the little pleats, and then back the other way.
Yeah, so you can have like twisted tucks and things
Yeah,
with
there's
them.
all kinds
And
of things.
so this price is under £300, which is 289. It is available on split pay. So 3 split pays of £96.33, which means you get the machine when you've paid your first payment, and then you've got 2 more months to pay the next 2 payments. It will come to you directly from Elna, and you pay the size. That's what I was just going to say. What about the P&P? It's the same P&P. So is it again that if you've bought something already today and you've paid your £3.95 P&P, that still covers you for this? Which is really fantastic.
Yeah, it really is good. It'll come directly from us. We don't have masses of these, I will say, because as everybody's aware, it's really difficult to get machines
I know,
at the moment.
it really is.
been,
It's like my friend Jo. I've got
Yeah.
a friend Jo who's got a shop in Petersfield called So Creative, just plug for her.
Hello, Jo.
Hello, Jo. Yeah. We both know her. We both
I
know
know Jo as well.
So
yes.
I know she's selling sewing machines because she's been so proactive all through lockdown.
Yeah.
And she's done video tutorials and things
Everything
on them.
I know.
But she's finding it hard to get them.
They're
because,
difficult to come in.
Yeah, everybody
it
is.
It's still
they're
sewing.
Everybody's
they
sewing.
Are. And so they should as well. It's a really nice, relaxing hobby.
It is.
Yeah, mostly. Has its moments, the rest of it. But anyway, so back with the manual, again, it's worth when you get it, just have a look through the manual before you start.
Absolutely.
I would not try and digest it all. I would look through the setting up and the threading first and just leave it as a 4-thread and just run some fabrics through it just to get a feel
try the
for
different
it.
feel of different fabrics.
The key with the overlocker is once you've chopped it off, you can't put it back on again, as we've all found out at different times. Yeah, so it is, but you can, but it's a really nice, clear manual. And again, with this, one of the lovely things with this one is we've got the easy thread system on here as well, which you don't normally get on overlockers at this sort of price point.
Yeah, that is good because that is obviously one of the scary things, particularly the lower looper.
People are terrified of them.
Absolutely terrified.
Yeah,
Don't want to
absolutely
change the colours
terrified.
of threads. Can you lower the knife on
Yes,
that?
yeah.
So you can. So if you don't
Yeah.
want, talking about cutting off more than you need,
Yeah.
or if you want to do flat locking or whatever,
Yes,
you can just lower
drop
the
the
knife.
knife out of the
Yeah.
way. Yeah, you can do. You can see in here, they're all colour coded as well. I don't know if we can get it in
Can
close
we
enough.
get in close to this?
So
you get a toolkit, don't you? And then
You do get the little toolkit with it.
long-handled tweezers are part of it,
Tweezers
aren't
are
they?
fabulous. Don't lose them because
Yes,
they're absolutely
they are
brilliant for this.
brilliant,
I
yeah.
use them for, I've got a pair in my sewing box anyway, for just everything.
Yes.
On sewing and everything. So we've got here, so it is all colour coded. With the overlockers, again, make sure the presser foot's lifted when you thread, because that
Yes.
will open all the tension discs for you. And you need to sit the thread, make sure it's sitting in the tension discs properly. And then it's really straightforward. It is literally thread by colours. On the machines, it's thread by numbers. And on here, it's thread by colours. Again, start at the right and work across. So you work across in this direction. If you don't, your threads won't lie in the correct place and you will end
Yes,
up having
because
to
they kind of like
re-thread.
overlap, don't they?
overlap
So you
each other,
always
yeah.
have to start with the right-hand one, which is the lower looper.
Yeah, upper looper.
Yeah.
And then your right and left hand needles. Yeah.
Sorry, again, devil's advocate.
Go for it.
Does the machine come with a little bit of thread on it already?
It does come, yes, with thread tied off. You have these collars. There are these collars as well. They'll be tied off here.
So you could actually attach them and pull them through.
You could, but I wouldn't recommend it.
All
I'm
right.
wicked. When I do overlocker classes,
You make
when
people
I'm
thread from
the
scratch,
first thing I
don't you?
do is go and chop everybody's threads off, and they're all going mad. I'm going, but I can guarantee it's going to unthread itself. On a Sunday afternoon, we're in the middle of a project you need to finish.
You
And
need
if
to
you're
know
not
how to do
comfortable
it.
threading it, then it's going to be really stressful.
Yes.
And it's not difficult.
It isn't when you know how, but I do know that it's the one thing that
I think people are
worry about.
terrified of these when you open them and think, oh my God, what's going on in there? There's so much stuff. But just thread it through, all colour coded, so we're going greens. And again with this, I don't know if we can see it here, on the bottom here, if I press that here, it drops that little loop, the little hook forward. And you are literally going up there, through the hook on the back, through the front of the looper.
And you can
done.
do it without having to go all the way through.
Yes,
And
yeah.
that little hook is green, so you know it's
Yes,
the
so
green
you
one.
know that you need to go
see
through that one.
That is really, really good because you're absolutely right. That is the thing that people find difficult.
It's
getting
the
that
lower
last
looper to
lower
take it
looper
through
hook.
and up and back
It's the
through
only
again.
one that.
Yeah.
But if you can bring that out,
It comes out, and it does it on the 664 Pro as well. We've
Yeah.
got it on there. So, but it's not. It's unusual to have it on an overlocker at this price point.
Exactly,
So it's a
yes.
really nice feature on these.
definitely.
So it's just easy. So you just pop it out and then you just pull it back and it clips away again.
Does it? Do you have to push it back? It doesn't when
No,
you turn
I
the
push
wheel.
it back. You can turn it and it will clip back, but
Right.
I always just thread it and pop it back.
Yeah.
It's getting into a routine,
It
so
is,
you
yes.
know what you're doing.
So
with them.
I always play devil's advocate and ask all these
That's
questions.
fine, Wendy. Feel
I
free
did,
to ask
I
away.
did get a comment on my Facebook saying, I like the fact you ask the questions I want to ask.
And this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so, it's a big purchase and you want to know that, I'm not going to be frightened of it. I can use
I
it.
think that's the important thing.
know.
So please, if anybody else has got a question that I'm not asking, do send them in because Jayne will know the answer. She will
Will I?
know the
If
answer.
I don't, I will
Unless
find
it's what
out.
the inside leg measurement is. She doesn't know
Which
that.
I don't know. But if I don't know something, I
Yes,
will find it out. You can
exactly.
email it in because they usually find their way to me anyway. From
Yeah,
the
so if
customer
if it
service,
is something that she doesn't know
Yeah.
at this moment, you will get an answer. She'll find it out.
yeah, and we'll send it off to you. So yeah,
So
again,
if you've bought yours already, congratulations. You're getting a 2-year warranty with this, remember, and you can do it, if you haven't bought it yet, you can do it on the split payments. Sorry, Jane.
That's okay, that's fine.
I haven't put the sale bit in.
They do. So again, we were saying before about the knives to the knives here. Again, if you're changing needles or doing anything with the blade, make sure you switch the machine off. We've all done it. Your foot's on the foot pedal and something makes you jump, or the cat stands on it or something like that, and the machine will go. So just make sure, because that blade is sharp.
Yes.
I'll run some fabric through in a minute, and you will cut yourself with it.
Do you get a spare blade in the accessory pack?
I'm not sure if you do. I know we do in the air thread. I don't know if we do in this one. I'll soon find out.
They don't blunt that quickly though, do they?
I've never had to change a blade.
No,
once I think.
I was thinking the
But that
same
was
thing.
I'm going to look here because I
did get one, but I've never changed
No, there
it.
isn't one in this one. So I have to check because the accessories are never where they're supposed to be. This one I know is, because I brought it from home this morning. So, yeah. So we are.
But you don't need to change that very often.
No, you don't. And it's quite a straightforward procedure. They're easy enough to get. So they come with, you've got your screwdrivers, your large and your small screwdrivers. I will set it in a minute for a rolled hem. Small screwdriver is ideal for doing the needles. They are specific needles for these machines as well.
Yes, now that's important to mention, I think, because a needle is a needle is a needle kind of thing, but actually it's not. You do need to use overlocker needles, don't you?
I've got, those are the ones we use. They're the HX1SPs. They're super stretch needle.
So turn it around the other way?
So the thing is, pop your needle. They're the same price as everything else. There are other brands obviously available with these, but they're those needles, the slight ballpoint. If you pop a normal needle in, you might end up with skip stitches.
Yes.
Things like that. So that's usually, if somebody's got a query, that's the first thing I usually say, what needle have you got in? And quite often they've just popped a normal sewing needle in.
Yeah, so do make sure, because you could void your warranty if you start putting the wrong needles in and then have problems because of it. So make sure you do use the right needles.
And one of the other things,
it comes with needles in it already.
It's got needles in it, and you do get some spare ones here, a set of spare needles.
Right.
So you have got some spare needles in there, 11s and 14s, so you've got two different sizes as well.
So 11s are for finer fabrics, 14s are for the more robust fabrics.
Yeah. It also comes with, you've got your little thread nets.
Yes, now they're really useful if you're using slippery threads that just kind of fall off the reel.
Yeah, you just pop them over the comb and it just stops it sliding around with those. You've also got the little adapters here, because quite often the overlock thread, you will get it on the much bigger cones. Have you got some there? Those ones,
not too bad actually.
They're not too bad, but sometimes
some of them have a big wide
I have
opening.
it on like 5,000-10,000 metre cones.
Yes.
I used to have an industrial machine, so those ones you just pop those on, where you pop your threads on, and the comb will sit over that and stop it shooting around everywhere. They actually came out of that one, so I'll put them back. And again, you've got your little spill cap covers, which again will go on the top if you need them.
And again, it stops the thread just bouncing up and down
around.
on that spindle.
You've got the little needle threader and needle inserter here, which is really quite handy. The needle inserter is great because it can be quite fiddly. I've got quite a big hands trying to get under there.
Yeah, I have one of my students and she has, what's that thing? Is it rhinitis? You know, her hands are really cold all the time.
Yeah,
is it rhinitis? So she struggles.
Yeah.
So I got her one of those. For sewing machine as well, you can use them.
Yes, they're great. It's a little needle threader and the little needle inserter at that end, and you just pop the needle in there. It's even got the piece for the flat back, and you can just lift it up. The needles, when they're in as well, are offset. Don't try and set them at the same level. Take them up as far as they'll go.
Yes.
One is slightly higher than the other.
And it's supposed to be.
And it's supposed to be like that, so don't try and sort them out yourself. You've got your little cleaning brush in there as well, and some little cleaner.
Is that oil?
That is a little oil, yeah. A little bit of oil. You don't really oil these days. You just need a tiny drop every now and then.
If you can just put it on top of the manual, we can see those bits a bit more because we can't really see them. Because it can be difficult. Or you can close the manual if you like.
I'm going to close the manual and move it out of the way, because if I put white on white, we'll never see them.
So little drop of oil occasionally.
But it will tell you in the manual. If you look at maintenance in the manual, it will
but you do need to clean out with your little brush.
You definitely need to clean out
every garment,
especially if you're doing something quite fluffy. I've seen some horrendous ones.
And
again,
like that.
Same as your sewing machine. Don't forget to clean in between the feed docks as well, because they do get quite fluffed up in there, and it compacts, and then
It's
people
amazing
go,
how
my
people...
fabric won't go through, and you just clean that out and it's fine again.
Suddenly it will.
Yeah. So it's just basic maintenance with a lot of
Yes.
machines, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
it's to
nothing,
remember. And I notice you've opened the left-hand
opened the side,
too,
yeah.
so again you can get in the other
you can
side.
get really in there well just to clean it out, yeah. Just to get in
Yeah,
there.
so that's brilliant.
One of the reasons I've opened it is I'm going to have to come around this side. We're all back to front at the moment.
I know, I'll take my hat off to you doing it back to front.
Is if you want to take the blade down, it's here. There's a little knob on the side here that you press in and turn.
Oh, okay, so
and
you
that
don't,
disengages
the
the
side,
blade.
yeah.
That disengages the blade. And then if we want to set it to rolled hem, we disengage the blade. I'm going to try and press that in. I'm definitely doing this back to front today. And
you
on
can
the top
turn
here,
it round if you need.
yeah, we've got standard and rolled, so I can press that in, pop that forward to R, and again on the stitch setting, you take it round. There's an R on the stitch setting on the end.
Yeah.
I will set it up in a minute if we need to, and just do a rolled hem for you. Set it on the R, pop the blade back up, and
so you
take the
pop-
left-hand needle out.
You pop the blade down just to change it from standard
yeah.
to rolled.
If that blade is engaged, I can't change it from standard to rolled.
Right, okay,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
a safety, so
Makes
I need to
sense.
pop the blade back up now.
And take the left needle out. And do you know what I do? When I take the left needle out, I tape it to the front of the machine.
Yeah, so you know.
So
Yeah.
I know it's, not only do I know it's out, but I also know where it is all the time, because as you say, it's a different one to a sewing machine
Different
needle.
one, and if you lose it. And the other thing I tend to do when I'm taking the needles out of here, I don't unthread them till I've taken them out. Then if they do drop, it's attached.
Absolutely.
So it's not, I'm going to pop that back, take that back to standard, and put the blade back up again. Where am I going? I definitely can't see on here. There we go, we're back up again. But say, just be cautious, because that blade is very, very sharp. It will do.
So please don't put pins anywhere near it either.
Never ever use pins with your overlocker.
No.
Never.
No.
I use the
You-
quilting
I was
clips,
going
if
to
anything.
say, if you need to hold it together, use the clips.
Clips.
Yeah.
I have used pins, but pin them way back, because if you
Yeah.
hit a pin with your overlocker, you will damage. You could break the blade. You'll definitely nick the blade and need a new
But
blade.
also, you might well
might-
have the thing flying.
Flying
which
out
would not be
everywhere.
good.
Yeah, yeah. So I haven't got glasses on for it's not too bad normally. So again, it's just such a nice, easy machine to use. Your tension discs are up here. They're all on 3 at the moment, or they were till I started beavering around there. And the same as most things, check your tension on fabric that you're using. Don't,
Yes.
always run some through.
And when you do change the tensions, little at a time.
Yes.
Don't
Don't go
be-
wild and just
Yeah.
go, oh, I'll take it all the way up there.
Little
You-
at a time.
You can also move the knife blade out. Again, it's worth spending the time to get to know
Have a
how
cup of
it works.
coffee.
Go through your manual, have a look,
sit in
have
the
a little
sunshine
play.
with your daylight lamp.
and have a little play with the bits and pieces on there. I'm
Yes,
trying
and
to
then
find.
play with it. It's like you do with a new sewing machine. Just play with
Mm.
it before you go tackling a new project. Particularly, I think, with an overlocker,
Yeah.
because as you say, you are cutting. So I mean, just to recap what an overlocker is for anybody that maybe is not quite sure. Basically, an overlocker will sew the seam, cut the edge, and neaten it all in one go.
Yeah.
That's what it does.
They do, yeah.
So it's amazing. It's really good. You can make, as you say, you can make projects entirely on an overlocker. I wouldn't say it can make a sewing machine redundant, Kat. No.
No, it's a very
because there
different.
are some things that, like I said, I made this dress on an overlocker, but the V-neck I did finish on sewing machine.
It's a lovely
and
add-on to your
It
sewing
is
machine.
an add-on. It's
Yeah.
an additional machine, definitely.
Yeah.
And why at this price for this machine at $289, it's an accessible
Yes, it
price,
is.
and it's
Yeah.
one that, you know, if you then want to buy a new sewing machine and a new overlocker, you can buy them both because
Yeah.
it's an accessible price to buy.
And it is such a
Although
real...
I like the air threader, that's my dream.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're going to have a look at the easy cover in a while as well. So I'm going to close that up again. I'm going to be really good now and see if I can sew backwards, which will be interesting,
I
won't
think
it?
this is amazing. You can turn it round if you
Can I
need
turn
to.
it round a little
Yeah, I
bit?
think it might be safer.
It might be. I might end up with all my fingers. It would help, actually.
You can go all the way round if you like, so that you can
Excuse
sew
me,
properly.
while we plug it in. It's a minor issue.
My Jayne just
disappearing.
disappears behind the desk. Don't forget, it's available on split pay, which is very useful. So it's £96.33 over 3 months. And that does actually mean you pay your first amount today with the P&P, unless you've already bought something. And then you get your machine, and then you pay your subsequent 2 months. So you get the machine to play with, before you've finished paying for it. That's really good.
It is good. I've got some different fabrics here.
Oh, right,
So
okay.
I've got like woolly stretchy fabrics, a bit like more like cuffing, a little bit of like denim, cotton, lining.
See, this is
some
the other thing I
shears.
think is really important, is to try different fabrics.
Just to
Can
go
you
through
see
them.
how, you know, just a sheer chiffon
just gonna-
will work compared to a woolly boucle?
Yeah. And I'm going to pop my... Oh, foot pedal. I'm gonna
You
pop-
can bring it all the way round to face you.
Can
You
I?
Yes.
Paul won't
Yes.
tell me off, will he?
No.
He'll tell you off
He
instead.
gave us permission.
He gave us permission. So it is. So I'm just going to foot pedal down.
Oh, look, he's got a great
Hang
angle
on a
there,
minute.
so
It
you're
would help
fine.
if I actually turned it back to stitch length. So that's just some quite heavy. I'm going into a little bit of woolly fabric now, which has got a real stretch in it, and it's got a four waist. Well, it's not so much. It's more two, but it's got a little bit of stretch the other way. So it's just.
So notice, I don't know if you notice as Jayne's doing this, she's not lifting and lowering the presser foot. She's just sort of lifting the front of the foot. So the presser foot is down, and just lift the front and sort of tuck the fabric under, and away you go. And also leave a thread tail at the end,
Yeah.
because you need to sort of neaten up those thread tails.
Again, a little bit of lightweight denim.
So that's denim, and you can see, I mean, it's quiet as well.
It
That's
is a nice
quality
machine, yeah. A little bit, this is just normal lining. I've been down my stash at home, but because...
When I put a sewing machine through its paces, I've actually got it's almost like a big scarf length, exactly like that,
Yeah.
with all the different types of fabric, showing how you can go from
Yeah,
one
you
to
can.
another.
Just
And
go
notice you're
through.
not changing the tension.
I'm not at the moment. I mean, for some of the fabrics you look at and you think, oh, you maybe need to
Could just
tweak it a
make
little
it a little
bit.
bit tighter
What
or
else have we got
something.
in here? Some real stretchy
That's a nice one.
jersey. That's a spotty one. I'm running out
And
of
of course,
fabric
if you
now.
do this on fabrics, as samples, and you do change the tension for any of them, make a note on your sample and
Yeah.
keep them in a folder, so you know that when you sew that kind of fabric, that's what you want to start with.
Yeah.
Still test it on a scrap of the actual one you're
Yes,
making.
because they
of
can
course.
behave quite differently,
Yeah.
even something you think is a similar. You know, I've just gone straight onto organza, and again, with the organzas and the real shears, that is probably when you can see that's puckered up a little bit, then I would need to look at changing the tension on that one. This is like some fluffy, I'm not quite sure what it is, being a quilter.
That's some fluff,
It's
that's some
fluffy stuff.
fabric. Yeah.
There
But
we
you
go.
can see it's relatively quiet as well,
And
which
they
is
are.
quite nice.
And again,
and
so
it's got
you-
a side cutter on it, hasn't it? So
Yeah,
you're just
side
cutting
cutters
the
here
edge.
again with the really light fabrics. You can see it's pulled a little bit, but the stitch is beautiful on there, and it will just go through all kinds of different
Yeah.
fabrics. Even I do soft furnishings as well, so I will quite often, if I'm making say cushions that are quite frayy, I will overlock the edges before I even start working with it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your seam allowance has disappeared by the time you've
I
finished.
made a dress for a dressmaking video, which has just gone on sale actually, and it was like a brocade.
Yes.
But the gold threads in it particularly just frayed. So
Yeah.
like you, I actually neatened all the edges
Before
before I
you
started
start, yeah.
fiddling with it,
Yeah.
because once you start and it starts fraying away before you
This
get
is
to
it. Your
it.
seam allowance has disappeared, hasn't it? Before you can sort of
Yeah.
know anything. So it's just getting some scraps of fabric. So I haven't been to a fabric shop for nearly a year. I'm having withdrawal symptoms, so I'm running out of bits and
know.
pieces. But just go through your different fabrics and have a look and just try them out and see.
Yeah,
how
I
it
think that's the
reacts
thing
with
to
them.
do. And as I say, I would actually then create my own little folder with my sample
Yeah.
on a piece of paper with the stitch details that I've done on it.
Yes.
You still have to test on your fashion piece or whatever you're doing, but it gives you a guide. You know where you've
got a
start
rough idea
from.
then how it's going to behave with
Yeah.
that fabric, and that's what all my little pieces on here are from when I've done an overlocker class with somebody, and it's just using different fabric. Oh, this is my pride and joy, this.
Is that putting a neck edge in?
It's putting a neck in, yes. And it was absolutely perfect. That's why I've kept this.
It's a very piddly little neck.
It's a little neck. It was a little sample neck, but it just shows you that you can sit them in. And again, because it's stretched, you can
Yeah.
stretch it like this. When you're actually sewing, obviously practice first. Again, I'd sew from the top. And just stretch it out, and it's just overlocked. And again, if you're pinning, make sure you're pinning well back from where that needle's
nowhere
going to
near
go.
that blade.
But you know, if you're putting cuffs on and necklines, it's just so quick and easy
Yes,
to use.
absolutely.
I was very proud of my little neckline, not being a dressmaker, extremely proud. But it's just sampling. I mean, these are clipped together, and I get them out every now and then if I'm doing something. Just thinking, oh yeah, that's.
I
really
wrote a
heavy.
whole series of articles on overlocking back in the day when I was editing Sewing World magazine, I think it was. And yeah, it was a whole series, and I've still got those samples from then, and it was everything from flat locking and, as you say, adding cuffs and things, and then all these other things. Something I've not done, but I know people can do, and that's put a zip in. But you do need a zip foot.
Yeah, there are different feet that you can get for the overlockers that are available, because you can get gathering feet for them, you can do blind hems on them, there's all sorts of different things.
So you can actually do a lot of these techniques that you do on a sewing machine, yes.
Yeah, as I say, there are a lot of extra feet that you can get for the overlockers as well, which are quite nice. I might actually do a little rolled hem. I'm going to get my little scarf out and I'll show you in a minute. This is just some really nice Pretty Liberty that I have.
Yes, it is pretty, isn't it?
And it's literally, because the selve edge is quite a nice selve edge, there's nothing else on it, it's a bit fluffy, but I don't know if they can pick it up. That's just a tiny rolled edge on there.
Yeah, it's such a neat little finish, and particularly good on lightweight fabrics like
I'm going to pop it
chiffon.
on white, so you can really see. And that took me not even 5 minutes to do.
Yes, I know.
It was just so quick and easy to do.
It is.
And
So are you going to set up to do that?
Should I?
Brilliant.
Let's
Set
go
up,
wild.
yeah, do you set up and do that? So whilst you're doing that, let me do the sales pitch again. Because this is a really good buy. It's brand new to us. First time we've shown it on the show, and it's an affordable price because obviously, overlockers like sewing machines, you get more features you get, the more quality you get, the more the price goes up. So what you've got here is an Elna machine, so you've got that quality, you've got 2-year guarantee, and you've got helpful manual, which is very easy, and the call centre is really good. Their helpline is very good. It's the same as Janome, isn't it?
Yes.
It's, because they're from the same distributor. So they are really good, and it's therefore a product you can trust. And it is just $289 today. I don't know whether that price will stay. I don't know. It's the price we're introducing it at. The $3.95 postage is all you pay. So if you've already bought something, that's all you pay. The machine will be sent by Elna. So it's not coming from us, it's coming from Elna, directly from them. But that same P&P covers it. So I think that's really good. And of course, if at the moment you're feeling, I can't really, good price, but I really can't afford $289, you can buy it on 3 split pays. So you can pay for the first payment, which is $96.33, and then you can get your machine, start making, and then you can pay the other 2 in the next 2 months. So if you buy it now, you'd finish by the 11th of April. So congrats to everybody that's already bought one, because you've made a really good decision and you will enjoy it. And we do want to see some of your makes on the fan page. I do look at the fan page every day, a couple of times, so I love seeing your makes. I'm amazed at some of the quilting that goes on there, absolutely incredible. So we do enjoy seeing it, and I think everybody else does. It is very much a sharing hobby, isn't it?
It is very much so, yeah. I've got customers that I've spoken to through work over the last few years, and I still get pictures of projects or queries.
And what I like when you've taught something is how somebody making the same thing will do it differently,
totally
different fabrics, etc., and it just looks amazing.
Yeah, they do look very different. One little tip, I do remember, I've set this up, so I've taken the blade down, set it to R, put the stitch length to R. Make sure that when you've taken your needles out, you tighten that tiny little grub screw up again.
Yes.
Because if you've taken it out quite a way and the vibration off the machine,
if
that
could
falls
fall out.
A, it's very difficult to find, and B, it's very difficult to get back in again. So just make sure you tighten it up.
So you undo it in order to get the needle out.
And just take the needle out, and
then
I just
do
drop
it
the
back
needle
up
down,
again.
snip the thread. I'm just going to run a quick sample
And then, as
through.
I said, what I do is I actually use masking tape and just tape the needle I've taken out on the front or the side.
So I've just popped it in the little box here.
So that you always have it close to hand when you want to pop it back in again.
On
But I like 3-thread overlocking too. So if I do sew my seams on a sewing machine, I will neaten them on the overlocker with a 3-thread, which is narrower.
Yeah. And you can do a wide or a narrow 3-thread depending which needle you take out. I'm just going to make sure I've got this set properly. Now, what have I done? I haven't set this for some reason.
But I like the way on the machine, if you want to use it, a rolled hem is such a useful feature. It's a useful feature, as Jayne has said, for doing like scarves and things. If you want to make table mats or napkins, you can finish them with rolled hems very quickly. But also for garments, I love them for garments as well. Particularly when you're working with lightweight fabrics, silky fabrics, transparent fabrics, because you don't want to be able to see a turned up hem on a fabric that's translucent. And it makes a lovely finish. And if you use them on a jersey fabric, so a stretchy fabric, if you stretch it in front and behind the needle as you're sewing, you get what's called a lettuce hem. So it's a wibbly wobbly one. It's a really lovely feature.
You can also, with the cording feet, put fishing line in.
Yes.
Which is another. There's just so many different things you can do with
and if
these.
you put the fishing line in, again, particularly when you do a stretchy one, you get a lovely.
Stretch it, yeah. Make sure you leave a long piece at the end though. we've all done that once. You just do.
It's really lovely. There's lots of things you can do. This
But
is when
like
you go further.
bridal
on with it.
veils and things. That's such a good way to do with that. I'm just tweaking this a little bit. Take that a little bit down. And again.
Okay, so any messages that we can't respond to right now, they will be forwarded to Jayne, and then Jayne will be able to respond more at leisure. Because sometimes if it's a little bit more complex and things, we just don't have time.
Or somebody might need talking through something, so it's good. So it is just literally just playing with your little hems then. You've got them sorted out, you know, when you set it to rolled. Don't forget to set it back to normal.
Yes.
When you finish, especially it's a stitch length. I always forget the stitch length. I'm thinking, what's happening here? It's not moving. And I've forgotten to put the stitch length back to a normal.
So on your stitch length, it says R.
Yep.
So if you're doing a rolled hem, it's very simple. You just turn everything to R.
Turn everything to R, yeah. On
That
the front,
makes it simple.
On here, yeah. And you've got a little bit of movement still on here with that. And again, your differential feed. Again, you still may need to alter that while you're doing it. And there's ways to get your lettuce hem. You can alter differential feed with your different fabrics, just so it does give that rolled edge automatically.
I can just pull it.
Yeah, you can do it. A bit of both works, doesn't it? You can get both of them together. So they are. So it's just a lovely machine.
I think it's a brilliant machine. Yeah. I love the. Can we just look at that threading again? Because I know that's the thing that puts people off overlockers. I just want you to explain again how you do the lower looper, which is the one that people worry about.
People worried about the lower looper, so I've got it that way. So I'm just going to press that, and if we can see, where have I put my little tweezers?
Can you see that? I can just see, the little green hook. I can see a little green hook.
You can see it there. So you're literally coming down here. Make sure the pressure foot's up, because the tension discs will then open to sit it in the tensions properly. If you've got a really bad stitch,
when you've put it through the tensions, can you feel it's through the
you
tensions?
You can feel it go in there, but you need the presser foot up so it sits in properly. If you've got a really loose stitch or it's not quite right, just like your sewing machine, just try rethreading it.
Yeah.
And that usually sorts the problem out.
What the problem is.
Yeah. So again, we're coming down, do a little guide here, little green spot there, so it's a little loop, through that one, up through that one, through the hook here, and then through the hook. I can't see it on here at the moment.
I can see it just above
the little
that.
hook here, and then it just goes through the front of the lower looper, and it's.
Have you got a threader in there, Kit?
A needle threader?
Yes.
Only for the machine needles, yeah.
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 So that can be really helpful to thread through the needles. Yeah.
This little one.
But for the loopers, it's got a big enough eye to.
For the loopers,
see,
it's fine.
isn't it?
Tweezers.
Yes.
You know, I'd be lost. I used to have industrial machines, and with industrial overlock and everything, I'd be lost without my tweezers.
They're very useful because you can put it through and then pull them, can't you?
Yes, you can just pop it through, take the other end, and it's done. Yeah.
And thread.
Thread, overlock thread. And again, use a decent quality. You know, you're spending a lot on your fabrics and a lot of time and effort. Don't skimp on the thread.
So we have got some thread here, so I'm going to quickly show this. So this is the first one. So I love the tin of this. This is a tin, and it comes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16 reels.
Are they multicoloured as well?
They're not multicoloured. There's 4 different colours.
Yeah.
There's 2,000 metres on each one. So we've got a sort of taupe, red, black and white. So there's 4 of each. So if you wanted to have all 4 the same, you can do that. The thing I must say that I do, you might tell me I'm naughty and I shouldn't, but often through the needle I would put my regular sewing thread.
That's up to you.
Because if I can't afford or haven't got 4 of the same.
I have actually wound it before, and again, you probably shouldn't do it, but I've wound it onto a bobbin and popped a bobbin on with the needles and put the spill cap on top.
Yes.
You know, if you're doing...
Because you don't always need as much thread in the
So I was
needles.
doing something like this, and it's probably thinking, oh, it's not colour I'm going to use. So I would just buy 2 reels
Yes.
and thread and wind some bobbins.
What bobbins for the needles?
Yeah, because
it's the loopers that use all the thread,
Right.
isn't it? That's
And
why
again,
you want the bigger ones.
if you have got the 4 reels, you know, switch them over occasionally so that you've got
They're
the
more
looper
even.
ones on the needle, so you're using them more evenly.
So that's a really nice tin, 4 of each, $74.99, and you get all of those. And we then also have this, so it's another really good brand. That one was Metler, this one is Madeira. And again, on this one, we've got 24 spools, and we've got black, grey, light grey, two lots of white, and a taupe or cream. And the good thing, so it's 1,200 metres on each of these. So the good thing about these is that these are basic colours. These are just your standard colours that you can use. And as I say, you could, if you're using a lightweight fabric, you can use the light colours. If you're using darker fabric, you can use a darker. Use these on the loopers, and then you can, as Jayne said, you could actually wind off if you wanted. These are polyester. Yeah, that would be standard. You don't necessarily want to use 100% cotton. They use a lot of thread, which is why it's a good idea to use overlocking thread. And overlocking thread is finer. So that's why it's a good idea to use proper overlocking thread. And you can get bundles, but I absolutely agree with you. You want to make sure you're getting quality. Avoid the cheap pack you can get in the market. I was helping a friend teach her overlocking class, and we had one lady with a brand new machine, and we got it threaded, got it going, threads broke, and it happened again and again, and by the time it had happened about the 10th time, she knew how to thread that machine. But what I ended up doing, I said, look, she'd got the threads with the machine, but I went and got my threads from my machine. I said, try these.
Yeah, and they're fine.
And it's fine.
I've had that happen to me. Yeah, I've had it happen to me where I've been using really good thread on a machine at home, then I've gone and put it on a different one, and it snapped, and there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Sometimes they just don't like it.
They just don't.
Can we have a quick look at the air threader before we
You
move
can.
on to that one? I know
We
we
can.
just got that one in. We've got to mention this one. So this is what I've got at home basically. Air threader basically means that although that was very easy to thread the lower looper, this is super easy because it's done by a puff of air. How brilliant is that? So it's really easy to change your thread colour. Of course, that does mean that the price is higher.
Yes.
This is $849, which is still a good price for an overlocker of this quality. And for this one, you can get 5 split payments of £169.80. It does the same job.
It does the same job. With this one, you can go down to 2 threads as well, so you can have 2, 3 or 4 threads, whereas the 664 is 3 or 4 threads, which covers most people's needs. But this one, we go down to 2 threads, so you can do some really fine work if you want to with it. So there's different, there's different things.
Different advantages of different
ways.
machines.
Also, let me just pop that in there out of the way. But again, you've got your specific needles with it. Please don't forget that. But this comes with like a tray to catch all
I know, I really like that actually.
Yeah, to catch all the bits. It's also got lots of different, the safety feature of this is if this is open or the front's open, the machine won't physically sew.
Yeah,
so
that is very handy because although you should still turn off the power,
you should.
It does mean. Can you manage to do that from that angle?
Nobody's got acrobatics. We're involved in this.
I was going to say you can turn it round and face you.
I'm going to have to turn it round and face me. Am I allowed? You won't come out and tell me off. There we go. That's better. So again, you can see there it is slightly different inside.
I just love this.
So
I just love this.
You've got the needles, you've got a needle threader as well. With the needle threader, you can pop it. So your needle threader's here, but you can push it across so it'll thread both needles, pull it back towards you.
Yeah, so
it'll thread both needles.
And the right needles.
You've also got on here, when you're coming to thread the machine, it does tell you in the tray here, you need to pop, this is on sewing at the moment. If I pop it that way, it's on threading. And again, press a foot up, pull it down and through. I always pop quite a little bit down here, and it's just, should I thread it? Should I plug it in and thread it? Let's go wild.
When I had it on the show a few weeks ago, I wasn't able to thread it because we didn't have any power. And people did say it would have been nice to see it being threaded.
Let's just pop it this way.
Do. And it is so easy.
It's magic. I love demonstrating this at exhibitions if we ever get back to them again.
We will. We'll be back.
If we ever get back again. So, literally, I'm going to pop these out.
Now on the other ones, on every other overlocker I've known, you have to thread it from right to left. So even if your threads break and your upper thread isn't broken, you need to take it out of the needle.
Yeah.
And thread the lower one first. But this you don't have to.
No. No, we can't. I'm going to leave the needles threaded. I'll just make a mess on the floor. They'll make me clean it up later, won't they? Can't will anyway. So with these, I'm going to pop this on now. So if we can see that okay. So again, oh, I've got a little knot here. Let's just get rid of those. Oh, too much stuff here. So again, I've threaded this up with the threads colour-coded to the tension discs. So with this one now, again, we're pulling through here. I'm going to pop the presser foot down now to pop the tension on so it stops the thread running through really, really quickly. And again, you need to make sure that you've got quite a good loop of threads. Some people do it different ways. You can pop the lever up here. That comes round to threading. You do need your tweezers to pop the thread down, otherwise it can get quite frustrating because if you let go, it will pop back up again. I shouldn't do that, but
Tweezers are invaluable.
oh, tweezers! I love my overlock tweezers,
but they're not for eyebrows.
They're not what, sorry?
For your eyebrows.
No, they're a little bit too thin. I've got a pair of overlocker tweezers. I must have had them over 30 years now.
I know, they're really, really useful.
They are just so handy for so many things.
So you pop about 1.5 inches down?
You do. I tend to. This is a bit flighty, this thread this morning. There we go. Pop that down and pop it in.
Oh, I'm just being told that Debbie Shaw uses hairspray on the ends to stiffen it to make it easier to go. That's a good idea.
I haven't got any hairspray.
Always got to
That would be no good to me. But again, this then, as we come down, make sure you've not got your thread caught around everything.
So you've got like a loop of thread hanging down the bottom there, haven't you?
And it should shoot. Oh no, it won't shoot it through. I've done this with John about 4 times. I'm so busy talking. I've forgotten the little tubey bits that come across. So that will click across.
You hear that click and the tubes come across.
So again, I may have to take this out and start again. Yeah. So again, the little tubes.
Yeah, so you flick the little dial on the, also you've got
it's like the hand wheel on the side, yeah.
Yeah, but no, the other one when you're threading the lower looper and the upper looper.
Yeah, so I need to pop it to that one.
Yes.
That side, across to there. We'll get there in a minute. I did this the first time I ever did it because I'm too busy talking.
To do it back to front. It's not
easy. Too busy talking. There we go. Let's pop that down there like so.
It's all very clear though because it's all colour coordinated.
Yes, it's very easy to do. There we go. One thread.
I know, it's just gone.
It just
I just love that. I love that.
It goes straight through. The other one is probably an easier one for people to see. I always make sure I've got a long end on that one. Let me just take these 2 threads out.
So that's again where you can see the tweezers coming into their own look.
Oh gosh, the tweezers are great. I'd say I'd be lost without tweezers.
And they come as part of the kit.
Yeah, they're always in there. Don't lose them.
You can buy these things separately, by the way, as haberdashery.
Yeah.
But obviously they come with it, so.
So again with this down, and again make sure that you pop this little switch here across.
So once you've put it through the tensions, then you put the presser foot down.
Same as your sewing machine because it stops that thread just being able to pull straight through really quickly. So we'll do that. Again, not having hairspray to hand. Just going to have to chop that off on the side. There we go. Take the end. I'm going to put a big loop on this because it's really... This one's quite spectacular. This is a really good one when you're demonstrating to show this looper because the thread will shoot straight out to the side. There we go, pop it in. I'm trying to think what I'd have at home that I could actually use. Maybe a little bit of, you get thread heaven and things like that, can't you? Maybe a tiny little bit that on the end would do the same kind of thing.
Go and buy yourself a little handbag size one.
Yeah, it's the tiny one. Yeah. So
it's amazing, isn't it, what you can do with things that don't relate to sewing.
Yeah, and again, it's a top looper, so you can see that.
Yeah.
And it's just shoots straight through here.
Yes.
And it's gone.
And then, I hope I'm right in saying that if you have the lever up or in the wrong position, when you try to close that flap, it won't.
It won't. It won't close.
Because
equally,
it's not in the sewing position.
No. So that needs to come back.
So again, you can't get it wrong.
No. You can't, and again, you've put your foot on the pedal, it won't sew. And a couple of the other nice things with this, pop that in, is I don't know if we can actually get in here to see on this side here.
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay. The blade comes down here. So you could take your blade down there to take it out of the way.
Yes,
The
so it's
blade's
nice
gone.
and easy.
Then take it back round and it pops it back up again. Okay, equally the cutting width you can alter here on this one. So you can alter the cutting width. And again for rolled hem, it literally is rolled on the side, take your needle out and you're done.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything's on the outside of the machine.
Which is really nice. So it's the same
handy.
features.
Yes, it's just got
it's maybe a
more-
little bit easier there. So when you're paying this extra price, it's just got a few little extra bits.
It's
and
like
it's the air threading that's the main
air threading
feature,
is
isn't
fabulous
it?
if you really have got mobility problems or something like
Yes.
that.
I'm struggling with it. But we must go back to our star one for today, which is this one here. So a lot of people have been checking out, so congrats if you've done that, because I think it's really good. This is 664 Overlocker for 289. Okay, so we have Joe saying, morning, loving the show. Can this machine do cuffs and waistbands on sweatshirts? Yes, it can.
With my little collar I have there,
Yes.
which is exactly the same. Yep, so you're just popping it in. And again, it's just always have a little practice first. So it's literally, that is just your neckband. You
Yes.
could put collars on equally. Cuffs really easily.
So
to do it.
sometimes when you put a collar or a cuff on, the collar or cuff is smaller than the neck.
Yeah.
So you have to stretch it
Yeah.
to match.
I would actually just probably use a clip, you know, the old
Yes.
the quilting clips. So what we ever did before we had those, I don't know. I use them for everything. So maybe put a clip on one end, centre point, or depending how big it is, mark it out so you've got it stretched out equally. So
Yes.
you're not going to
I
end
do the
up with it
quartering
puckering.
method.
Yeah.
So you just front and back, side and side.
Yeah.
And you
Just pop
match
it in.
those and then stretch
And
it in
that's
between.
and Stretch it in between and just do it. But just be really cautious if you are going to pop pins in that you've got them well back from where
Yeah.
that blade's going to be, because you will break a blade,
And
put a nick
so
in
what
it.
do you do? Because obviously this one has a free arm, because I can take that off, can't I?
No.
Or no, you can't.
No.
Okay, so if you haven't got a free arm,
You can get round them fine. I've never had any problems.
so what
at
I
all.
do is I actually tend to sew from the inside.
Yes.
Because if you sew from the inside of the circle, you don't accidentally catch the bit underneath.
Catch a bit, yeah.
So
So it is.
that's my arm. Because sometimes, even if you can take the free arm, you know, the flat bit off
Yes.
to get
Yeah.
the free arm is too big anyway.
Yes. Yes.
So
you
yeah,
use
I
them
actually
quite
sew
small, you can
circular
go
things
in, yeah.
from the inside of the circle.
It's always worth having a little play first and doing some samples to find what ways. I mean, I'm left-handed, so I do things really,
Tack-handed.
left-handed. So I do things really quite different sometimes.
Yes.
Because it works better for me. It's easier to do. Yeah. So it's just finding what works best for you with everything. I'm a great believer in there's no perfect way that we all have to do everything. If it works for you,
absolutely right.
if it works for
absolutely
you,
right. There's
that's fine.
different ways of doing nearly
Yeah.
everything. This is got to be the most affordable overlocker that I've seen, and certainly the most affordable we have on Sewing Street. New to us today, and it is from Elna, which is a brand to be reckoned with, and you've got great after-sales customer service with them. So it is really good. And actually, you know, getting overlockers or sewing machines at the moment from retailers, I hate to say, it's really difficult because people have just gone mad with wanting to sew and
Yep.
to use overlockers, and
I did.
which is great news. Oh, we've had another question about thread. What type of thread? Yes, so we've got polyester thread here, which is fine. You don't really want to use 100% cotton, which tends to be thicker. Overlocking thread is lighter in weight because obviously you use a lot of it. So the loopers basically wrap around the edges. I'm
Yes.
saying this for you, Jane, because I know
Yeah,
you were
that's
busy
okay.
doing something.
I'm just whizzling around.
But the
yeah.
loopers wrap round the edges, so you use a lot of thread. So you don't want anything too thick and bulky. Although you can get like the bulky nylon.
You can get the
can't
bulky
you?
nylon, which is if you're doing swimwear and things like that, it just bulks up over the seam.
Yeah, and I think it's good for children's pyjamas.
It's children's
and things.
pyjamas as well. But you can use I've got Lurexy threads and that I've used in there before if you want to make a feature of it. So just play with it.
Yeah, and on the air threader, there's a clever way of threading those thicker threads, isn't there? You have to kind of like sling back them through.
Yeah, I would actually say use your normal thread to thread the machine, like a long piece, and you've tied your decorative thread on the end. Then I would just thread that long through and just pull it through really carefully. It's just, where there's a will, there's a way. And I have done that with the thicker threads actually on the normal overlocker as well.
Yes, exactly.
Especially the
yes.
fluffy ones, because
Pulling-
sometimes you're
pulling
trying to
th-
thread
I know
it.
some of them. I had trouble trying to put a fluffy thread through the porthole.
Yeah.
And I'd been you know, clever clogs and cut them all off and thought, this is so easy to thread. And it wasn't. It was hard to thread through the porthole.
So yeah, just pop it on with a long piece of normal thread and just gently pull it through. And you know, with this one as well, you've got all the instructions, so if you need to clean it out, if it gets a bit of fluff in the tubes, we'll tell you how to do it there. So just make sure you understand
just
what
read
you're
the
doing.
thing. So this 664, as we expected, has been really popular today. So we do have another hour with Jayne. We're going to look at the easy cover.
We're going to look at the cover stitch.
So this is how you get your professional looking finish to garments. But we're going to have a break. So if you've got any questions to ask us, please feel free to send them in. We're just going to have a quick slurp of water or coffee or whatever we happen to have to hand. So we can come back to you in just a few minutes.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hi, welcome back. This is really good to see you back. I'm still here with Jayne, who has sharing with, we've had a little sip of water, quickly put more machines on the table. We've got some nice accessories to talk to you about. But the first thing we're going to do, so just if anybody that's just joining us, I'm Wendy Gardiner and I'm here with Jayne Brogan, who is from Elna. She is the expert. If you have any queries, questions about the machines or anything like that, please do get in touch. One or I of us will be able to answer, I'm sure. But the last hour we launched the Elna 664 Overlocker machine, which is fabulous. If you've been thinking about an overlocker but been a little bit put off by the prices of £600-700, £289 for an overlocker with easy threading, colour coded, and a little sort of thing, little dial on it, so you can bring out that lower looper hook, which is the one that's tricky to get hold of. You can bring it out and make it accessible and easy. Beautiful machine, and it also has, which was quite unusual for a machine of this weight, that has the presser foot pressure.
Yeah.
So you can sort of lower it down to make it tighter or loosen it up if it's big bulky stuff. Of course, it's got differential feed, you can do rolled hems, you can do flat, you can do all of that. Comes with amazing instruction manual with all of that in there. Have a cup of coffee, sit and read it through, and then you'll really get to grips with it and then try it out. But please, still available, £289 or in 3 split payments. But another machine, as well as, if you fancy, something that Great British Sewing Bee use quite a lot on there is it's the Elna Easy Cover. So it's a cover stitch machine. Looks like an overlocker,
but it's not
isn't an overlocker.
No, it's a very different machine. To me, if you've got an overlocker and you're doing a lot like your top and things, a lot of that sort of fabric, stretchy jersey fabric, it's a brilliant add-on because you get the really professional finish on the cuffs, hems and things like that as well.
So if you look at anything that you've bought, shop bought garments, particularly as you say jersey garments,
things like
fabrics, you'll notice, it's no point looking at mine because I didn't use it, but you'll notice that you've got like 2 straight rows of stitching on the right hand side, on the right side of your garment. That's done with a cover stitch machine.
Yeah, so you can do, with this one, you've got the 3 needles. I'm going to pop the presser foot down if we can see them. You've got 3 needles. You can take a needle out. You can take left, right or centre needle out, so you can have a 2 thread, a 3 thread, you know, and 2 thread to the left or to the right, depending on what you're doing at the time. And again, they are very, very specific needles, these. They are.
So they're not the same as the overlocker needles?
No, they are. I have got a pack somewhere, I'll dig them out in a minute. They've got EL because they're longer. And if you look again, they are really quite distinctive. They do go up that way. Again, they're all at different angles sitting up, so you must make sure that you put them in correctly. They're a longer needle.
Okay, and do you have spare in the kit?
Yes, you always get your spares with you.
So that's handy, just in case.
I haven't got the book, I don't know where it's gone.
But it comes with a, just
hang on a minute, I'm telling a fib.
It comes with the instruction manual.
I have got the book. Also comes with the soft cover with it, so just like a soft.
So yeah, because it's possible you wouldn't use this one all the time.
It's not one that you'd be using all the time. They're very, very popular. Again, say a lot of people now do a lot of jersey and stretchy fabrics, aren't they? And it's great just to get that really nice finish on it. The other thing that's great with this, you can do a chain stitch with it. So if you're making toiles for dressmaking, it's really easy to run up with a chain stitch and then just pull the thread to take it to pieces when you need to.
Yes,
that's another nice use.
That is a nice feature of that, because it is something that's recommended, not necessarily something I do all the time, but you make it, particularly if you're using really lovely fabric. You want to make a toile or a test garment, basically. Or if you have fitting issues, it's a good idea to make a test garment. Just and as you say, if you do it with your cover stitch machine,
chain stitch,
you do a chain stitch, you can just pull it out and then you can use the pieces as your pattern.
Yes. Yeah, and if you need to readjust and everything, you can do that with it quite straightforward. Again, lovely manual with it. So all your instructions in here. Again, it comes with the accessory box, threader. You've got the different screws. We'll about a minute. We've got the screwdrivers, tweezers, nets. So you've basically got the same as you would have with your overlocker. The one nice thing with this, whenever I'm doing this, and people go, "Oh no, it's the overlocker." When you actually come to thread this, there's one looper on the bottom. That's it. It's so easy to thread. There is just a single thread goes through the bottom.
Oh, that's interesting, because I've not used a cover stitch machine.
One thread. People expect you to open it up and it looks like an overlocker.
Yeah, I would have thought it would be even worse, because, you know, it's like... But no, I suppose because you've got 3 needles, yes.
You've got 3 needles, so you've got a single thread underneath. And again, it's really easy to thread. We need to just get all these in line. Can we see for the little piece on here? I don't know. So you line all these up, thread it through. And again, with this, you pull the little, there's a little grey knob here, you pull it, you thread. You don't need to take the thread to the top, but you do need to make sure that you push that loop back, otherwise it won't sew. And it's so easy to do because you're so not used to doing that, and you just pop that back and then that's it, you're good to go.
And no blade?
No blades, no.
It's not cutting anything, because you are just basically stitching.
You're just basically just covering.
It's hemming.
It is hemming. Yeah.
It's just hemming.
It's a cover hem. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is. But say people are always pleasantly surprised when you open that,
Yes,
and there's just one thing in there to thread. And again, I don't know if we can get it in here. You've got all the little instructions here for you.
Oh, right, so they're printed on the panel, so
printed in there.
You don't
as
have
well
to keep
as,
getting your manual out.
as well as in the manual. But again, the manual will show you everything. It really will. It's quite a straightforward machine to
and
use.
it's all nice little line drawings against all of
They
the
are.
instructions.
I love line drawings in manuals. I don't like photographs because they're not quite often. They're not very clear.
Photographs aren't as clear. Exactly. A line drawing can be
It's
clearer.
much easier to have a look with it. Yeah. So, but it is. It's just a nice straightforward machine to use. So
Are you able to show us? It
I
in
can.
use?
And
it would
again,
be-
you've got the differential feed again on this, which is always handy, and your stitch length.
So again, you can alter those depending on the fabric.
Depending
you're
on your
stitching, So
fabrics,
it's a good
yeah.
idea to do a sample.
And again, we've gone on here. It's for different fabrics. It will tell you in your book. So on some of the other ones, it's got loose and tight. This one's got 2 little jumpers. So if you've got an odd skip stitch on some fabrics, usually trickier fabrics, if you pop it onto tight, it usually cures it for you.
Okay. And it tells you all that in the manual.
Yeah, again, your tension dials, you've got 3 of. I'm going to have to turn it round to use.
You turn it round to use it your way.
There we go.
Is it heavy?
It's a substantial machine. It is a fairly heavy machine. It is substantial. The other thing I often forget with this as well, we do have a little free arm. So you can free arm on it.
So if you are going round cuffs
So
and
if you're going
things,
round cuffs and
yeah.
things, you have got the free arm.
That's
to
good.
do it on
that's
there.
handy.
So that
Although,
will
as I
come
said,
in.
if you're doing a child's garment and that's actually still too big, you can
You
just
can
do it from sewing on the
usually just
inside or
work it
something,
round. Yeah. You can. Right, all I've done, I've just folded these little bits, different pieces of fabric. So we've got some little bits of cotton and stuff. Again, you can get guides and there's all different ways of doing a guide, because what you want to do, you actually want to cover, look it on here, you actually want to cover this raw hem.
But you have to sew it the other way up, don't you?
You have to sew it the other way up. This isn't too bad, I can possibly see through, but the needles are marked, so I tend to do it. So the centre needle is sitting on the edge of the fabric, so you're getting one either side.
Okay.
And
And
see-
the thread you're using is just overlocking
It's just
thread
an
again?
overlock thread. This actually comes on the machine, these threads, the white threads, these actually come with the machine.
Oh, right, okay.
When
So
you get it,
that'll
yeah.
keep you going for some time.
It will. And again, make sure we're all going.
It's purring.
Purrs along. I'm not sure if I've gone straight, too busy talking. The one really useful piece of information I have for this, and I need to find a pair of scissors if I can.
Under the desk.
We got some down here?
Yeah.
Yes, there's loads of them. Oh, I'm going to get some nice shiny ones.
So you're not chaining off this
I'm not.
time?
You don't chain off with this because
Right.
you've just got that single thread underneath. If you don't tie off that end, as you pull that thread, the whole lot will come undone. So I just pop the tweezers underneath, pull the top threads forward, cut them. Oh, there, very nice scissors. Take it back. You've just got the one thread, and it's tied off on the back. It has tied that off. It's not very straight. I'm too busy talking. But it ties them off on the back. Otherwise, if you pull that loose thread, the whole lot will come undone.
Oh, that's quite handy.
Yeah,
though.
and again,
You
you've
want
got
to be able to
three,
undo it quickly.
3 on the top. Yeah, 3 on the top. I'm going to have another go. Try and go in a straight line this time, see if that's possible. But it's just so straightforward to use. You
So
can.
Kat's just said you could actually use different colours through each of the needles.
Yeah, of course you can.
And
Yeah.
then you'd have a really decorative finish.
can.
And of course, it's like 3 perfectly parallel rows, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
So you'd actually be sort of given a trim virtually.
You can do, and if you wanted to do something decorative, there's nothing to stop you doing something decorative on something.
No.
Again, it's just a case. Again, it's just a case of having a look and getting to know what your machine can do for you. Most lot of the time, isn't it? Again, come on top. Yeah, I've managed to go
So why
straight this
don't you
time.
just pull it out the back?
If you pull it out the back, you can, but then you will need to knot all these threads. If I just pull it out the back and then get hold of the bottom thread, it will undo
It
the
will
whole
undo that.
bottom.
So you would have to not, but the way you do it, you don't have to.
You don't have to. It's secured them off here. I don't know if you can see. You can see where it's tied them all together. It just knots them for you. Yeah.
See, I've learned something today.
That's my
I've
real...
learned 2 things today. Hairspray to make it stiff to go through.
Yeah. And pulley cover stitch forward to lock it off. Yeah, and
Every
it
day's a
is.
learning
Yeah.
day.
But again, you could... There's nothing to say that you've got to have that on the back of your garment. You could flip it over if you wanted
exactly.
to.
Yes.
And do it again. So it is.
So you could actually, because that's the one that's through the looper.
Yes.
You could use, as you say, a lurex or a thicker thread or something in that bit, couldn't you, to make that the feature.
And just make it a feature on something like a garment. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit like you use flat lock sometimes, don't you?
Yes.
As a feature. Well, there's
Yeah.
nothing to stop you doing that really. As a feature.
So again,
on something.
it's play and enjoy.
It is playtime.
So this is £499, but again, you can get it on 3 split payments of £166.33, same post and package as before, and it will come direct from Elna.
It will come directly from us. Yes. Yeah.
This is particularly good for stretch fabrics, isn't it?
It is if you're doing a lot of dressmaking, or if you're doing a lot of sportswear or swimwear or
Yes,
yoga wear.
yes.
And I know people who dance wear, things
yes,
like that.
dance
It's
wear,
brilliant
yeah.
for that. Yeah,
Yes.
it really is good for that. Because again, with the stretchy fabric, it just covers it and it gives it quite an elastic finish. The same
gives
as the
it that
overlocker.
elastic. Yes, so that's the other thing with overlockers, isn't it? It gives you that elasticity
Yes.
in the seam, which
Yeah.
you won't get on a sewing machine unless
No.
you use a stretch stitch or a little zigzag.
Yes.
So it does that for you. It is really good, and as you say, for dancewear, for swimwear, for sportswear,
everything like
for
that.
dressmaking.
Just everybody's running up at the moment jersey dresses, and it's
Yeah,
just so easy.
everybody's wearing loungewear at the moment.
Of course we
all
are.
live in loungewear.
It's quite nice to get up and put some proper clothes on this morning.
I actually did the other day, funnily enough, my friend Jo from So Creative, she posted saying she was Dress Up Friday.
Yes.
Looked amazing.
I saw that
Did
dress,
you see?
it was fabulous.
Amazing
yes.
in this dress, she looked lovely. And on that particular day, I did the complete opposite, which I don't normally do when I'm working, and I was wearing tracky bottoms and a hoodie.
Yeah.
But normally, even though I'm working from home, that's not how I would dress when I'm working, just to get your mindset in the right
Yes,
place. But
yes.
it was just quite funny that she went that way and I went that way.
Yeah, I think we're all dressing slightly differently at the moment, aren't we?
Yes, definitely.
So yeah, say with the easy cover, and again, it's telling us which needles to use on here. There is a little sticker on there that tells you which needles, because they are a longer needle.
Oh right, yes, because they're a longer needle
Yeah.
and you need to use the
Yeah.
right needles for
And
it.
again, the same as with the overlocker. If you're taking a needle out, make sure you tie that tiny little grub screw up.
Absolutely, you don't want it to work loose, because it does do 1,000 stitches per minute if you
Yeah,
want
if you really
to.
put your foot down.
Yes, if
And
you
by
really-
the time
you
you
don't
realise
have to do it that
No.
fast, because you just don't put your foot on the pedal that hard.
And again, you can control the speed,
Yes.
same as the overlocker with the foot pedal. And again, if you haven't timed it up, by the time you realise you've lost that little screw, you have lost it.
Yes,
It's gone into the
it's gone.
depths of somewhere, never to be seen again. And again,
So
equally...
do you sell little screws in your spare parts
Yes, I
department?
think we do, yes.
Just in
Yeah,
case.
just in
No.
case. But it's just sort of getting into the habit. If you take your needle out, tighten the screw back up again.
Yes, I think that's the same
Yeah.
with anything,
anything
isn't it? Like a
that.
sewing machine, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You must tighten the needle with your screwdriver.
Yeah, I can
not
finger
just by
tighten
hand.
it, and then a quarter
You
of a
can
turn.
always do a quarter more turn, can't you?
I always do. It's the same as when you're changing the feet on sewing
Yes, we had
machines.
that issue last time. Delphine was using a machine, and of course it's the usual thing, grab it onto the desk,
Yeah.
try to use it at walking foot, and the walking foot wasn't tight enough. Not she hadn't put it on, it was
No.
already on,
Yeah,
and it obviously worked loose, and so
needle
the
bang.
needle hit it and
Yeah.
broke,
Yeah.
which is so important, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
right, we've got a question from Ivy. Hi, is there a binder for the Elna Easy cover?
No.
Do you mean a
I'm gonna
binding foot?
I'm going to say no. The overlockers, you can get tape binders with them.
So a bias
I
binding
haven't
foot.
I haven't actually got a book with me, but no, you wouldn't use this to put binding on. It's specifically for
Yeah, it is
doing
hemming,
the
isn't it?
hems.
So
The
but you
overlockers
can,
have got
for
a
an
lot more.
overlocker, you can get a
Yeah.
bias binding foot, can't you?
You can get the binding for,
Yeah.
for those, and the tape binders and everything to go with those.
But I think that leads us nicely onto feet. My
Hey.
passion, my passion.
we do like feet.
I like feet. I've done I've taught Get the Most from Your Sewing Machine, Expand and Explore Your Sewing Machine, feet. I've written a book on feet. I've done a craftsy class on feet. I like feet. I like shoes too, actually, but that's a different thing entirely. But, okay, so sewing machines in general are limited, but we have got some fun feet here. I'm going to bring them onto this lovely mat as well. Have we put this on because we've got it? So this is really great to go underneath your sewing machine. It's a non-sort of slip mat, but it also helps sort of deafen any noise if you're trying to sew when other people are trying to watch TV, etc. It does help. So what we're going to do is we've got a few of these sewing machines that Jayne's going to be working on now. It's the 560. So it's quite a nice little computerised machine. So this is a machine we do have. What's the price of this machine? £579, or on split, does that say 3 split payments of £193. So we have got, now this is a nice simple little machine. It's a great little machine if you're new to sewing, if you want to upgrade from a manual machine. This is a nice easy upgrade. It's nice and simple to use. It's got some built-in stitches.
Yes, we've got 560. So there we go.
Oh, so it looks like you haven't got many built-in stitches until you pull out the little guide on the side. And I like that too. I like the fact the guide is right there and can't get lost, because sometimes they clip on the top, don't they?
Yes, they're different ways. They're on across here.
Yeah,
but that's
but
quite
like
handy.
that.
Yeah, so it pops
Get
in.
it out and put it back.
The other thing with this again, we have got.
Oh, can you just pull that out again?
Got that one. Oh, hang on a minute. We've got.
There's 100 stitches, so you've got 2 little pull-outs.
You've got 0 to 49 and 50 to 99. So you've got some really nice decoratives on there.
Yeah.
And a lot of, I mean, say I'm a quilter, so you've got your piecing stitch on here. You've got mock hand quilting. You've got some what I would use for heirloom quilting and things like that.
And you've got the satin stitch ones.
You've
the,
got
like,
your
the
satin
shell
stitches,
and
yep,
things,
all
which I was
those.
saying earlier, they're brilliant when you use variegated threads.
They're fabulous those, yeah.
It
I
just
have
makes them look
got
really
one of my
stunning.
little things. It's not off this machine. It's off, I think, is it in here? I've got so much
Scrabble on
stuff
the
in my
floor there.
bag.
So it's also got...
These stitches aren't off this machine, I do hasten to add. You might get a couple of them on here, but they're done in variegated, so you can see.
It does,
the
variegated
difference it
thread
makes,
just makes
yeah.
so much difference. It's really lovely. And of course using a twin needle
Yeah.
as well. But digressing, this has got a little LCD screen. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, on here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know I get my LCDs and my LEDs mixed up. So
Yep.
it's an LCD. It's got your little snail man, so you can go fast or slow.
Tortoise and hare, so speed control. It will sew with or without the foot pedal.
So you can use a stop-start button.
You can use a stop-start button if you want to. You've got the lock stitch on it. If you were doing a decorative stitch, it would finish the pattern repeat for you before it stops, which is nice. Not all machines do that.
If you press the lock stitch.
If you press the lock stitch, it will finish the pattern.
That is really useful. Yeah.
It's also got a needle up-down feature, and my favourite button, the scissors.
Oh yes.
I'm so used to an automatic cut now on my machines.
Do you know, it's funny because I've got a very good quilting friend, Jenny Raymond, and she doesn't rate the scissors on machines.
Really? I know, Jenny.
But I do.
I wouldn't be without them.
I know.
You don't have to use them.
Different. I mean, it's because she's old school.
Yeah.
And you know, she likes to do. She uses, what does she call it? She doesn't even call it a donkey.
Oh,
she
no,
uses it's like a little piece of
it's a
square.
little piece that you sew on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
some
sew
people
on
do.
and sew off.
And
of.
sew off,
I can't remember
yeah.
what she calls it.
There's all kinds of different
It's a thread
things, don't
saver,
they?
really,
Yeah.
but people call it donkeys and
I
things.
don't know. I don't use them. But with the automatic cut, it's there. If you don't want to use it, I don't always want to use it. If I'm quilting, I don't want to use it because I want long threads to sew in. So I won't use it.
Lock stitch them and then cut them.
No, it's not the same when you're free motion quilting. No, you need long threads to sew in. I'll convert you. You do.
I hate hand sewing.
So you do. But you can set that. If I put the memory on here, the little scissors are on the screen. So every time I lock stitch, it will automatically cut for me. I haven't even got to think about pressing the button. Which is brilliant. I'm going to pop that off. And again, you've got your basic stitches along the bottom. You've got straight, zigzag, over edge and buttonholes. If I want to do a zigzag, I just press a zigzag and it will take me straight there. Yeah.
And what about feet? What feet does it come with?
The feet, I haven't got the manual. I can only guess at the feet that are in the box because I haven't looked at this yet.
Because I'm assuming it's going to have buttonhole foot.
Yes, you've got your standard buttonhole foot with it.
An over edge foot.
It comes, I know this one comes, that's your blind hem foot.
Yeah.
That's your 1/4 inch. Standard A presser foot. And you've got, I might even have all the feet. So you've got your over edge foot there and also the zipper foot.
Brilliant.
That come with it.
So
yeah.
all the feet that you would use at any time.
All the standard feet that you need are there. Yeah.
Because not all machines have the blind hem and the over edge, so it's really good to see it does.
No. Depends
I
on
like
there.
that. And it's got the levelling button on the zigzag foot.
Yes, it has. Which most people don't know what that's for.
Yeah.
They're always quite amazed. But yeah, and it's it's a one-step buttonhole, the standard one where we'd pop the button in the back.
I know. It makes buttonholes a breeze, doesn't it?
They
really
are.
does.
They are so much easier to use.
And they store nicely in that little
They just pop
compartment
into there. I've put the satin stitch foot on here at the moment. And it will always tell you on here what foot to use. On here, if you can see on the screen, it says A. So if I'm going to go onto one I think will be a satin stitch foot, so we'll pop onto the next one. And if I go on to, say, number 70, to change these as well, I'm going to go back to 0. So you can go, that's 70, which I know is a satin stitch. And again, it's telling me the F foot there.
Yeah. And on the foot, it actually has a little F, doesn't it?
It does have a little letter on there as well. And again, with these, so you've got 70, if I wanted 73, I've got 1, 2, 3. So you can just change them quite straightforward. And the nice thing with this is it's got that feature, so if I've done my decorative stitch and I want to go back to seaming, I literally just press the straight stitch and I've gone straight back. I haven't got to go through everything.
And if you decide to alter the length and the width, again, you haven't ruined
on
it.
Here,
you can go straight back.
it will always go back to a default setting on it.
Defaults, yeah. So you can have a play and you can alter it.
You can.
It's like if you're using a zigzag, you can make it a satin stitch.
Go up to here, yeah. So again, it's a 7mm stitch width. So it won't go any wider than that. If it bleeps that, if it doesn't like it, but you can take it narrower.
Yeah.
You can take that a bit longer if you want. So play with it. And again, same as with the Overlocker, get yourself a folder of some description and just write on what you've done.
Yeah. Play with
just
the
have a look
and
at
see
it. Because
what
some
you
of them
like.
I like a lot more when I've altered the size on them and different projects.
Absolutely.
Some of them I don't like when I've altered the size, but it's having a play to find out. Again, get the manual, have a little read. And it's very straightforward to use. Yeah. And again, bobbin winding is very straightforward on these. Dotted line is always bobbin winding. So it thread on through this one here, not onto the back, through this one. It shows you a little picture there. Up and then wind it. Standard bobbin, standard Elna bobbins. So if you've already got an Elna or a Jayne, the bobbins will fit across.
Yeah.
So they're all the same.
Yeah, I know people think that all bobbins are the same, but they're not.
They aren't, no, please don't.
So it is a good idea to get the bobbins that go with your machine. But as you say, Elna and Jayne, because they're the same distributor, they are interchange. And it's the same with feet. You could put a foot on, you could put another foot onto an Elna machine, it would fit and you'd think that's fine. But it might be a millimetre or two out, and then you start stitching and suddenly your needle hits the foot or the throat plate.
Yeah.
So it is a good idea to get the feet that go with your machine.
Yeah. And well then, yes.
Speaking of which,
I'm going to pop these feet back in here.
You put your feet away while I look at these. So you get those standard feet, but what we have here are some feet that I consider to be absolutely essential. Firstly, this one. So if you haven't got this yet, concealed zip foot. Can you see it? So these are category B feet. Now the reason we're saying that is because the feet will be for a high shank or a low shank machine, and a high shank machine is normally like your embroidery machines, because that means that they've got a bigger depth between the foot and the throat plate, because you need to put hoops and things underneath. So you have to have different feet for those, and the low shanks, which is what this is.
What I will say, the 680 Plus, which is the most popular machine on here, is a category D machine.
Right,
it's a 9mm. I've got foot here.
And that's the other thing, because that's the other thing, is the width of them as well.
Yeah.
And the width of them should cover your feed dogs. So if you've got a 9mm foot,
9mm machine, then it will say on there. And if you're not sure, just email in and they'll ping it across to me and I'll get an answer back.
We can always answer that. But for this machine, these feet are great. So this one is definitely my absolute, I don't think I can get it out of there, absolute must. It's actually this way round. I like the fact that this has got the little pokey bit out the front.
If you squeeze it like
I thought so, but I think...
you squeeze it like that, I've done this so many times.
I know, but it's not doing it, Jayne. It's not doing it. Anyway. So it's got a little pokey thing at the front on this invisible zip. This is how you put invisible zips in invisibly and perfectly and easily. So if you have not yet got this foot, get this foot. This is absolutely perfect. £19. And I particularly like the little pokey bit at the front, because that helps open the coils. I don't, because I did that once and they never went back properly.
Mind you, I don't put many invisible zips in quilts.
I do a lot. So, so that is an absolute must-have foot. Get that one. Another one we've got is the Clare quilting foot with the guides. So you can use this for 1/4 inch seams, 7mm seams, stitch in the ditch, which is when you stitch in the previous seam, and for an 1/8 of an inch seam. It's got little guides on it. So
I have got one over here, which I'm going to go through in a minute, one of those.
Okay, so I'll leave that to one
lovely
side.
big picture of it, yeah.
This looks like, it says a 1/4 inch ruler foot, but this is actually looks to me like it's a free motion foot.
What that one is for the quilting rulers. You know how popular the quilting rulers
yes,
are.
they're very popular now. I haven't used
so
them,
that's the one that you need. The nice thing with that as well is you can alter the height. If you look, there's 2 springs. There's a little spring on the side there with a screw on the top to your left. And you can alter that. It's like the convertible foot that comes with the 6/8 in that. So you can alter the height of that foot. If you've got a heavy quilt, you can take it up a little bit. If it's something really light, you can take it down a little bit.
Very handy,
Yeah.
I like that. But this is to use with the rulers.
That's to use with the quilting rulers. If you look on the bottom, it's got the round foot, which is designed to work against the side of the rulers.
Yeah. I haven't used one of those. So that's really good. Clear view quilting foot. But this one I want to play with because this is one you're going to show us.
People who've seen me on this before know I do love a circular attachment.
I know. There is a cheat. Oh, let me move it over. So this isn't a foot. This is a circular stitch attachment. Now I think these have all. Oh no, this one isn't sealed up.
No, I've got one.
Jayne's got one.
I've
so
got one over
I
here
won't mess
anyway,
up this one.
so.
But this means you can stitch in the round. You get beautiful round stitching, and if you use decorative stitches,
you can make all kinds of
it's
lovely
incredible,
things,
isn't it? And if you use a twin needle and decorative stitches, and maybe some gold thread or something, you can do so much stuff with this. Are you going to show us?
I'm going to show. I'm going to pop it on this machine. You need to make sure we've got 3 different circular stitches. Most of the machines that we sell here now have got the easy thread bobbin on there. So this will be the one for those.
Okay, so how do you know which one you should
On the back of the card,
there
is actually a picture of the bobbin cover. Bobbin case cover here. We do 3. This one shows the easy thread bobbin there. So that is the one for any machine that's got the easy thread bobbin. I think most of the ones on Sewing Street have actually got the easy thread on. I know the 680 has, all the 550, 60, 70s have. So that is the one that's on there.
That's how you know that's the one. So basically a drop-in bobbin.
Yeah. No, they've got a slight. I'll show you in a minute. It's where you pop the bobbin in, it easy threads around. The other thing with a lot of these cards, and people don't realise, a number of people have gone, I throw in it all away, and well, don't, because when you actually, this is not going to do it now for me.
You can open it up.
You open it up, and it's got loads and loads of instructions inside.
If you lie it flat and face it towards you.
I keep facing it the wrong way around. That one does. Also, the clear view foot we were just looking at has the same.
Lucy,
So-
I've never. That's about 4 things I've learnt today. This is a really good day.
Yeah, they do. They've got instructions
Do you know,
inside.
I've
So
never
many people
I've
just
never
take.
looked at them.
You should. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. The concealed zip foot will have as well.
Does
I
it?
think you'll
Ooh.
find. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, and it gives you instructions inside how to use it.
very
So
good.
they're quite handy
it's
for doing
useful
those.
little,
They're useful little things. And the other thing, I'll pop that there for a second with the.
Do you know what I would do
circular.
with those now? Now I know. I like mine for binders, samples and things. I put them into clear things and have a foot
then
binder.
you know. Yeah, and then you know what you've got going.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the Clearview 1/4 inch, the one I've got here is for a 9mm machine, and if you've got a 9mm, you need to make sure that's on the foot when you get it. It says 9mm.
Yeah.
I've never used my normal 1/4 inch foot since I've had one of these, for the simple reason you can actually, it's almost like a 2-in-1, so you can do the 1/4 inch and you can do the in the ditch, and it literally is a matter of unscrewing. There's a little screw there.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Pop the guide out, pop the in the ditch in, and that's it. So it's such an easy foot. It's a 2-in-1 foot.
Yeah,
So you
it
can use
is.
it. But I've also got, which I've had for a very long time, that I actually found for a change, is my little diagram here. And it's really handy because it shows you all the features of that foot. People don't quite, if you do doll making and things like that, it's marked down to 1/8 of an inch as well. So you can see it. So it will show you on here. You've got your marking, so you can go a 1/4 inch behind the needle, a 1/4 inch seam allowance, a 1/4 inch in front of it. So it's a really good foot to use this.
So when you need to pivot and go 1/4 of an inch again,
it's
it
marked
shows
on
it
the
at
foot.
front as well.
Yeah, it shows you on here, on the little diagram here, it's got all of them on. I found this on the internet somewhere and just laminated it a long time ago because it's so handy.
Yes.
Rather than trying to explain that mark does this and that does this, and it's just really, really clear for you on here. So it's a really, I do like, and it's one of my favourite feet, that one.
Yes.
Nearly love it as much as a circular attachment, but not quite.
Go on, show us this, because this circular attachment, this is magic.
They are
This is
fabulous.
magic.
I've got a couple of bits here that have been done with it. This is one of our sort of in-house samples, and you can see where it's all made on the circular attachment, all this centre is done. And again, it's brilliant for reverse applique, because you will set it, you can do your straight stitch to sort of hold the fabrics together, trim it back and then go back over it with a satin stitch.
Very nice.
So reverse applique, just nice decorative ones.
It is,
really nice.
really lovely decorative stitches.
Yeah, they are so
I
nice.
love that little thread holder, it's really sweet. Thread holder and pin cushion.
Yep, it's mine.
She's not leaving that
You've probably
behind
seen them. And again, I did these a while ago now. Little tiny coasters, they are so easy to make
Yes.
with the circular attachment. And it's just, one day I will make them again and write down how I made them, because I did the end, the centre stitch, because I didn't want to see that on the back, so I just put the felt on afterwards. But again, a lot of things just to remember is, if you're sewing with a circular attachment, you need to stabilise your fabric if you're using a single layer, just to get a really good stitch. But they are just so easy to make these. And they're ideal. Everybody had them for Christmas a couple of years ago.
So you can use, when you say stabilise, you can use either stabiliser, tear away for instance,
Yes.
or you could put some good interfacing on.
You could do, yeah. I've got a lot of stabilisers because I have a lot of machine embroidery. So but again, yourself, you've probably got more like interfacing.
I've got both.
Yeah. So it's just to stabilise that fabric
Yes.
to make it easy to sew.
Particularly when you're sewing with decorative stitches. And actually, that's if you're sewing with decorative stitches full stop, not just circular.
With anything, always make sure that
Yeah.
that fabric. I see so many ladies who go, no, it's not sewing properly, and again, you've got to
Or it
put
all
something
bunches up
underneath.
because of the concentrated stitching.
Yes, so you do need to do that. Right, I'm going to have to turn this round to change it, I'm afraid. I'm going to pop that out and try not to lose it. Pop it in there. The circular stitcher, I don't know if we can see it here, it's quite a nifty little gadget. It's disappearing in there.
That's it,
Yeah,
well
so I'm going
done.
to pop that forward. So it's quite straightforward. This piece slots in where the bobbin cover would go. We have then got, I'm going to pop that, a little slider here. They're quite, and they slide. So you've got markings on here, inches and centimetres. And then when you've set it, make sure you clip that back so it doesn't move. And then you've got the little safety cover here for the pin. That's a very sharp pin, I can attest to that, because I may have stuck myself in it more than once. So make sure you pop that back on when you're using it. And these ones are very easy to pop on. That literally, there'll be a little screw in there with it. Don't lose it, because we do need this.
So another screw you mustn't
Another
lose.
little screw to look after. But these literally just sit in here. It literally just sits
So
in there.
that's why you have to get the one that goes
That
with
goes
the
with
easy
your
threads.
machine.
Yeah.
All the ones, a lot of the machines now have got this easy thread on the end. The easy thread bobbin. So that goes in there. I'm going to try and pop that in.
So how much is this? Is this on here now? £49
Yeah.
this. It's so lovely though. You can do, I mean, you could do this on clothes. I've got a dress that has got sort of like circular embroidery all down the centre panel. So you can do it like that on clothes, but you can also do it, as you say, on, you can make coasters, you can do it on cushion covers. You can do
I've
it
got a
on
lovely
tableware.
Christmas table, which I didn't bring in because it's a bit past Christmas now, that I've done with it. And you can do, and on that one, I'm sure people who watched have seen it before, you can do your centre one, and I've just popped the pin in on the arc and arced around and done more patterns with it. It's a bit like spirograph.
Yeah.
From kids, grown-up spirograph. So, yeah, so that is
it.
literally, that's in, that's ready to go. The beauty of this is, because you're not actually interfering with the stitch of the machine, I can use any foot on here as well. I can use whatever foot I like. I'll use a walking foot on it if I'm quilting, but obviously I wouldn't get a big quilt underneath here, because
No,
there's just too much
it'd be
drag
too
on
much
it.
to turn round, yes.
But with the walking foot I have used it, no problem. I'm going to, I think, possibly pop the coloured thread in, because I've got white fabric and I don't think we're going to see it very well.
No, we want to see something looking
We want
really
to see a little
pretty.
bit of something on there. So yeah, so we've got white. And again, this is just what I tend to carry around me, which is just a basic felt. We'll pop a little bit of red in. And the other thing with these is I always make sure I fill the bobbin up before I start.
Yes.
Because you have to just pop.
Yes,
It
make
doesn't.
sure
It only
you've got
takes a
full
second
bobbin.
to do, but it's still.
But you can't see
Yeah.
when it's getting empty.
And again,
can
I
you?
don't think we've got it in here, but we should have the
Should use a
smaller
smaller thing,
one on
yeah.
there.
You should, yeah, like you normally have a set of 3,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yeah, you get the small one, large one. So again, this one.
And this has got a needle threader on it, hasn't
It
it?
has. Let's pop it through there.
So this is the 560 machine that Jayne's working with, which is available for £579. So if you want it, get it quick because we've got one left in stock. So.
They've been varied. They're such a popular machine.
Well, it is because it is such a really lovely little machine, isn't it?
They are great machines.
And it's quite lightweight, isn't it? Which is,
it is, but again, they've all got little like rubberised feet on here, so they will
stay
stick.
sturdy.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking is, if you want a machine to take to your classes and courses,
it's a great one.
That's a great one,
Yeah.
and you could get a nice carry
I've got
bag
one
as
on the
well.
floor here that I carry all my things around in, so the bag, for these.
Yes, I use a machine bag to carry my machines around. I find sometimes even if the hard cover itself can be heavy.
And again, I just find they can be a little bit wobbly at times.
Yeah,
so you
so
can
I
pop that
prefer
in
to
with a
use
hard
bag,
cover
and you
on.
can also you can put your feet and your presser foot and your lead into that.
Everything
as
in
well.
there. You've also got the front pocket on there, and also there's a zippy one inside. So I use mine. It's on the floor here for carrying around all my bits and pieces with me. So
these are on the website, by the way. If you're interested in these nice bags for your sewing machine. Is this a sewing? It's just a sewing machine.
That's
one,
a sewing
isn't
machine
it?
bag.
But have we got overlocker ones?
We do them. I don't know if you've got them.
Oh right, okay. We haven't got overlocker ones. So this is £44.99 for that bag.
But I would say if you do get the overlocker bag, the air thread doesn't fit in it. That one will fit in it fine.
Okay.
Just to clarify that. So so I've got this on the machine. I've got my foot on. So normally I'd mark out the centre point where I wanted everything. And if I was using another fabric, I may pop a little piece of masking tape on the back as well, just to give it a little bit more strength, as it were. So again, you can just slide this to wherever you want it. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to pop it in. There we go.
So when you slide that little slider along, you're getting, is it the radius or the diameter?
Diameter. I have to stop and think then.
Diameter, isn't it?
Yes, the diameter of the circle. So you can go I can go from just about 2.5 inches up to about 10 inches. So it gives you a lot more scope to do things.
So the diameter is from side to side?
It's the diameter, the radius is going round.
The radius goes round?
No, maths lesson this morning. Circumference is going round.
Diameter, what's the radius?
Kat will know. No, Paul will know. One of them will know.
The circumference goes round, but when you're pulling that dial out, you're doing the diameter.
You're doing the diameter of the circle, yeah.
Is the radius half the diameter?
If you say so.
Does somebody know? Does somebody out there know?
Somebody will tell us at some point. Right, so I'm going to pop this in, pop the needle down. And again, don't race. You know, if I'm doing a decorative stitch, I never have my machine flat out.
No, I always put it to medium.
Put it about halfway because that machine's doing a lot of work. I see so many people with it's flat out.
And then wondering why they miss stitches.
Miss stitches, or it's not as nice as it should be. And again, I always say it takes a lot longer to unpick than it does to sew if you've done it wrong.
Decorative stitch,
so again, I can just start again. Start on here, maybe a little bit quicker than that. I always tend to keep my finger on the top as well, force of habit. So,
but you can see what's happening because you've got that pin in the fabric and you've got it
feeding it
it's
round.
just feeding it round as opposed to through.
And I can use that with my walking foot, with any kind of foot.
So you can use, I mean, you can use just straight stitch, but you can use zigzag, you can use some decorative stitches.
I'll move it in a minute and do a decorative.
Could you, has it got alphabet on there?
It hasn't on this one, but if you've got an alphabet, you could write like happy birthday and just arc it round for somebody, couldn't you, quite easily? Or pop some little decorative stitches in with it. It's just one of those attachments. I absolutely love it.
I know, I have one for my Donnelly.
Yeah.
And my brother.
And it's just such a nice, you can do so much with it. And again, when you're coming to the end, you can just move it across.
So then you can, if you move your little dial across.
So I'm going to move this across now. I'm going to move
without taking it off the pin.
Yeah, I'll just move it across.
Then that will do another circle.
There's a little arrow,
either inside or outside of that one.
Yeah, so I'm going outside. I'm going to find something. What should we put on this one?
Outside the circumference. I think she's going outside.
Something like that. So what are we going to do?
Have we got a radius yet?
I'm going to do number 60.
What, half the diameter? Right. Okay.
There we go. Somebody knows, don't they? So I've just popped another slightly more down. One thing I will say with these is if you're going to do like circles, lots of different circles going out or in a whichever way, make sure that you start in a slightly different place each time.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Because otherwise, sometimes you're really lucky and it will finish absolutely perfectly. But if you're doing a decorative stitch, you might not always finish a complete stitch before you've got all the way around. And if you start and stop in the same place, your eye will automatically go.
Yeah, it would actually point that out.
Whereas
wouldn't
actually,
it?
just move it around a little bit.
So you don't have to put your finger on that.
No,
pin,
you don't.
But
I do. It's just force of habit, I think, with me. If I'd got something quite bulky on there, or if I'd got something that I was quilting, you can do quilt as you go.
Because you've got layers.
Because you've got layers, that pin's not going to sit down as far. So it will quite happily, and it's not altering what the machine's fundamentally doing. It's just turning your work around for you.
Isn't it fabulous? I think this is a really nice, nifty little tool, and it gives you a chance to play with all these lovely stitches you've got on your machine.
And there's just so many different things you can do with them.
You said about doing arcs rather than whole circles. So would you just mark and then stop it?
You can mark and stop, yeah. You
Yeah.
can just arc it. Or if you wanted to leave gaps, I suppose you could just sort of mark it up, go that far, cut, move along and do a little bit more. There's just so many different things you can do with it. I'm sure there's some of your lovely viewers out there who've done loads with these in the past.
Yes,
We'd like to see some pictures,
see
please.
some examples of people who've got these already and what they've done with them. Because it is always interesting to see because people always, I mean, you know, like I do, I always have to experiment, I always have to try what if.
Yeah.
I like the what ifs of things.
Yeah.
But this is a lovely tool, I think.
Well done.
And it can turn something plain into something very special,
Just,
very
and
quickly.
really quickly as well. And I like it because I do quite a lot of quilting, but it's brilliant for small quilted projects. I wouldn't try and get a big quilt under here because it's too much drag on it, even if I had a longer arm machine. But for small things, if you want to do quilt as you go, you could do that and then join it afterwards. There's all different ways of doing it.
And how big a diameter can you do?
It goes up to about 10 inches.
About 10 inches?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how much can go comfortably under the
Yeah, you
the
don't
arm
want
as well.
it... I need to finish off. It's just finishing off the stitch for me, because by some fluke it's absolutely matched up perfectly on this. We like this one.
And what's nice as well actually is if you've used different thread colours as well.
Again,
nice.
the good old variegated thread is really good on anything like these. And normally, if it was a project I was sort of doing something with.
I'm going to answer, but I will actually ask Jayne as well. Melissa's just asked, can you use embroidery thread? And
I've used embroidery threads on it,
Yes, because and the variegated threads.
And the variegated threads, because you're not fundamentally changing what the machine's doing.
Yeah.
And
And
again,
what it means is you can get, I mean, embroidery threads have that lovely glisten.
they do have that nice
shine,
sheen.
don't
Well, they
they?
say these are embroidery threads in here, and you can see next to a standard thread, you can actually see
They
the
just shine
difference
out.
for it. It's very, very different. You get that nice.
Yes, so definitely. And particularly if you're using the concentrated stitches, like the satin stitch
stitches
ones
look
and
fabulous
things.
with
They
variegated.
love with variegated, and also with the high sheen embroidery
Yeah, they
threads.
do.
They look
And there's
really
lots
nice.
you can get variegated embroidery threads as well.
Yes,
There's been
you can.
metallics. There's all kinds of
Quite a lot of
things.
thread.
I was actually sorting my threads out the other week, and it's a bit scary how many you acquire over the years.
I know, I do have a lot.
And then
of
you
thread.
find something that you forgot. But say that was really, really lucky that, because it actually matched up perfectly when I got to the other end.
What's the smallest you can go?
I would go down to, I think it's about, I would say 2.5.
2.5 centimetres?
It goes down to, I'm in inches still.
Oh, inches, okay.
So I
2.5
would say
inches.
possibly about 2 inches maybe. I'm just looking at
Can
the
you-
markings on here, because it's got the markings on here, and there's a little arrow in the slide here,
Yeah.
and I will get it down to
Can
1.
you do one?
I can.
Doesn't matter if it's in the centre of that one, you could have them overlapping.
You can get them overlapping, you can really, really play with these. So let's have a little go. We'll go back to a zigzag. Pop
No,
that
so
down.
Kat wants to do the back of her denim jacket. You could definitely do that. You don't, the only thing you'd have to be careful of course, is you might have to really watch it as it's going round. 'Cause
Yeah,
you get
you'd
the
have to
cuffs
do
and
it
the
quite
collars
slowly.
trying to go round.
Yeah. Has she got a denim jacket with her? That you can. And again, with this, I tend to find, because you're quite small, you need to make sure that the fabric's not bunching up as well.
Yes.
So it is. It is just, it's like everything, just play with it, experiment. If I was doing it on a garment or something that I was making, then I would decorate it before I actually cut the garment out and made it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes. No.
Yeah.
What I would do is I would mark out the panels on the fabric, embellish them,
And then
then
make
cut
it.
them out in case you have to cut out differently
Yeah,
than you
yeah,
planned.
slightly differently. Or if your embellishment, something goes sort of a bit awry with it.
Yes.
You've got a chance to start again. But that's a small, so I would say that's about 2 inches. I don't want to go too fast because it's going to can do lots of different, it's not just tied to doing these. Say, I quilt sew. This is brilliant for applique. The reverse applique.
The reverse applique, yes, which is really nice.
Yeah, because you can, and that's basically what I did with the little mats.
So somebody's asking if this would fit a dukey, and I would say don't cross
I would
brands,
say no, you can't cross brand it.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if dukey do and a similar attachment. I honestly don't know.
Because if you saw there when Jayne fitted it, she fitted part of it went over the bobbing, and it sort of fits the bobbing case of this machine, and then the other bit there's a little screw which has to go into the hole.
It goes into the stitch plate. So if you look, you can see on here where you've actually got the picture on the back.
Upside down.
Oh, look. I'll get told off later. So I'm so used to doing everything the other way around.
I know, I exactly agree
so
with
that
you.
is the bobbin plate. So that's the easy set bobbins. So the 680's got one of those as well. So that's the one.
So
that
you
will
need
fit
that bit. You need that little bit on the left, which is what makes it.
Which makes it fit this particular machine.
Yes.
We do ones for just an oblong. If you're not sure, if you've got the Donnelly or the Elna and you're not sure, let me know and I will tell you which one you need.
If you go on the site, can you put in what machine you have and it'll tell you which one, or does it have a list of which machines it's suitable for?
No, it will tell you. It goes on the bobbin case cover, on the slide cover for the bobbin case. There's 3 different ones. There's this one. There's the one which is literally just an oblong, and there's another one with a slight different shape on it. But and they just clip in. They fit slightly different. The others, they just clip into where you take the slide case out, whereas this one screws on.
Because I know I've got the pin tuck foot.
Yes.
With the bobbin case.
Yes.
But it no longer fits my machine because I've got a different machine now.
Yeah, they are. You do need to.
Will it fit the 680?
The 680, yes. This is the one for the 680.
Yes, Julie, it does fit the 680.
Yes, it certainly does. Yeah. Yeah, and as you can see, this is mine. It's got my name on.
Just to make sure.
Just so nobody takes it. But they just open up so many possibilities with your machine. And with the 680, in that way you can combine your stitches, you could put some writing in, combine some stitches with it, you could have a great time with it.
And it just sort of takes your product up another level, doesn't it?
And it just gives you something else to sort of look at.
Lovely threads that you've got. And talking about that, we've got needles as well. And I know these are only a small thing, but again, so important, and I get quite forceful about how many times you have to change your needle, because a lot of people sort of say, oh, I'll wait until it breaks.
I've had ladies who've said, oh, it's been there for 20 years, there's nothing wrong with it.
You change a needle every 8 hours of sewing, or even more if you're using a very difficult fabric or something like plasticky or whatever. But what we're looking at here is going to be purple tip. Purple tip. So these have got purple tips. So please, this is for all Donnelly models and for Elna, isn't it?
Yeah, I just love a purple tip needle. Sewing machine needles tend to be quite generic, but again, a good quality one. Purple tips, they've got a slight cobra flare on. They're very different needle, but they're just magic. If you're doing bags and heavy things, purple tip needles.
If you're doing super stretchy fabric, purple tip needles.
You can use them, but I would use a stretch needle.
But you've got a stretch needle as well. But these will do it, won't it? It says it on the back.
They will do it, yeah, they will. There's just something super magic about
purple tip needles. It says on the back
here,
it says prevent skip stitches when sewing stretch fabrics, quilt layers, and also for sewing across the hem.
Yeah, and bag making. There's just.
So they're useful to have.
They're brilliant. I was doing computerised embroidery on a really thick gilet, and it was okay, but I'm thinking, do you know what? And I put one of those in, it was like a different pattern.
Yeah.
We don't know why, they are magic.
They're magic.
They're magic needles, purple tip needles.
We know
we
these
love
as
them.
magic. They're called purple tip. And then we've got these are the more sort of well-known one, the blue tip needles.
That's my standard all-purpose sewing needle that I use most of the time. Yeah.
So it's like a universal.
Yeah, that's what I tend to use a lot of, yeah.
This one we've got here is a size 11, 75/11.
Yeah.
So that's a bulk standard needle that you would use on most woven fabrics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's a good size. So it's a set of 5. It's always worth having, as I say, please do think about replacing needles.
Yeah.
If you don't replace your needle, if a blunt needle can cause skip stitches, it can cause snags in fabric as well. So it's not worth it. And you can normally hear as well, can't you? Because
you see it plinks, doesn't it? It makes that plink noise. Yeah, you know yourself. Yeah.
And then the other pack we've got here is these are the ones you probably mentioned. The super
those
stretch.
are the overlock needles. Those.
These are overlock ones, are they?
Yeah, they will go into the overlock. Yeah.
Okay, so these are those. So sharply pointed needle for sewing woven fabrics. Oh no, that's just giving me a list of all these needles.
Yeah, the different needles. It's
Different
always
needles,
on the back.
yeah.
If you're not sure, you can pop on the website and have a look as well on the
Yes.
website. But they are. But as I say, you know, just with your needles, just buy good quality ones.
Yes, I think you're absolutely
and
right.
match the needle to the project.
Yes,
You know, it's no
indeed.
good if you're sewing a very fine fabric. It's no good having a size 16 needle.
No,
because you'll end up with
no.
great big holes in it.
So, of course, just to make life difficult, sewing machine needles work the completely opposite way to hand sewing needles. So the lower the number on a machine needle, the finer it is, which makes sense. But on hand sewing needles, it's the other way round.
I don't do hand
So-
sewing very often.
So a lower number, so 1175 is for sort of finer fabrics, and then as you go up, as you
I
say,
use
sort
a
of 16
14
to an
quite
18.
a lot. Yeah, you can get
14
really
is
heavy
for
ones.
quilting, is
Yeah.
more, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
you've got the layers.
Yes.
See, I would tend to use a 12
Yeah.
for most dressmaking.
Yeah.
But the other day I was working with silks, and therefore I was using a 11.
Yeah. Sometimes as well with the very fine needles, you find the needle thread will go
yes,
through. That is
yes.
another thing to be aware of.
Yeah.
It's not broken. It's a very fine eye
Fine
on the
needles
needle.
has got a fine eye, so
Yes,
yeah, you
you
can't,
can't always use your needle threader with
I think it usually says that in the manual, actually.
It does, yeah. Yeah.
So what was the question that you had? Kathleen has said, she said something. Oh, I can't find her anymore.
No.
Can't find Kathleen. Oh, we found her.
There we
Sorry,
go.
Kathleen. Can I ask Jane, is it okay to use Schmetz size 12 in a 664 Pro, as this is the machine I have?
I would use, so long as it's the stretch needle, so long as it's the correct needles.
Schmetz.
Yeah, you can get Schmetz, but so long as
Yes.
it's the same, the one you've got there, the HSP ones.
Yeah, it's a 664, because a 664 is a...
It's the Overlocker.
Overlocker, sorry, I
It's
was
the
thinking
Pro.
of the
Yeah,
sewing
make
machine.
sure the ones you've got
Yes.
there, the super stretch, where it says, can you see it's on the next screen, the HA times 1SP.
Yeah, so it's okay to use Schmetz.
Yeah.
Schmetz is another brand,
It's
and it's a
another
very
brand.
well-known brand.
I've
It's a very
got some
good
Schmetz
brand.
needles I use at home, so
So yes,
they're
you just
fine.
have to use
Yeah.
the appropriate
Just
needle
use
for
the
the
appropriate
machine.
needle, yeah.
So
Yeah.
leather for leather, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
And just look in your manual. If you're not sure, Kathleen, just have a look in the book and it will tell you which ones
Yeah.
to use, which make. It just stops you with those skipping stitches.
Speaking of the 664, brand new. Yes, we just recap on
Yes.
that, because it was brand new today, and we are incredibly lucky to have machines in at all, actually, because they are just like gold dust at
I
the
ordered
moment,
these
aren't
for
they?
you several months ago,
So
to be honest.
Jane's thinking of us. So the 664 that we've been showing today, fabulous machine, £289, or if you prefer, you can buy it in 3 easy payments of £96.33. You get the machine when you do your first payment, and then you have 2 more months to do the rest. So that is a really good machine, and so congratulations if you've gone for this. It really is worth it. It's an easy threader machine, all nicely colour coded, great manual with it. It has some tools in it as well, which are useful
Yes,
to have. The
yeah.
tweezers, you must have tweezers. So it's absolutely fabulous machine.
It is a lovely machine.
So Jane, do you know when you're back?
I don't. Hopefully birthday week, which is not very far away now, is it?
Oh, that's the first week of March.
Yeah, so probably then, yeah.
That would be really
Yeah.
good.
But say, if anybody has queries they're not sure about, please just email them in to yourselves.
Yeah, so any
And
other
they do get
queries, Jane,
passed.
did
They
you
do get
hear?
passed on to me. So yeah.
That's brilliant. That's really good. And then Jane will answer as she can. So we need to look at the menu. So Jane, thank you very, very much.
Nice to see you again.
It is. It's lovely, and I hope I will be with you again soon.
I'm sure you will. Yeah.
Okay, so what have we got tomorrow? So who's the presenter tomorrow? Oh, it's John. Okay, so you'll have fun. Oh, a fat quarter skirt. That sounds interesting. I know Catherine Wright as well. I know her, she's one of my tutors. And then that's at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock we have a Liberty Deco dance. I think that's a fabric collection, I think. I don't think we're turning into a different kind of show. And then at 10 o'clock, a lovely fat quarter storage with Catherine Wright again. Sounds interesting. And then Kits Revisited. Ambiguous. And then we go on to Yarn Lane, which is crochet cut-ins again with Catherine Wright. Very talented lady, actually. So thank you very much for joining me. I will see you again next week. Thank you. Bye-bye.